Live on the Railsplitter Radio Network at Guestford Broadcasting on YouTube, it's time for Lincoln Railsplitter Football. Our coverage today begins with the Build Lincoln Hire Club pregame show. BLH, a nonprofit organization since 1944 dedicated to making the student experience at Lincoln High School better. It also includes the Livingston's Automotive Coaches Corner featuring Lincoln head football coach Tom Alessio. Lincoln Railsplitter Football is brought to you by Brad's Collision Center, Jamia & Sons Restaurant and Catering, Christian Edwards Print and Graphics, the Build Lincoln Hire Club, Knudsen Transmission, Cash Saver, Airport Chiropractic, Livingston's Automotive, State Farm Insurance Agent Brad Van Meter, Henry J's Taco House, Blank Golf Course, Lynn Automotive, Chicago Speakeasy, Brad's Used Cars, McCray Park Animal Hospital, Vision Custom Signs and Graphics, Jack's Place Bar and Grill, Brad's Complete Auto Care, the Dickey Campbell and Sahag Law Firm, D&J Bail Bonds, Bordenero's Pizza, Pet Supplies Plus, Amco Transmission and Total Car Care, Montgomery St. John Insurance, your Southside Hy-Vee stores, Brad's RV Repair Center, Guestford Web Graphic Design, and Smitty's Tenderloin Shop. Let's go live to the field for Lincoln Railsplitter Football and the BLH pregame show. Here is the voice of the Railsplitters, Todd Guestford.
Good evening to you. Welcome to high school football. Todd Guestford, Larry Gamblin here at Mediacom Stadium in Des Moines, where tonight the final home game of the year for the Lincoln Railsplitters at senior night. Lincoln taking on the East Scarlets and another city school border war game here. And it should be a very interesting game here tonight. Lincoln comes in 2-5. They are coming off back-to-back weeks where they have not scored. The end zone has been a cold and lonely place the last couple of weeks, and they're hoping to go crazy in the end zone tonight against this East team. The Scarlets come in. They are 1-6. They have lost 6 in a row. They won their opening game of the year. They beat North over at Duke Williams 10-2 of all scores. And then they have lost 6 in a row. They're coming off a loss last week at home to Iowa City High. City High getting their first win of the year in that game. They beat East rather handily 59-14. Well, it is an overcast, and there is a threat of some rain here tonight. There is a system in the area that we're looking on the radar here just a few minutes ago, and there is a little bit of red out there, but it doesn't look like it's headed right towards Mediacom Stadium. As soon as I say that, Larry Gamblin, it will make a beeline right towards us. But
with your luck, Todd, for sure.
yeah. My luck's been all bad here lately. But good evening, Larry. Should be an interesting game tonight. We gotta get some things figured out on offense tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, like you alluded to earlier, our production numbers as far as scoring have been very limited, but we've been able to move the ball fairly decently. So hopefully we can, get back on track tonight, make some plays, get some turnovers, execute as a team as a whole, and get to rocking and rolling.
Yeah, Lincoln only averaging 13 points a game. They haven't even scored 100 points on the year, and meanwhile, they've given up 34. East, they are averaging a little more a game. They're scoring 16 a game, but they have given up almost 42 per contest. And we'll get into the personnel things here a little bit later. But you watch them on film, you look at them, Larry. You just feel like we can do some things tonight.
Well, I've been saying that all season, Todd. When you look at our team and some of the talent that we actually have, they had the potential to be something pretty special. It was just a matter of everybody getting on the same page and making smart decisions on the football field. And for whatever reason, we just hit a couple of bumps in the road and a couple things didn't go our way, and we didn't play that well. But tonight, this is a chance to essentially, I guess for lack of a better word, claim the city in a sense, because East versus Lincoln is a big deal. It has been since I was in school. Before I was even at Lincoln, it was a big deal. And that's basically bragging rights for the year, because you're not going to see him again, but the only thing that separates East and Lincoln is a road, essentially. You know what I mean? So a lot of these
called Southeast 14th,
exactly,
I believe.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And so a lot of these kids, they hang out together. They grew up together. They're next door to one another. They see each other on a regular basis. So there's a lot that's going to go into this. And with that being said, hopefully both teams hold their composure and leave it on the field. I know it's unlikely, but I would love to see them just leave it on the field and get their shots in between, the numbers, versus taking it outside of the game. I'm just looking for a good game and just have a lot of fun tonight, honestly.
Yeah, and, we'll get into your keys to victory here later in the pregame, but I mean, good grief. Handling emotions tonight, and this Lincoln team has had trouble keeping their mouth shut, thus the numerous unsportsmanlikes that we've gotten throughout the season. Mm-hmm. Well, East has the same problem. So, I mean, you could talk about a lot of different things tonight, and there's a lot of things that are going to be important. But isn't that maybe at the top of the heap tonight, who handles the emotions better?
Yeah, this is something, and it's sad to say, this is something I deal with my 10-year-old daughter. This is not something we should be dealing with high school students, I mean, it's a reflection of you, and it's a reflection of your team. Also, it puts you at a disadvantage, and I preach this to any kid that I talk to. If a player sees that they're getting to you emotionally and getting you worked up, subsequently, you know what they're going to do? They're going to continue to egg you on. They're going to continue to push. They're going to do something that's going to hopefully get you kicked out of the game because that just gives them another opportunity to win, essentially. So don't let them bait you into doing those kind of things. Just play the game, and in the end, when you win, that's enough. You know what I mean? That's enough.
Go. Scoreboard, baby.
Yeah.
Scoreboard, yeah.
Yeah, when they're running their mouth, you ain't got to say nothing. You just point. That's all you got to do.
Well, like I mentioned, it's overcast, and there is a chance of some rain. It's 77 degrees, south-southwest wind about 10 miles per hour, and there might be a few sprinkles. It's hard to tell up here in the press box right now. There might be a few sprinkles. Although Dan Goebel has his weather gear on, he has his weather gear on even if there's a chance of rain.
That's Dan.
So you can't say that it's raining just because Dan has his weather gear on. So, okay, well, we're looking forward to it, Lincoln and East, and we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have our sponsor spotlight, and we'll return. You're listening to Lincoln Rail Splitter Football.
More than 80 years, Cash Saver's goal has been to provide your family with quality products. Featuring brand names like Best Choice, Always Save, superior selections, and clearly, Cash Saver gives you outstanding quality and great tasting products while saving you money. Located in the Wakanda Shopping Center at 4121 Fleur Drive, Cash Saver is open daily from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. with friendly staff ready to assist you. And remember, Cash Saver saves you cash. Dickey Campbell and Sahag Law Firm PLC is a committed and innovative team of legal professionals focused on aggressively pursuing justice for their clients. Located in Des Moines East Village at 301 East Walnut Street, Suite 1, the lawyers at Dickey Campbell and Sahag Law Firm PLC can be reached at 515-288-5008. Back here on our Build Lincoln Hire Club pregame show, it's time for our sponsor spotlight, and it shines tonight on Amco Transmission. And Jason Morgan, the manager here at Amco Transmission at 3416 Southeast 14th, is with me. And Jason, you're a busy guy, so thanks for taking some time here. And let's talk about Amco a little bit. People know the name, don't they?
Yes, they do. We do everything from educating customers to what the vehicles are and what they need to trying to make an affordable repair.
And Jason, you guys are transmission people, and that's one of the big things that you do, right?
Yes, it is. That is one of the things that we do.
And not very many people do transmission repair, so I know it's important for you guys to, communicate with the customer and let them know about what it is that they need to have repaired and try to get them back on the road as soon as you can. Just talk about that a little bit.
Well, nobody likes to do any transmission work to their vehicles, but unfortunately, they need them occasionally. We try and educate the customer on what it would take to whether it's a full rebuild or if it's just a repair. It's a lot of things you can just repair and save lots of money, and that's what we're trying to do.
And, like we were talking with Mike earlier, you guys are more than just transmission. You guys are total car care. You guys do a lot of different things that maybe not everybody knows about. So talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, we're primarily, when we first came to town, to do transmission work. But now we've expanded out to doing struts, shocks, brakes, motor work, rear end work, front end work. We do a little bit of everything, and that's what we do.
And you guys do it well. And drive by here, there's always something going on in there.
Oh yes, we don't have a shortage of customers, that's for sure.
Jason, talk to me about why it was important for you guys to be a Lincoln Railsplitter sponsor. Why was that important?
Well, we have a lot of community support that go to Lincoln, or we're from Lincoln, and it was a no-brainer. This is what we need to be a part of, and we're glad we're a part of it.
Right here in the heart of Railsplitter country.
Yes, we are.
All right, so as we wrap up here, Jason, tell everybody where you're at, address, phone number, and how to get a hold of you guys.
You can get a hold of me, Jason Morgan, at Amco Transmission on 3416 Southeast 14th. Phone number 515-280-6465. And I'm here Monday through Friday, 8 to 5:30.
People, I can vouch for that. Every time I stop in here, Jason's in here for sure. Jason, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
Jason Morgan, manager here of Amco Transmission. That's our sponsor spotlight. And we'll come back. We'll have more of our Build Lincoln Hire Club pregame show when we return. You're listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football. A Southside landmark, Smitty's Tenderloin Shop makes the best tenderloins in the metro. Just ask CityView. They voted Smitty's the best tenderloin for 10 years running. The secret? They're made from scratch every single day. Try them along with the burgers, the made-from-scratch onion rings, fries, and cheese curds. When you call 515-287-4742, you can dine in or order online. Smitty's Tenderloin Shop at 1401 Army Post Road. Smitty says, eat a tenderloin. Are you looking for that perfect gift for the favorite golfer in your life? Well, why not purchase a gift card from your Southside City of Des Moines golf course, Blank Golf Course? Gift cards are available 7 days a week from sunrise to sunset, and a gift card is good to go for golf at the other 3 city golf courses, Waveland, Jester, and Grandview. For more information, call 515-248-6300 or stop in at Blank at 808 County Line Road. If you're in need of affordable and reliable auto care, look no further than Brad's Complete Auto Care, located at 1001 East Park Avenue. Whether it's oil changes and brakes all the way to fluid flush and component replacements, diagnostics, vehicle inspections, and more, Brad's Complete Auto Care could do the job for you and get you back on the road with peace of mind. Stop in or give them a call at 515-957-4271.
You're listening to the Build Lincoln Hire Club pregame show. It takes just $15 to be a BLH member. For more information, go to shop.buildlincolnhire.com. Let's go back to the field. Here is Todd Guessford and Larry Gamblin.
And we are back here at Mediacom Stadium. Well, right after, and I mean right after we went to break, we heard this big thunder, and the heavens just kind of opened up. And,
Todd opened his mouth.
Yeah, I don't know, Larry. I guess I'm just bad luck, man. But here's the deal. Here's the deal. My phone is telling me that it's going to stop raining here in about 18 minutes. Is what it's telling me. So I know Serenity's checking the weather. She's going to keep us posted. But anyway, good news is we got a turf field, so it's not not a big deal.
It's not going to affect the game in that sense.
No, not going to affect a lot. Might hurt the crowd here a little bit for a while until it stops raining. But the teams were out. At least Lincoln was out, and they're back in the locker room now. So they're waiting for the. And I didn't see I didn't see thunder.
I saw a lot of lightning.
I didn't see lightning, Larry. Did you see
Oh,
lightning?
yeah. I've seen tons of it.
Okay, well, we're on a 30-minute delay before the teams can come out under Iowa High School Athletic Association protocol there. So, Larry, that just gives us more time to chat, you know.
Right.
So
there's just so much to talk about, right?
Well, there is. I mean, you know, you think about where we're at right now. We're 2-5, okay?
Yeah.
And you and I both agree that, you know, with a little better discipline by the players and a little better execution, I mean, we're minus 15 in the turnover. I've just never been around a team that has been that bad in the turnover margin.
Well, I think this is a true, for lack of a better word, I say this is a true testament of what it shows when you turn over the ball and when you have a lot of mental mistakes and penalties. This is what your team looks like, because the talent level of this team is ridiculous. There's tons of talent on this team, but there's a lot of head cases, and then there's a lot of breakdowns and like a lot of mental mistakes, mental errors that generally, as the season goes on, you would think get better. And in some sense, it has. So the last couple of games, there hasn't been as many personal fouls or unnecessary roughness calls, so that's good. Turnovers are actually less than what they have been in the games. It's getting a little bit better too. So you see a growth there. But what we want to see is 0 turnovers, right? We want to see not just 1 or 2 unnecessary roughness calls or personal fouls. We want to see 0 of those. I mean, and if you can do that and you know, play together as a team, you have a good team. Like, the team itself is a good program. It looks like it's trying to go to the right direction. You just got to get a few more kids, a few more captains to buy in. And I think this program can look like something here in the next couple of years, but it's just going to take time and effort.
But we talk about it a lot off air, and we both agree that Lincoln if they had gotten some of that together, they could be playing for win number 5 tonight instead of win number 3.
Yeah. I mean, that makes the difference. You know, turnovers can derail a team significantly. 1 turnover can derail a team significantly, but 3 or 4 in one game, I mean, you're basically not even playing to win anymore when you get to those kind of numbers. And it also changes the whole, like, morale of your program, too. When you're losing like that, it makes it a little bit harder to get the kids amped up for the games, you know. So, I mean, it's a team collective as a whole that needs to work on it so they can have the best success that they could possibly have on the field at this point. And, you know, in this game, it's going to be hard, right? This is going to be a true test for Lincoln because
these kids all know each other
personal.
For starters.
Yeah, it's very personal. When I was a kid, you know, I played for Lincoln, and we would play against Roosevelt. And for me, Roosevelt was like East to a lot of people but why?
Was that the biggest chatter game when you played?
I had 4 or 5 cousins who went to Roosevelt, and 2 of them played football. And there was just a lot of chatter, especially amongst the family. You know what I mean? That also factors into it, you know. Some cousins go here, some cousins go there. Uncle played here, uncle played. It gets personal real quick, and there's a lot that goes behind it because your uncle's saying, hey, listen, we played this team when I was a kid, and you need to dog walk them like we did too. You know, so then you got that in the back of your head. You know, listen, I have to play well, otherwise my uncle's going to get in my butt after this game. You know, there's a lot that plays into this game. It's very personal. But at the end of the day, they just need to remember that it is football. It is a game. It is a child's game. Play the game, enjoy the game, have fun. Don't make it personal.
Yeah, back when I was in school, even back then, East was the game, I think, where there was we had rivals. Hoover was a rival. Roosevelt was a rival. Mm-hmm. North, wasn't really that good back then, and they've kind of drifted in and out of competitiveness over the years. But you talk about Hoover, Roosevelt, and East. Clearly, back in the Cecil Rhodes days, in the 70s and 80s, the Tim Miller days, it was East was the one I know the coaches were always the most concerned about, keeping your mouth shut and playing football.
Yeah, you have to. And it's hard because some of the coaches feel the same way, So they have to be the adults, right? Because they are the adults. Even though they don't want to either, they want to be like, well, listen, it's East. Punch them in the face and continue to do so until they shut up, But you can't. You as the coach, you have to be the leader and be like, listen, we have to keep cool. We have to play our game and not let them get outside, make us get outside ourselves.
All right, well, we are in a weather delay before we even get started here tonight. We're in a weather delay. The Lincoln kids were out on the field going through some of the specialty drills and quarterback throws and those kind of things. And then we had a big crack and lightning and thunder. And so everybody went back in. And under state protocol, every time you have a flash of lightning, it is a 30-minute delay.
Wow.
So we are at least 30 minutes out before the teams can even come back out and continue to warm up. I'm looking, and it doesn't look like it's raining, though. And Connor Bergloff's out there advising that the clouds are moving sideways. And is the rain going away, Connor, or what's the story? Well, that's his opinion, folks. My opinion is
it's still pouring down, Todd. Look over by the lights.
Yeah. Okay. There it is. All right.
It's actually pretty heavy. You just can't
notice
notice it.
Hey, that just started back up. That wasn't there just 15 seconds ago. Okay. All right. But anyway, folks, we're in a weather delay. We're going to keep it here, and we will have football at some point tonight. But we are in a weather delay right now, and temperature is very pleasant, 77 degrees. But it's raining, and it's lightning, and it's thundering, and we no football until the thunder and the lightning goes away for sure. And once you get into delay with rain, they'll wait it out till the rain stops, and we'll have football for you at some point here this evening. But we are at least 30 minutes out before the teams can come out and continue their pregame warm-up. So 7 o'clock's kickoff is not going to happen. It's going to be more like probably 7:15, 7:20. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But anyway, we'll take a short break. Serenity, let's take a break here. We'll come back. We'll have more of our Build Lincoln Hire Club pregame show here from Mediacom Stadium. Lincoln and East tonight, senior night for the Lincoln kids, and we'll return. You're watching Lincoln Railsplitter football.
The Des Moines Southside Hy-Vees, Fluor, Southridge, and Park Avenue locations are more than just proud sponsors of Lincoln High School athletics. Your neighborhood Hy-Vee is a full-service grocery store. It's a bakery, a deli, a pharmacy, the meat market, Hy-Vee caters. There's the floral department and so much more. And don't forget about the quality Hy-Vee brand names, which along with using your Fuel Saver card, saves you money. Shop Hy-Vee at 4605 Fluor Drive, 1107 East Army Post Road, and 3221 Southeast 14th Street. Your Des Moines area transmission experts, Knutson Transmission, has been serving Des Moines and the entire state of Iowa since 1951. Their quality, reliable, and honest work, combined with their integrity and reputation, has made them second to none. With the best products from top quality vendors, the guys at Knutson give you the assurance of being back on the road as soon as possible. At 4301 Southeast 14th Street, give them a call at 515-285-7561. Knutson Transmission, for those who want the best. It's a Southside landmark that keeps going strong. Henry J's Taco House, located at 2924 Southwest 9th on the corner of Southwest 9th and Virginia. Henry J's Taco House is celebrating over 50 years in business. Now, Henry J's isn't just famous for their tacos, burritos, and enchiladas. Their sausage sandwiches made with Graziano sausage may be the most popular of all. Open 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Henry J's Taco House. Stop in and see them. If you're experiencing pain, you need to call Dr. Tom Schultz at Airport Chiropractic. Making families in Des Moines feel better for over 30 years, the experienced team at Airport Chiropractic offers expert care for neck pain, back pain, headaches, sciatica, and many other health issues. Located at 4214 Fleur Drive, Suite 4, just 1 mile north of the airport, let Airport Chiropractic help you live your best life. Call 515-285-4000.
On the Railsplitter Radio Network, you're listening to the Build Lincoln Hire Club pregame show. BLH, a nonprofit organization since 1944, dedicated to making the student experience at Lincoln High School better. More pregame information is coming your way. You're listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football.
Located just north of Lincoln High School, McCray Park Animal Hospital not only supports the health and well-being of your family pets, Dr. Chris Knable's been a longtime supporter of Lincoln Athletics, watching his 4 kids compete through the years. Family owned and operated for over 40 years, you and your pets' needs are their top priority, so bring your pets to McCray Park Animal Hospital at 2227 Southwest 9th or call 515-282-0600, the home of your other family doctor, your veterinarian. In the game of life, there's no get-out-of-jail-free card, but D&J bail bonds might be the next best thing. Fast, confidential, and professional, the D&J bail bonds help you get back to your life. From one family to another, you can depend on D&J bail bonds for fast, reliable bail bond services. There when you need them. Call D&J bail bonds at 515-975-4867.
Todd Guestford, Larry Gamlin, Serenity Memphord is our technical director tonight, and it is a smooth running operation so far, and except for the weather. And we are in a weather delay here, and we will have football at some time point here tonight, but we are in a lightning delay right now, Lincoln and East here from Mediacom Stadium. We mentioned Lincoln 2-5. Lincoln started the year. They had that big win here against Roosevelt, 28-16. Larry, that was a game where Lincoln won by 12, and they left a couple of touchdowns out on the field. That could have been a much bigger score.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was a pretty good game, and you'd think that with everything that was on the line, maybe they would have came in here a little bit more aggressive, but in the end, we just couldn't get it done.
And then, we got it done. We beat Roosevelt 28-16. Okay?
Did we, though?
Yeah, we did.
Did we, though?
We won the game, Larry. We won the game. It was the next week where
how many turnovers did we have in that game?
The turnover margin was pretty even in the Roosevelt game.
Very true.
It was the North game where things went south. Okay,
Yeah.
We turned it over 6 times. We had about 12 to 15 penalties for close to 200 yards and got beat 24-7. To a North team who had lost to East the week before 10-2. That's the most discouraging game for me this season thus far.
The most discouraging game for me was Indianola, but I mean, as a whole, there's just been
Indianola is a good team.
That's very true. You're right. As a whole, it's just there's a lot we have left out there. Just as a whole, Roosevelt, we pulled it out. I'll give them that, but I mean, it was a lot of the same stuff. Mental errors, personal fouls, it seemed to continue all season, and it just seems like it doesn't change is where my thought is.
So that was week 2 for Lincoln, and then they had a Thursday night game here against Ankeny Centennial. Centennial's really good, and Lincoln played better in that game than they did against North, and one could make the argument. In fact, I think we did make the argument that had Lincoln played like that against North, the North game might have been a little bit different. Centennial won it, though, 47-6. And then we went down to Ottumwa and played the Bulldogs and lost to them 21-14. And that was, again, Larry, turnovers, and we were driving late and had a couple penalties and then a turnover late. We turned it over, and we were driving. We were in plus territory and didn't get just didn't finish it out and lost a game that maybe, woulda, coulda,
Woulda,
shoulda.
coulda, right, yeah.
That's one we could have won. So
yeah, it's been rough. I mean, but, like I said, the last couple of weeks, from a perspective as far as points and stuff, like, are we doing better? No. But from the little things that, like the personal fouls and the holding calls and stuff, I've seen growth in that aspect, which is something to be happy about. Now what we need for tonight is to put some points on the board, because obviously we've moved the ball real well, but it just seems like when we get into, to the 30 and on, we just can't seem to get the ball into the end zone.
So that was week 4 for Lincoln. Week 5, Lincoln played Sioux City North here at home, won 39-33. That was a game where 46 points were scored in the fourth quarter. Lincoln scored 27 of them. It was a back-and-forth thing in that fourth quarter. That was the coming-out party of Adam Kawak, who had 200 yards in the game. And that fourth quarter, quite frankly, is the last time Lincoln scored, because the last 2 weeks, as Larry has alluded to, the Indianola game did not go well, 56-0. And then Urbandale last week for homecoming, 42-0. Meanwhile, for East, we mentioned they lost that North game, or they won the North game to start out 10-2. Then they lost to Roosevelt, 41-33. Then they lost at Ottumwa, 35-6. They had a tight game at Duke Williams against Marshalltown and lost 29-27. Waukee Northwest, best team in the state right now, beat them in Waukee 63-6. They lost at Norwalk 63-18. And then a week ago, City High got their first win of the year at the expense of the Scarlets at Duke Williams Stadium by the final score of 59-14. So that's where these teams, how these teams got to where they are right now. Lincoln 2-5, and East is 1-6. All right, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to have our Livingston's Automotive Coach's Corner with Lincoln head football coach Tom Alessio. Lincoln and East here tonight for Mediacom Stadium. We're in a weather delay right now, but we will have football for you at some point this evening, and we'll return. You're listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football.
Jack's Place Bar and Grill at 6112 Southwest 9th Street is one of the new fun spots to go to in Railsplitter country. Featuring delicious burgers, wraps, tenderloins, and much more, there's always something great to eat at Jack's Place. Combine that with excellent service and a total fun atmosphere, and Jack's Place is a delightful mix of a restaurant and bar. Thursday night is trivia night. Enjoy bingo on Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4, and check Facebook for all updated information, including live entertainment. A trusted name in the auto repair business, Amco Transmission and Total Car Care has been doing quality transmission repair for years. Honesty and dependability is what you can expect, and that extends to the Total Car Care. From plugs to wires to oil changes and battery replacement, Amco does it all. And Amco has generous financing and comprehensive warranties to ease your mind. At 3416 Southeast 14th Street, remember the name, AA MCO. Call 515-280-6465.
It's time for the Livingston's Automotive Coaches Corner, featuring Lincoln head football coach Tom Alessio. Quality and dependable automotive repair is what you get at Livingston's. Stop in at 5304 Southwest 9th or call 515-287-1372. Here is the voice of the Railsplitters, Todd Gesford, with the Livingston's Automotive Coaches Corner.
Lincoln head football coach Tom Alessio does join us now in our Livingston's Automotive Coaches Corner. Final home game tonight, senior night, as Lincoln takes on the East Scarlets in the Southeast 14th Border War game here at Mediacom Stadium. Tom, last couple of weeks have been tough. Looking back, though, on the Urbandale game, I thought we went toe-to-toe with them for almost the first 12 minutes of that game, and then, like it always seems to happen to us, penalties and turnovers turned it a different way.
Yeah, we get in our own way. We're still learning how to fight through adversity and react to it. We can't play behind the sticks ever. It just does not work for us like that, and that seemed I think for the first quarter and a half we were right there with them. We had some things not go our way, and the kids just didn't react to it very well.
Tom, when you talk about the East game, you and I both understand that it's what an emotional game it is. We've both been a part of it over the years, and we know there's going to be a lot of chatter out there on the field. And I know you and your staff have drilled all week with these kids to keep their mouths shut, but I think there's a lot of keys to us winning tonight, but I think one of them certainly has to be, can we just keep our mouths shut and play football?
Yeah, staying focused. So my message all week has been to clear your head after every play, hear the call, put your hand in the dirt, and go back to work. Repeat yourself. So we have to be mentally strong. It's just that simple. I've said all week as well, just point up at the scoreboard. Let that be how you talk to somebody. Play physical, aggressive football the way we want to, and just point up the scoreboard. That's easier said than done most times with the young kids, but we've definitely drilled that home all week long.
Tom, it's senior night. You have 12 of them. A win tonight, they'll remember on their senior night, and it will begin a great legacy for this group and for you as you're building a program here.
Yeah, that was another message we sent this week is we need to do our seniors proud, right? They're the start of my career as a head coach here. And they are setting a legacy for what we want to do moving forward. So, I've talked multiple times this week about let's play for them. Let's send them off with great football memories. That was my message this morning when I sent it out to all the players. Let's send the 12 seniors out with great football memories.
We're visiting with Lincoln head football coach Tom Alessio on our Livingston's Automotive Coaches Corner. We'll come back. We'll talk about the Lincoln offense when we return. This is Lincoln Railsplitter football on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
Livingston's Automotive has been a fixture on Des Moines' South Side since 1977, offering dependable, honest, reliable auto maintenance and repair service for all makes and models, including foreign and domestic cars, trucks, and SUVs. At Livingston's, they provide only the essential services you need, verifying to the customer through visual evidence to email and directly to your mobile device. Got an issue with your vehicle? Stop in and see them at 5304 Southwest 9th Street or call 515-287-1372.
Our final Railsplitter Roundtable of the fall sports season comes up next Thursday night, October 23rd at 7 p.m., live from Smitty's Tenderloin Shop at 1401 Army Post Road. So make sure you tune in next Thursday night for the Railsplitter Roundtable right here on the Railsplitter Radio Network. We're visiting with Lincoln head football coach Tom Alessio on our Livingston's Automotive Coaches Corner. Senior night tonight as the Railsplitters take on the East Scarlets here at Mediacom Stadium. Tom, let's talk about the offense. The game plan, really hasn't changed. You're just looking for more consistency and better execution.
Yeah, as we do, we're going to attack again this week. We may put a couple new wrinkles in, but we do what we do, and that will continue to be our game plan. We're going to try and get the ball in our playmakers' hands. We like to get outside. I'd sure like to add somewhat of a passing game. Probably everybody sits up in the stand and say they don't work on passing at all, and that's just
they need to come to practice.
It's just not true, Just hopefully tonight we can stand in there and fulfill some of that game plan as well.
When you look at their defense, Tom, they've really been really scorched by the run and the pass this year, and they come at you with kind of a 50 front, 4 guys down, and then they'll stand somebody up. What's your impressions of their defense?
Well, I really like their D-line. Number 44, I'm not sure of his name, but he's got a motor. He gets after it. The 3 guys in the interior guys seem to play the position pretty well, pretty aggressively. They're big kids. I wouldn't necessarily say quick, but they'll do their job. So I like their D-line. As well as it goes, man, we're just not going to take anybody for granted. We're going to continue to pump our kids up with being physical and getting off the ball and being aggressive and getting our head in the right place, and I think we can have success tonight.
And the matchup up front does look pretty even. It's just come down to effort, doesn't it?
It does. It's all effort. We're never going to outsize anybody. We know that, right? But this offense is getting off the ball. And all you got to do is get your head in the right place. with good pad level and the backs by you, right? So yeah, that's all it takes. And those are baby steps gradually. We're still working to get there. But I'm planning on success for tonight.
Tom, no Bear, probably no Adam in the offensive backfield tonight. So it's kind of the next man up mentality like you've had to do all year. And yep. Tank and Naz and Braylon, the guys tonight.
Braylon will go half, Naz will go half. Tank and Jetta will probably rotate at fullback, and we'll throw Jetta in at halfback as well when needed. But yeah, those will be our guys toting the rock all night.
This is the Livingston's Automotive Coach's Corner featuring Lincoln head football coach Tom Alessio. We'll talk Lincoln defense when we return. You're listening to the Railsplitters Radio Network at Guestford Broadcasting on YouTube.
Livingston's Automotive has been a fixture on Des Moines' South Side since 1977, offering dependable, honest, reliable auto maintenance and repair service for all makes and models, including foreign and domestic cars, trucks, and SUVs. At Livingston's, they provide only the essential services you need, verifying to the customer through visual evidence to email and directly to your mobile device. Got an issue with your vehicle? Stop in and see them at 5304 Southwest 9th Street or call 515-287-1372.
Back with Lincoln head football coach Tom Alessio on our final Livingston's Automotive Coach's Corner segment. Lincoln and East tonight in another city-school battle here at Mediacom Stadium. Coach, talk about the defense. You face an East team that has run mainly with two guys, the running back Sykes and the quarterback Johnson. But what jumps out at me on their stat page is the fact that the 11 touchdowns that Amani Johnson has thrown, most of them just to one guy. But, I mean, he has, say what you want, he's thrown 11 touchdowns.
Yes, he has, and he's a player, number 11. We need to get after him all night. We need him to feel uncomfortable. We need to bring Big 2-9 off the edge and get in his face as much as possible. He delivers the ball well. I've talked with Coach Lane all week. The more time you give him, he seems to find a hole and deliver a really decent ball. So we just have to drum up some pressure and make him feel uncomfortable. I think that's the key to that.
Coach Lane has been shuffling the deck 1 week after another, trying to find out who's healthy and who isn't, and get the right group back there. And we've had a couple of situations where receivers have been lonesome, and man, we can't have that tonight.
No, we can, and we've talked about it. No big plays is the key to winning this game tonight. We once again, the three things of success, missed tackles, no penalties, and no big plays, and we have to live by that tonight. And our guys have been drilled all week on this, so we'll see. We'll roll the dice, see how it goes.
And I know he's talked to your defensive backs about number 4, who Johnson likes to throw to all the time. How do we match up with him tonight?
We put our best cover corner on him, which is Braylon Jenkins. I'd bet on Braylon every day. He's one of the better corners in our league. Doesn't look like it out there on the field, but the boy just knows how to play football cover. So that's how we'll counter that tonight.
And Johnson, he can hurt you with his legs, Tom, when the play breaks down. I know you've seen that on film.
We've seen it a lot. So the key to that is to be good tacklers, right? So when you get your hands on them, bring them down. But yes, he can scramble and make things happen, and we need to be aware of that at all times.
Tom, you said when the season started that winning the city school title was one of the goals of this team. If you win tonight, you clinch at least a share of it.
We do. So, when I got hired, the first goal that we set for was to bring back a city championship. And by winning tonight, we get a share of that just via head-to-head play against East and Roosevelt. That we want to start there, right? So we have to take baby steps in the program. Tonight would be a big, big victory for us in setting that goal forward.
And win for the seniors.
Win for the seniors, win for Coach Richmond, and let's have some good football memories tonight.
All right, Coach, thank you. Good luck. Let's get one.
Let's get one. Go Rails.
And that wraps up our Livingston's Automotive Coach's Corner featuring Lincoln head football coach Tom Alessio.
More of the Build Lincoln Hire Club pregame show is coming up. You're listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football. When you want your dinner to be Italian special, To Me and Sons Restaurant and Catering is the place to go. This 4-star restaurant has been treating people to Mama's homemade Italian recipes for over 25 years. Lincoln grads Joe Jr., Mario, and Louie love to give back to schools and churches. They also support Best Buddies and the Diabetes Foundation. Great food for lunch and dinner, and there's a bocce ball court in the back. To Me and Sons Restaurant and Catering at 1501 Southeast 1st Street. When you need it to be Italian special. The Montgomery St. John's Insurance Agency is a locally owned and operated independent insurance agency serving Iowa and the central Midwest for over 50 years. MSJ handles all lines of insurance, auto, home, business, life, and health, and they find the best rate for you. Now located at 1510 Oral Labor Road, Suite D in Ankeny. Give them a call at 515-287-2443. Montgomery St. John's Insurance, proud supporter of Lincoln High School athletics. Looking for a nicer, newer vehicle? Stop in at Brad's Used Cars, your local Southside car dealer, located at 1003 East Park Avenue, where they can help anyone get into a nicer, newer vehicle, no matter your credit situation. Brad's Used Cars has access to over 20 local and national lenders to help you get approved. For fast and easy financing, apply today at bradsusedcarsinc.com or give Brandon a call at 515-850-1201.
You're listening to the Build Lincoln Hire Club pregame show. It takes just $15 to be a BLH member. For more information, go to shop.buildlincolnhire.com. Let's go back to the field. Here is Todd Guessford and Larry Gamblin.
And we are back here at Mediacom Stadium. We are still in a weather delay. They do have the clock running. It's under 28 minutes here, so we don't know how true that is to when we will actually have a kickoff. We still see some periodic lightning, and Connor Bergloff has gone down to try to talk with Mr. Chia and Mr. Johnson to get an update. And when he comes back, Serenity, you get the update from him and then pass it on to me. Okay, fair enough. And so, Larry, you heard what Tom had to say, and let's start on the defensive side of the football. Coach Lane has had to really shuffle guys around in that secondary. We just had all kinds of injuries back there. In fact, more changes tonight. Naz is going to move back to strong. Naz is going to play strong safety tonight. Naz Wybar, and we're going to see Caleb Young, who's going to make his first start tonight. He's going to number 34. He's going to play free safety tonight, and then you've got. Then you got Braylon Jenkins on a corner, and he's going to be matched up against Braden Johnson, the leading receiver for East tonight. That might be a fun matchup to watch.
Well, look, I listened to what Coach Alessio was saying, and as a coach, you got to be, confident in your kids' abilities and what they can do and can. Look, I'm not confident that Jenkins is going to be able to do it by himself. Hopefully, they're not planning on playing man, because I feel like Braden Johnson will eat us up if we decide to play man. So the look to stop Braden Johnson, I think, is if you play man, you need to have a safety over the top. So essentially I would play a cover 2 set with the linebacker setting under it just in case he runs an underseam route, and you can jump in front of it and pick it off. But it's going to be difficult to stop this kid because he's very intelligent on the field. He's not just fast and strong. He will set down. If he sees a spot that he knows is open, he'll set down and wait for his quarterback to find him and just throw it to him, and then he'll make a play on it. With
and Amadi Johnson, their quarterback, he'll try to stretch the defense a little bit. Mm-hmm. However, they will throw, kind of like what we like to do, just throw it out there in the flat and give our guys a chance to make a play.
Well, yeah, and that's when you got to have a linebacker who spies essentially the running back. There's going to be some of those dumps, and that's what's good about their quarterback. He understands, listen, my first read, the shot down the field, it's not there. My second read, the slant, not there. Third read's not there too. All right, well, my safety net, my running back, throw it into the dumps. Let him do what he does. He makes all those reads, and he has the intangibles necessary for them to be successful tonight. So for Lincoln, Coach hit it on the head. Darbo's going to have to have a big night tonight. He's going to have to get some pressure on that quarterback. And I hate to say it, but even if he is within a step of hitting that quarterback and he releases the ball, hit him anyway. Even if you get the flag, I get it, hit him anyway. Why do you hit him? Because then he knows I'm on your butt all night. And he's going to get happy feet, and he's going to have to make some decisions. It's just a part of the game. It's something you're going to have to do. Another part that's going to play into it, secondary. You're only as successful as who you have on your D-line or who you have playing in your secondary when you're talking about defense. You can either have great cover corners or you can have great edge rushers, and they kind of go hand in hand because if you don't have good secondary, you need to have edge rushers that can get off the corners real quick to get back there and make a play. But if you have both, well, then it's a little different because if your quarterbacks and your DBs can play and give enough time, it gives Darbo enough time to get back there to make a play on the quarterback and get a sack. And
I think the big thing tonight, Larry, we just can't have – I mean, we've had several times this year where the opponents had receivers that were they're like the Maytag repairman out there.
Yeah.
I mean, they were lonesome, and we just cannot have blown coverages tonight.
That's the sad thing, Todd. Compared to a lot of the receivers we've seen this season, they don't hold a candle to this kid over at East, and so he could really make us look stupid tonight if we're not on our game and we're not paying attention. And that's really the key for the game is to shut down that passing game because they have a decent running game, but their focal point is pass the ball. They're pass first, run second, and we're going to have to get after it. We have the I want to say the prototype or the formula to stop them, and we have the players to do it. But we need to be on our aim game tonight, and that's really going to drive us to be successful as long as we're on our game tonight.
All right, well, we've got an update. Connor Bergloff going down and checking with the administration here at Lincoln, and players and fans are going to be allowed to come into the stadium here in about 13, 14 minutes or so, about 6:50. And then at the 7:15, it is senior night. They're going to announce the seniors at 7:15, and then we'll have our national anthem and all of the I don't know if the band is still performing tonight or not, but the national anthem will be at 7:25, so we'll have kickoff around probably 7:30 or so. So that's our update here from the stadium. We are, in case you're just joining us, we are in a weather delay. We've had heavy rain. We've had thunder and lightning, and every time you have a flash of lightning, it is a 30-minute delay. And so we are looking at about a 7:30 kickoff right now, folks. And so we will plan accordingly. Let's get into Larry. We kind of touched on it a little bit here. Let's get into our game preview tonight. Let's take a look. First of all, at the Lincoln offense, and look at the Lincoln offense this evening is presented by Christian Edwards Print and Graphics at 2700 Bell Avenue. Specializing in superior customer service, Christian Edwards never settles for good enough, and they are more than just a printer. Well, you heard what Coach Alessio said about that. Talking about they believe in what they're doing. It is a good offense. It's a good offense. You ran it. We're just not first year of this offense, Larry. We're just not executing it right now.
Well, yeah. I mean, the one thing you got to understand about the wing T offense is good handoffs, good tosses, great design when it comes to blocking schemes and time, because it takes time to develop those counters and those crisscrosses and those jet sweep motions. All that stuff takes time to build up, and it also has to factor in how your team plays. So when I say how your team plays, how they move the ball. If you can have a good balance of run pass in this offense, because it's predominantly a running offense, but if you can get a nice run pass offense, you can be very successful, because with all the moving parts that goes into it, it makes it very difficult to key on one player. Now, with that being said, if you're having an off night and you're trying to run those counter crisscrosses and your linemen aren't getting at least 1 to 2 yards, down the field, and they're actually getting into the backfield as you're trying to do those tosses and stuff, it can get ugly real quick for you. And if you get off, I want to say off time, it becomes very easy to figure out what you're going to do. So, like, prime example, for a 3rd and 18, for whatever reason, because of our penalties, there's a couple of options. We're either going to fullback toss up the middle, or we're going to try to take a shot at a tight end down the seam. I mean, that's usually what we do in that kind of situation. So if you're not on time and if you're not running 50-50, then it becomes very easy to figure out what you're going to do next, and depending on the situation.
Yeah, can't be one-dimensional, can't be behind the sticks. I mean, those are just two – that's a death sentence to the wing tee, isn't it?
It really is. And I would think that tonight what they will do is play off of this great receiver and just basically come up and make a tackle, essentially. Don't try to play.
We're talking about the Lincoln offense right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying as a whole. But, yeah, I mean, that's what they're going to need to do to be successful against this team, because if they can't stop him, they're going to have to score pound for pound with this team. They're going to have to come down, East scores, then they're going to have to score. And they're just going to have to stick with him all night, because he's going to be very difficult to stop.
Well, East has given up 42 points a game. We'll get you look at the yardage that they've given up, the rushing, 296 against Roosevelt. They gave up 267 against Ottumwa. They gave up 314 against Marshalltown. Now, they only gave up 122 rushing against Waukee Northwest, but Waukee Northwest threw for 285 and 6 touchdowns. Mm-hmm. And then Norwalk only rushed for 146, but Norwalk threw for 283. Mm-hmm. And then last week, City High only ran for 169, but City High threw for 323 and 5 touchdowns. Now, we're not going to throw for 300 yards tonight, but
we have to.
But it speaks.
But
what I'm trying to say is, is look, they're vulnerable to the run if we can execute tonight.
But as you look, there are some of those teams that they played that they had substantial passing numbers, but their rushing numbers were minimum. So is that because East was just able to shut that down and they had to go to the passing game, or were they looking at just coming in to throw the ball real well?
Probably a little bit of both.
Yeah, because we don't have that luxury, right? We have a decent quarterback, but they're not always in step when they throw the ball. So if we can't run the ball, well, then what does that look like? So, I mean, there's a lot of questions that will have to be answered tonight. I think we're up to the task. It just depends on what Lincoln Railsplitters team shows up tonight.
All right, well, let's visit with offensive coordinator Dan Goebel. Talked to him earlier today. These were his thoughts about the matchup tonight. Dan, it's been a couple of weeks of offensive struggles, certainly finding our way into the red zone and getting it in the end zone. East, the opponent this week, what do you see with them defensively?
I truly believe that we line up very, very good against them. I think the things that we do really well, I think they struggle with at times. And so we're going to do our thing. And once again, it will come down to, will we shoot ourselves in the foot? Will we have turnovers? Will we have penalties? And I think if we can take care of those things, I think we'll be in the end zone not once or twice, but quite a few times.
And you look at the Urbandale game, we had some drives, especially early, Dan, but like you say, we get behind the sticks with penalties, and then the turnover bug bit us.
Yeah. In every team that we've played against, other than Indianola so far, we've moved the ball at times, but usually, like you said, you look up and all of a sudden now it's 3rd and 40, and you're like, what happened? But once again, I think if we take care of the ball, penalties, turnovers, I think it'll be a 4-quarter game and we'll be there.
Dan, I thought Dom had a couple of good moments. I mean, we're talking about a small sample size here, but I thought he had a couple of good moments against Urbandale.
Yeah, he made some pretty good decisions. He read his first and secondary receivers, and then he threw it accordingly. And when he does that and delivers on time, I think he does a pretty good job. So hopefully he'll do that again this week.
All right, Coach, thank you and appreciate the time.
Thank you. Have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon.
Offensive coordinator Dan Goebel visiting with us here earlier today, talking about the matchup on offense tonight. So we'll see how it goes. I agree with you, Larry. I think if we can just when you're trying to stay not trying to get behind the sticks, obviously you got to have good play on first down, right? And our third down conversion this year is not good. It's 29%. But I would suggest to you, and I haven't had a chance to do this, but I would suggest to you if you broke it down as compared to 3rd and 3 as compared to 3rd and 8, I think our percentage 3rd and 3 is a lot better, obviously, than it is at 3rd and 8.
Well, yeah, I mean, and, there are some programs at every level. It doesn't matter if it's 3rd and 19 or 3rd and 15. They have a play for that, right? But we're not built that way. We have to stay on time. 1st and 5, 1st and 10, and we get to 2nd and 2 or 2nd and 3. Anything over 5, essentially, we're good. But once you start to get down to 3rd and 8 and 3rd and 9, we just don't have the plays nor the talent to always get out of those kind of situations. And putting ourselves in that situation is not a recipe for success, but for failure. And I just hope that is something that we're paying attention to, essentially.
All right, well, I agree with you, sir. That's a look at the Lincoln offense here tonight against the East defense. Serenity, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll talk about the Railsplitter defense here tonight. We are in a weather delay. Lincoln and East, we've had some lightning and thunder and thunderstorms here, but I don't think it's raining. If it's raining out there now, it's very light, but I think we're going to try to have football. We'll try to have kickoff for you somewhere around 7:30 tonight is what the game plan is. It is senior night. The players are going to come back out on the field and start warming up here in about 5 minutes, and then at about 7:15 we'll have our seniors introduced to the fans here that will have hopefully wandered back in by then, and then national anthem 7:25 kickoff around 7:30. So that's kind of our timeline here at the moment. We'll come back. We'll talk Lincoln defense. Lincoln and East here tonight from Mediacom Stadium. We'll return. You're watching Lincoln Railsplitter football on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
Now celebrating 20 years in the automotive repair business, Lynn Automotive is quietly taking great care of their customers with quality general engine repair work and brake repair work. Lynn Automotive specializes in finding those electrical diagnostic problems that aren't easy to find. Air conditioner trouble, need new tires? Roger and Matt Lynn can take care of it. Stop in and see them at 1712 Southeast 1st Street or call 515-282-2812. And remember, if it's broken, Lynn Automotive can fix it. Christian Edwards Print and Graphics is more than just a printer. They're a partner you can count on to help you leave a lasting impression. Their team of experts spanning over 40 years works to understand your needs and develop strategic solutions to help you succeed. Service sets them apart. They never settle for good enough. From apparel to posters and postcards, packaging and promotional items, large format to fine print, Christian Edwards can help you reach your audience with projects of all shapes and sizes. Call them at 515-280-9765. Since 1944, the Build Lincoln Hire Club has had one goal: make Lincoln High School better. A nonprofit agency whose funds have played a major role in every improvement project at Lincoln High School, BLH gets its funding from concession stand sales, volunteers, membership dues, and the rail shop. And all the money going to support the students at Lincoln High School. To become a BLH member, go to buildlincolnhire.com. For over 47 years, locally owned Chicago Speakeasy's been serving succulent prime rib, hand-cut steaks, seafood, pasta, chicken, ribs, chops, and sandwiches. And with their famous salad bar featuring over 40 homemade items, there's definitely something for everyone. The cozy and casual atmosphere, combined with the legendary food and service, makes the Speakeasy a place you'll bring your friends and family again and again. Open Monday through Saturday, Chicago Speakeasy at 1520 Euclid Avenue.
You're listening to the Build Lincoln Hire Club pregame show. It takes just $15 to be a BLH member. For more information, go to shop.buildlincolnhire.com. Let's go back to the field. Here is Todd Guessford and Larry Gamblin.
And we are back here at Mediacom Stadium, and they have just made the announcement that coaches, players, and fans can come back into the stadium here. So we'll get the teams out on the field here. They'll start warming up, and we're going to have football for you, folks. We promise. It'll be 7:30 roughly is when the kickoff will be here tonight. Senior salute, and we'll try to carry that for you live at about 7:15. All right, it's time to take a look at the Lincoln defense as our game preview continues. And a look at the Railsplitter defense is brought to you by Tamiya & Sons Restaurant and Catering. Great Italian food and a bocce ball court in the back. Stop in at 1501 Southeast 1st Street and say hi to Lincoln grads Joe Jr., Mario, and Louie. All right, Larry. Well, we've talked about it a little bit already tonight, but let's sink our teeth into it here. You mentioned Johnson, their quarterback. He's a pretty decent player, and we'll have to. He can throw it. Obviously, 11 touchdowns is a concern. Braden Johnson's his favorite receiver, and he comes in and. Jiminy Christmas, this kid has 54 catches for 810 yards and 8 touchdowns, man.
I mean, it's impressive. It truly is. But it's not surprising, for me anyway. I think about all the great East receivers like Brandon Brown, sorry. He was an electric receiver, and the Samas and all those guys. They just breed very fast and very talented, skilled players. And in this game.
They always have speed at East, don't they?
Yes, they do, yeah. And in this game, it's going to be a challenge. It truly is. I mean, in order for us to be successful, Darbo has to have a game. Like, he has to come off that corner and just decapitate that quarterback on every single play he can, and he's got to get some help from his friends.
Introduce himself anyway, right?
He's got to get some help from his friends, too. It can't just be him. The secondary is going to have to play bully ball, and they're going to have to get in these receivers' stuff. Be aggressive with them. Force them to have to make a move and make a play down the field. The more pressure you put on those corners and the more press you put on those corners gives Darbo more time to get back there to make a play. Also, another person, I don't know if he's going to play a lot of defense tonight, Jetta Herbert. Jetta Herbert can get real good pressure on quarterbacks from that linebacker position when he comes on the when he comes through in the blitz between the A and the B gaps. He's just that guy when it comes to that. He's very aggressive, and it causes a commotion in the backfield. So if you can get Darbo coming off one end, line up Jetta at the opposite end playing linebacker and hitting one of those holes, you can do some damage to this East offense because they don't have an enormous amount of skill position talent. They have a few players that are just like, hey, listen, this is the guy. If you can shut that guy down, you're going to force some of these other players to have to make a play, or you're going to force that quarterback to run. And, I mean, he can make some moves. He can get out of that pocket. But if we're talking about him outrunning Darbo, I'm going to take Darbo over him any day.
All right, well, let's caught up with defensive coordinator Ramel Lane yesterday, and here's what Ramel had to say about tonight's matchup on the defensive side for Lincoln. Ramel, the task tonight is East, and, they're a team that you look at their formations and some of the things that they do. What do you see?
I think they're a fairly balanced team. I think they would like to be able to pass the ball. I think that's where they're most effective, when they're able to pass the ball. But they are pretty balanced. I think we got to be prepared for both the run and the pass Friday night.
Their quarterback, watching him on tape, Ramel, he's impressed me kind of when the play breaks down, he takes off and gets yards. Is that a concern tonight?
Yeah, I think he's a talented football player and probably the best football player on their team. He's able to run the ball. They have design runs for him, but then, like you said, when plays break down and he needs to, he's able to make plays on his feet and be effective there.
What are you looking for from your defense tonight? The Urbandale game, we had a pretty good first quarter, but we just couldn't sustain it. What are you looking for tonight?
Obviously, we're looking for 4 quarters of football. We didn't have any last Friday, so we got to get back to getting some takeaways. Those are key for us defensively and for our team to be successful. So we need to play 4 quarters of football, but then also take the ball away.
Defensive line, Darbo and some of his teammates, they were active, and we did get some tackles for loss against Urbandale.
Yeah, say MK's grown a lot throughout the season, but that was kind of a personal one for him coming from Urbandale from last year. But yeah, all those guys up front have grown this season, and we're looking for a big night for them this Friday against East.
All right, Coach, thanks for the time.
Thank you, Todd.
Ramel Lane, defensive coordinator, visiting with us, and boy, you watch East warm up, man. They look faster in person even than they are on tape, Larry.
Well, I mean, Todd, look at their line. I mean, the size that they have is just impressive. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're all talented, but they are certainly big and can get in the way.
Well, they go up front. They have up front. They have Mason Cook Vasquez, 6'2", 240. He's the left tackle. Jesse Flores, 6', 275 is the left guard. Max Castellano, 5'11", 270. Sophomore is the center. Carter Straw Most, 5'11", 230, a sophomore at right guard. And Damian Zanders, 6', 275, a junior at right tackle. So yeah, they got some big dudes. We'll see how athletic they are, and we'll see how
into it, yeah.
And we need better. Coach Ramel Lane was talking to me this week, and we didn't talk about it on air, but he's looking for better play from his linebackers. He didn't feel like we had last couple of weeks, and I think our defensive line was pretty well neutralized by the offensive lines that we were going up against, but he was not very happy with how his linebackers played here the last few weeks.
Well, I'm right there with them. I mean, two of his linebackers I personally coached when they were in 7th grade, and they're just not flowing. They're not hitting those holes. When you're playing linebacker, your job is to read and react. So when you see that gap or you see that hole that is open that you can fill and get in there and make a play, you gotta execute those at a fast pace. They're standing still a lot at linebacker, which is giving these offensive linemen an opportunity to get to the second level and get blocks on them, which in return gives these running backs an opportunity to get 4 or 5 yards down the field, if not more generally. So, I mean, yeah, the linebackers need to step up and make the plays. I mean, you go from week 1 and 2 where they were balling out, very, very productive, getting turnovers, and just the life of the defense essentially to they're just kind of there now. They're not filling the holes. They're not making those plays, not making those crazy interceptions or making the fumbles and getting in the backfield essentially. So, I mean, it's time for them to wake up and make a play because there's not much season left, and they need something to show going into this offseason because I think their linebackers, 2 of them, will be back. And the other one will obviously go on to go off and possibly go to college or do whatever.
And you would agree with Ramel that East is a pass-first, run-second kind of team?
100%. I mean, they are going to come out. More than likely, they're going to come out and probably try to do a run just to throw us off. But after that, they're probably going to pass about 80% of the time. I mean, they have the linemen, and that's the biggest thing. Like, when we're talking about being athletic, generally that stuff matters when you're trying to get down the field and get hats on linebackers. But when you're talking about just setting in a pass set and let your quarterback throw down the field, size matters. The most concerning part that they will have on that offensive line is their tackles. Because when you have edge rushers like Darbo or Armstrong who can get upfield very quickly, you got to be able to move your feet and you got to be able to shift your weight. If they can't do those things, it's going to be a long night for these East tackles in general.
All right, well, that's a look at the Lincoln defense against the East offense. We'll have more time to kind of digest some of this as we get closer to kickoff here. We've got some extra time tonight, but when we come back, Phil Chia, Bailey Johnson were going to join us for the pick segment, but they are obviously busy doing their athletic director jobs right now, so getting everything organized. So we're going to take a break, and we'll come back, and we'll have our Friday night pick segment, and Larry and I will make our picks this week. Got some really, I think, some good games to pick, and we'll come back and do that. We're counting down to kickoff here for Mediacom Stadium, Lincoln and East. We've had a weather delay, but we are going to have some football. We're probably going to kick it off about 7:30, and we'll have our senior salute on the field at about 7:15. So we'll return. More of the Build Lincoln Hire Club pregame show here from Mediacom Stadium. You're listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football.
Brad's Collision Center is your full-service body shop, preventative maintenance, and auto repair center located at 1400 Army Post Road. In business since 1984, Brad repairs all makes and models and works with all insurance companies. And when I need auto body repair, I trust Brad's Collision Center. Give them a call at 515-287-7743. Brad's Collision Center, where perfection is barely enough. At Vision Custom Signs and Graphics, speed, accuracy, and uncompromising quality are the cornerstones of what they do. Founded in 2018, they specialize in creating high-impact yard signs, stickers, decals, and banners using their top-tier tools and equipment. That, combined with the love and passion they put into every sign, is truly what sets them apart. Call 515-809-2264. Vision Custom Signs and Graphics at 5807 Fleur Drive, Suite A. Let's make something great together.
Todd Guessford, Larry Gamblin back here with you at Mediacom Stadium. Serenity Medford is our technical director tonight, doing a great job. Some of the pictures you've been seeing tonight are courtesy of Connor Bergloff, who's running our external camera. Thank you, Connor, for doing that. It is time now for our Friday night pick segment, and it is presented by Brad's Used Cars. Stop in and see Brandon at 1003 East Park Avenue, or call 515-850-1201 to find the vehicle that you have been looking for. Well, last week, Phil went 8-2. Todd was 8-2. Larry was 7-3. Bailey Johnson was a part of the pick segment, and we're going to have him a part of it next year for sure. We'll get him on every week. And Bailey was 8-2. He had a good. He's been a couple of weeks now. He's giving you a run for your money too, isn't he? There,
well,
Larry.
First of all, when he was picking for me, he did crappy. But when he picked for Chia, he's out here doing good things. I feel jaded, man. But yeah, he's definitely giving me a run for my money.
And Bailey will have to have a convo about that. So,
yeah.
But the season standings now, Phil still has a 1-game lead on yours truly. He's 55-15. I'm 54-16. Larry is 47-23. We had a couple of games last night. One of them was here at Mediacom Stadium. Ottumwa came to town, Larry, and they were able to hold off Roosevelt last night, 20-18, and then really no surprise over at Elwood Olson Stadium in Sioux City, where Indianola defeated Sioux City North by a score of 38-0. So let's jump into tonight. Our first game's kind of an easy one. Gilbert, this is a 4A game. Gilbert. RPI of number 4, and they're 7-0. They'll take care of North tonight rather easily in that game. So
I picked Gilbert to win that one as well.
So the Gilbert Tigers. Now let's get into some interesting games here tonight. Ankeny Centennial. They're 12 in the RPI and 5A. They're 4-3. They're taking on Dowling Catholic tonight over at Valley Stadium. Dowling is now the number 2 RPI team. They're 6-1. This is a big game. Big game for both, obviously, but this is a really big game for Centennial tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, Ankeny's football programs over the years have been very impressive and fun to watch. But unfortunately, when you're talking about Dowling Catholic, I mean, that is just, when you're talking about football programs, that is the staple. That is where it gets done. And I just don't think they're going to have enough to get past these Maroons tonight. So my money's on the Maroons.
I agree with you. We'll both take Dowling Catholic there. Waukee Northwest, man, they are 7-0. Larry, I have them 9-0. I'm already projecting them to go 9-0, I guess. But they're 7-0, and they have. I mean, everybody I talk to says they're the best team, and Waukee, the 20th in the RPI, 2-5, the best 2-5 team in the state. But the Battle of Waukees tonight. Got to believe this is all Northwest tonight.
Oh, man, yeah. I mean, when I got there, I was pretty inspired, by the Waukee Warriors program from what I've heard, all the good things about them. And then all of a sudden, next thing I know, Northwest is out here doing its thing. So it's going to be a pretty tough game, I think, tonight. And as you alluded to, 2-5, they are the best 2-5 team that we have seen. But ultimately, I think the Wolves get the win, so I'm running with the Wolves.
I'm running with the Wolves as well. Okay. Here's this is a game that you talked about last week. You said, hey, man, get over to Urbandale. This is going to be a big game tonight.
Yeah.
Urbandale, they're 19th in the RPI, 4-3 overall. They're taking on Norwalk, who is 15th in the RPI, also 4-3 tonight. Man, that big game there. What are you thinking, Larry?
Well, both very impressive offenses, very, very impressive programs. I like Norwalk's stinginess of their defense, though, a little bit more than I do Urbandale's. And so, therefore, I think I'm going to roll with Norwalk tonight.
Wow, taking Norwalk. Okay, well, you know what? I'm going to take Urbandale tonight. I don't know. I just think I think they're going to get it done at home, and I'm going to take the Jayhawks.
Gotcha.
Paul Patterson, Norwalk coach, great friend of mine, but I'm gonna roll with Urbandale tonight.
Hey, gotcha.
Okay, Sioux City East, the Black Raiders, 6-1. They've jumped all the way up to number 4 in the RPI, Larry, and Council Bluffs, Abraham Lincoln, the Lynx are 4-3. They're 18th. They're outside trying to find their way in. That game at Elwood Olson Stadium in Sioux City tonight. I got to roll with the Black Raiders tonight. What do you think?
So that's the tough part, right? So Sioux City is a good program, but I haven't followed their team this season. So then it brings in the question, okay, so is this a legit 6-1? Like, have they played actual contenders, or is this just kind of the teams weren't very good, so you just kind of got by with it? But ultimately, I think in the end, Council Bluffs, Abraham Lincoln, they're kind of in some sense of rebuilding a year. They're not quite what they want to be. So I'm thinking probably the Sioux City East Raiders are going to get the victory tonight.
Okay, we both got Sioux City East. Johnston Dragons, 7 in RPI. They are 5-2. Southeast Polk, 4-3. The best 4-3 team in the state, trying to win the 5A title for the 5th year in a row. Larry, they're 4-3. They're 10 in the RPI. At Southeast Polk Stadium tonight, who do you like?
Well, Johnston's program is just impressive. They got some dogs over there, show up to play every time. But when you're talking about a team that's won, 5 years in a row, and we're getting towards the end of the season when they start to find their momentum, I'm rolling with the Southeast Polk Rams. I just don't see them losing to Johnston tonight. I think this is the time where you get to see them really take off and make that run for the state championship.
And Southeast Polk, if they lose tonight, they probably still could get in with 4 losses.
Yeah, they realistically could, and nobody wants to see that. I'm just going to be real with you. I mean, nobody wants to see that. So, I mean, you hope tonight, and then next week, they just kind of take 2 L's, but that's just unrealistic when you're talking about Southeast Polk.
So who did you say, Larry? Who are you taking?
Southeast Polk.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
All right, I'm gonna take Southeast Polk as well. So another big game tonight at City Stadium in Ankeny. Ankeny Hawks are 5 in the RPI, 5-2 on the year. Valley Tigers 6-1 overall, 3 in the RPI. They've had some great games over the years, and I'm going to ride with Valley tonight.
Well, man, there's a lot of impressive games to watch tonight, man. I wish
I put them all on the sheet
right,
for
yeah,
you.
I mean, there's just some good ones tonight. But yeah, Ankeny Hawks, once again, another very impressive Ankeny program. Been around for years, great coaching staff, great players, sound system. But I mean, you can make that same argument for the Valley Tigers. You're talking about those dogs, right? They come in here and they lay the smack down. So if I'm going to pick between the two, I think I'm going to roll with those Valley Tigers.
Okay, we both got Valley in that game. Here's a game that we don't know a lot about, but it was an interesting game, I thought, from an RPI standpoint. Iowa City West, the Trojans, 6-1. They're 9th in the state in RPI. And the Prairie Hawks of Cedar Rapids, 4-3. Another pretty good 4-3 team, Larry, and they're 13 in the RPI. It's at Prairie tonight. I don't know. I'm going with Iowa City West in this game.
I'm about to say I don't know much about each program this year, but I know Iowa City, which is Iowa Hawkeyes, so they're
heard
close
of them.
to,
Yeah,
so they're closer to the college program. So I'm going to roll with the 6-1 team and go with the Iowa City Trojans.
Okay. College football on Saturday. Penn State Boy, the Nittany Lions, James Franklin fired after 3 straight losses.
I just
Larry,
can't.
what'd you think of that? By the way,
I can't fathom that idea. He's a tenured coach, and he's done some pretty impressive things at Penn State. So for them to fire him because he's had a spell of bad games is just bad management, honestly. Because where are you going to find another coach like that? I mean, yeah, there's a lot of good, impressive coaches out there, but you don't fire a tenured coach like that just because they have one bad season. It leads me to believe that there's a lot more going in that in that program that meets the eye. Now, with that being said, I feel like this is a bad time for the Iowa Hawkeyes to be playing Penn State, because when you talk about a change in leadership like that, the next coach in, he's giving them that chant, that hoorah, that, hey, listen, it's not over yet. We still got a possibility to get into an actual bowl game. So they're going to come out and they're going to play hard against Iowa, and they're going to make Iowa feel them. And I hate to say it, people are going to be mad about it, but I'm going to roll with the Penn State Nittany Lions this weekend.
Well, this game has certainly lost its luster, that's for sure, with the Penn State losing 3 in a row. But I'm going to take the Hawks. I thought they went up to Camp Randall and really put a whooping on Wisconsin last week. So, I think Wisconsin's down too.
Yeah,
but still, they beat them 37-0 up there, Larry.
Iowa always finds a way to disappoint me in some way, shape, or form. When I'm watching the game and I'm like, you know what? After last week in this team, I think they have a good opportunity to be successful in this game. And then what do? They go out there and they just play like Iowa of old that I've never really been happy about and passionate about. In this Nittany Lions program, they need a win, and they're not accustomed to losing. And in their eyes, it's like, listen, let's go in here and let's beat this 4-2 team's butt, to get back on track. Regardless of who our coach is, we still got a season to play. And I feel like it's going to make them even more hungry because they've lost their coach, their tenured coach for years. And it's just crazy to me that Penn State was even reluctant to do this, because shortly after that, they lost one of their top recruits. As soon as they found out that they lost their coach, they lost one of their top recruits. They had to know that was going to come.
Transition is always you always go backwards a little bit with transition of coaches, for sure.
So I mean, while it's devastating for them to lose their coach, I think they win this game.
Okay, well, and we'll get Larry's keys to victory on the Lincoln East game coming up here in just a little bit. That's our Friday night pick segment. We'll take a break. When we come back, we will have Larry Gamblin's keys to a rail splitter victory. Senior night going on here at the stadium. Seniors, football players, cheerleaders, and railettes being introduced and band being introduced here for the crowd here at Mediacom Stadium. We'll take a break. We'll return. You're watching Lincoln Rail Splitter Football.
It's a pet's world, and we're just living in it. That's why your locally owned Pet Supplies Plus has 10,000 products to keep your pets healthy and happy, and they're all at the guaranteed best prices. We know pets can't wait to be spoiled, so we make it easy to shop online and get free same-day delivery. Save money, save time, shop your local Pet Supplies Plus. Find us at the Wakanda Shopping Center in Des Moines and shop PetSuppliesPlus.com. Introducing Brad's Collision Center RV Repair, located at 7384 West Highway 92 in Indianola. Already a trusted and respected auto body and repair business, Brad's Collision Center now does collision repair and mechanical repair, along with general maintenance on all types of RVs. Brad also works on all types of fifth wheel pull behind campers of every shape and size. And they have storage facilities for your RV. Give them a call at 515-808-9001.
Todd Guest for Larry Gamblin back here at Mediacom Stadium. Senior band, football, cheerleaders, railettes all being introduced here before the Lincoln crowd. As we were in a rain delay, but we are going to have some football here at the bottom of the hour. And we're looking forward to Lincoln and East. And all right, Larry, it is time now for your keys to a rail splitter victory, presented by Chicago Speakeasy at 1520 East Euclid Avenue, with their succulent prime rib, hand-cut steaks, and 40 items on the famous salad bar, combined with their superior service A very pleasurable dining experience awaits you at Chicago Speak Easy. All right, Larry, I think we've covered about everything we can cover, but for the fans who maybe didn't catch some of it earlier, let's have your keys to victory tonight.
It's quite simple tonight. Stop Braden Johnson and stop Amani Johnson. Keys to victory for that is heavy pass rush, press coverage, help over the top. Those are the essentials for defensively to execute and stop this offense for East. Offensively, stay on time. Every play needs to be a positive gain versus a negative gain, and minimize the turnovers and minimize the penalties. Do those 3 things tonight, you win the game. That's all it's going to take. And I know it sounds like it's simple, but it's going to be a challenge. There's talent on this team, and they're hungry, and there's always a certain sense of pride when you're talking about East versus Lincoln.
Okay, well, I think that sums it up pretty well. That's Larry Gamblin's Keys to a Victory, presented by Chicago Speakeasy at 1520 Euclid Avenue. Our Rail Splitter starting lineups are coming up. You keep it right here. You're watching Lincoln Rail Splitter football.
State Farm Insurance Agent Brad Van Meters, your local agent, ready to help you protect all the people and the things that mean the most to you. Brad offers great rates on home, auto, life, renters, personal articles, business, health, and pet insurance. And State Farm can also help you with your banking and annuity needs. In the same location for over 25 years, 4229 Fleur Drive in the Wakanda Shopping Center. Give Brad Van Meter a call at 515-256-6480. Robinson's Automotive has been a fixture on Des Moines' South Side since 1977. Offering dependable, honest, reliable auto maintenance and repair service for all makes and models, including foreign and domestic cars, trucks, and SUVs. At Livingston's, they provide only the essential services you need, verifying to the customer through visual evidence to email and directly to your mobile device. Got an issue with your vehicle? Stop in and see them at 5304 Southwest 9th Street or call 515-287-1372.
Todd Guest for Larry Gamblin, Technical Director Serenity Medford, and our cameraman Connor Bergloff with you here from Mediacom Stadium. And seniors being recognized from the various activities here in the fall. It's not just football, it's cheerleaders, it's marching band, it's railettes, it's all of it. And not only does it take commitment from the kids, Larry, but it takes big commitment from the parents over the years to get these kids to all these events.
Well, yeah. I mean, we don't give the parents enough respect and give them enough kudos for what they do. I mean, you think these kids are the ones feeding them? You think these kids are the ones buying their own shoes and sneakers and getting into X, Y, and Z? I mean, no. It's a big part of what the parents do and make it happen and spending the money in order for these kids to get to their off-season trainings and some of the off-season programs that they're doing outside of school. I mean, it takes a big part. And when you see, not just from an athletic standpoint, but let's just talk academics. I mean, that's a big thing too. And when your kids graduate from high school, in a sense, it's a proud moment, as a parent for a lot of reasons because you're happy for your kid, but it's also a proud moment for you because you've done what was necessary to get your kid to becoming an adult and get them out in the real world, and you give them the tools to be successful.
All right, Larry, while we have a moment here, I want to take some time to speak about Alex Richmond, linebacker coach for Lincoln. Alex has Lou Gehrig's disease, and he is not doing very well right now. He is obviously not here, and I know the kids. It's senior night, but I know the kids really want to win tonight for Coach Richmond. Alex, if you're listening tonight, we're thinking about you. We love you, and thoughts and prayers go to you. And I know these kids would really like to win for Coach Richmond tonight.
I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, that's a sad thing.
That's
yeah,
tough.
We're rooting for you, sir. I hope you get better. Yeah.
So yeah, and I just wanted to make sure we got that mentioned that one of the big themes this week is win for Coach Richmond. So that's what these Lincoln kids are trying to do. Well, it's time to get the Railsplitters starting lineups tonight. They're presented by Board and Arrows Pizza. Great pizza and pasta 6 nights a week. Stop in and see Bordy at 6108 Southwest 9th for lunch Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Let's start on offense for Lincoln. At left tackle, Hassan Sirleaf, 6'225", a senior. Left guard, DJ Armstrong, 6'185", a sophomore. The center, Ethan Sanchez, 5'7", 175, a senior. At right guard, Anthony Macarino, 5'9", 215, a junior. At right tackle, Gavin Taylor, 6'3", 185, a junior. The tight end is Max Jones, 6'2", 205, a sophomore. At quarterback, Dom Severino, 6'1", 155, a junior. At fullback, Davon Wesley, 6 foot 170, a junior. At left halfback tonight, it'll be Braylon Jenkins. He will get the start. Braylon, 5'9", 135, a junior. The right half tonight is, we expect that to be, not Adam Kawak tonight, but we expect that to be, I believe it's going to be Jetta Hubbard's going to start, and he will rotate in at fullback as well, 6'2", 185, a senior. The wide receiver tonight, Caleb Young. We're banged up at receiver as well. Caleb, 6 foot 175, and a sophomore. On defense, Damani Wesley is back this week, Larry, but he's just defense tonight. 6 foot 225, a senior. It'd be good to have him back on the defensive front.
It will, but man, in a game like this tonight, I would love to see him at fullback. It opens up those jet sweeps and those counters if you're feeding him up the middle, because you have to have 8 in the box to stop him. He's guaranteed 5 yards on each carry.
But
basically.
Davon, his brother Tank, in too shabby himself.
He is. He's a good back, but he's not Damani.
Well,
I got a
Damani would love to hear it. Yeah. Damani would love to hear you say that.
I got something special for Damani. He's a pretty special back, man. You know, he's a big back, and he just gets north and south really fast.
So Damani will be at one end. At the tackles will be Landon Weber, 5'8", 205, a senior, and DJ Armstrong, 6 foot 185, a sophomore. At defensive end, Muhammad Darbo, 6'1", 210, a junior. The linebackers tonight at Will Backer, it'll be Jetta Hubbard, 6'2", 185, a senior. The Mike backer is Max Jones, 6'2", 205, a sophomore. The star backer, Devon Wesley, 6 foot 170, a junior. At left corner, it'll be Braylon Jenkins, 5'9", 135, a junior. The right cornerback tonight, Ivan Cruz, will get the start. Ivan, 5'10", 150, and only a sophomore. So he's, like I said, we're banged up on the back end.
Yeah,
so we need some really good communication out there tonight.
He is certainly going to have some challenges tonight.
We're going to pause right now for our national anthem. Our national anthem performed by the Lincoln High Pep Band here, marching band. They're just pep because they're not marching right at the moment here. But to finish out the starting lineups for Lincoln, We mentioned Ivan Cruz at one corner. Caden Haas is a strong safety, 5'7", 155, a senior. And at free safety tonight, it'll be Caleb Young, 6 foot, 175, a sophomore. So we are young on the back end of that defense. And that wraps up our Build Lincoln Higher Club pregame show. Opening kickoff coming up next. You're listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football.
Nestled in the heart of Des Moines' South Side at 6108 Southwest 9th, Board & Arrows Pizza radiates warmth and welcomes guests with open arms. With its cozy atmosphere, friendly staff, and a menu bursting with mouth-watering dishes, it's the perfect place to unwind and savor a delightful meal. Open 4:30 to 9 Monday through Thursday and 4:30 to 10 Friday and Saturday. Board & Arrows is also open for lunch Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 11 a.m. to 2. Call 515-287-1607.
On the Railsplitter Radio Network, it's time for the Montgomery St. John Insurance First Half, providing independent insurance to Iowa and the Central Midwest for over 50 years. Call 515-287-2443. Here's the voice of the Railsplitters, Todd Guessford, with the Montgomery St. John Insurance First Half.
And our weather report brought to you by the Dickey Campbell and Sahag Law Firm, PLC, a committed and innovative team of legal professionals focused on aggressively pursuing justice for their clients. And give them a call at 515-288-5008. 69 degrees, our temperature, no wind here. We've had a rain delay, but we're ready for football. And the Railsplitters won the toss, and Lincoln will defer. Lincoln captains Ethan Sanchip, Max Jones out there along with Damani Wesley and Herson Sirleaf. And tonight's captains presented by Knutson Transmission at 4301 Southeast 14th Street. Knutson Transmission for those who want the best. So Tom Alessio wins the toss, Larry. He defers. Lincoln, we're going to see Lincoln on defense right away here.
Yeah, smart play, because depending on, if you can come out here and you get a stop on the first drive, you can set a tone. Not to mention, if you don't get the stop and they come down and score, you're going to get the ball to start the half.
So Salatio Manshishengo will kick it off for Lincoln at the 40-yard line. And deep for the Scarlets will be Jeremy Paz Alvarado. And also back there, I believe, is Cohen Davis, a 5'9", 150-pound sophomore. Opening kickoff presented by Blank Golf Course, located at 801 County Line Road. And here's the kick, and it's over the head of Paz Alvarado into the end zone, so East will have it on their own 20-yard line. Blank Golf Course, 808 County Line Road. Buy that favorite golfer in your life a gift card to play golf at Blank, Grandview, Jester, or Waveland. Give them a call at 515-248-6300. So we'll see the Scarlets on the offense here first. We'll see how the Railsplitters attack it here defensively.
So this is going to be pretty fun to watch tonight, Todd, because, as you alluded to, Damani's back tonight. So you have Damani on one edge, and then you got
MK on the other side.
MK on the other side. I mean, that's going to be very nasty. If they can get a push up the middle, it could be special tonight.
Shotgun formation here for Amani Jones. He has Sykes next to him. They give it to Robbie Sykes, and he gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Max Jones was waiting for him at the 20-yard line.
Isn't that what DC wanted to see tonight? The linebackers haven't done much, the last couple of weeks, so it was good to see Max Jones filling that hole and making a play for, it looks like, a tackle for a loss.
Well, actually, they spot it right at the 20-yard line, so no gain on the play. So it's 2nd and 10. Leo getting some press time for Chris Dow just said Leo Jones, and it's his younger brother Max. 2nd and 10 here. Here's a give to Sykes again, and he gets a yard or two, and that's about it. Damani Wesley came down from his defensive end spot, and so far early, Lincoln controlling the line of scrimmage, Larry, on the first two plays anyway.
Well, yeah, this is what we talked about. East has a higher number of passes than when they generally run the ball, and so subsequently you come into this game thinking that they're going to pass. So, okay, well, joke's on you, Lincoln. We're going to try to run the ball. Well, joke's on you, East. We're going to stop the run.
So 3rd and 8 for East on their own 22-yard line. Receivers to each side. And shotgun formation. Sykes on the left hip of Johnson. Now, Amani Johnson's going to keep it, and he runs up near the 28, 29-yard line. That was a designed quarterback keeper, Larry, and he almost picked it up.
It was a read. He could either hand it off or he could run, and it was perfect because he faked it, and it forced Amani to take that step out there to try to challenge the running back if necessary, and so it gave him that opening in order for Johnson to run up the middle to get a gain. But
short of the first down, it's 4th and 2, and on comes the punt team here for East. Well, is it?
No.
Well, no, looks like they're going to go for it. They've got.
And this is where you got to set your tone.
4th and 2, and now
nice.
Amani Johnson, who also does punt for them from time to time.
He needs to back up.
Kicked it, and Braylon Jenkins came up, signaled for a fair catch, and then almost didn't get out of the way of it, and they will down it. Will East at the Lincoln 32-yard line.
And this is what you wanted to do as the Lincoln program. You wanted to come out and get that 4 and out. So now you set a tone defensively. You're going to force East to have to play their game, which is try to pass the ball. And now offensively we get an opportunity to come down and take the lead after stopping them on the first drive, and we'll get the ball at first half. So if we can execute and score, this is going to be looking pretty prominent from us in the beginning.
So 40-yard punt, 1st and 10 for Lincoln on their own 32. Here's the counter play to Braylon Jenkins, and Braylon breaks a tackle, and he's up across the 40 and gets up to about the 41-yard line. Looked like they had him stopped after about a yard or two game, but he kept his balance, Larry, and picked up some yards.
Well, yeah, that was all Braylon Jenkins right there, and this is something we talked about. That offensive line's going to have to give him some time and get a push, at least 1 to 2 yards down the field, because Braylon's not always going to be able to make that play in the backfield. We want him to get to the next level, and I like to see him against one of those linebackers or those secondary players.
Well, he picked up 8 on first down, so it's 2nd and 2 at the 40-yard line. Hubbard in motion. They pitch it to Jetta, trying to get around the left side. He's got room to run. 45, midfield, down the near sideline. He may go all the way. Jetta Hubbard, touchdown Lincoln. The end zone drought is over. A 60-yard run. I'm looking for flags, Larry. I don't see any.
There's none. That was a very impressive run by Jetta Hubbard. He was very patient coming around that corner. He let his blocks develop, and once he saw that hole, he took off, and there was nobody catching him. That was a great run by Jetta. Great block by his teammates.
So Jetta Hubbard springs it for 60 yards. Lincoln's in the end zone after 2 plays. And it's 6-0. And Salatio Mashingo comes in to attempt the extra point out of a hold from Naz Yaibar and a long snap from Max Jones. Kick is on the way. It's up. It's good. And Lincoln leads 7-0 here, 8:56 to go in quarter number 1. Let's take a break. We'll return. You're watching Lincoln Railsplitter football.
More than 80 years, Cash Saver's goal has been to provide your family with quality products featuring brand names like Best Choice, Always Save, superior selections, and clearly, Cash Saver gives you outstanding quality and great tasting products while saving you money. Located in the Wakanda Shopping Center at 4121 Fleur Drive, Cash Saver is open daily from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. with friendly staff ready to assist you. And remember, Cash Saver saves you cash.
So a good start to this game. Lincoln, after having not scored since the 4th quarter of that 27-point Sioux City North game, they go 2 plays, 68 yards. Jetta Hubbard, a 60-yard touchdown run, and that is your McRae Park Animal Hospital scoring drive. McRae Park Animal Hospital at 227 Southwest 9th, just north of Lincoln High School. Family owned and operated for over 40 years. You and your pets' needs are their top priority. McRae Park Animal Hospital, home of your other family doctor, your veterinarian. Larry, I interrupted you there. What were you going to say?
I wasn't going to say anything except for that's probably the first. I think that's the first breakaway run that Jett has had this season that ended in the touchdown.
That's his longest run from scrimmage for sure. Here's a kickoff taken by the Scarlets, and Cohen Davis is thrown down. He doesn't get out to the 20-yard line. Good special teams coverage there by Lincoln. I think that was That might have been K2 Saw, our homecoming king, who made the tackle there.
Well, this is what we wanted to see, Todd. You see they come down, flying down. Everybody's just gassed up, ready to play, ready to go out there and make a play. We got the momentum on our side. Now we need to execute and get another stop here.
So East has it 1st and 10. They take it on their own 17-yard line. Johnson with Sykes on his left hip, receivers to each side, and he gives it to Sykes. He's bounced around and gets up near the 20-yard line. He ran into a stone wall at about the line of scrimmage, but was able to bounce away and pick up 3 yards. I was starting to say, we thought we were going to get him down on the ground, but it didn't happen.
Well, that's what you want to see, right? I mean, obviously, the initial contact, you want to take him down, but you notice as soon as he bounced, there was 4 other hats right there to make a play on him, and you want to see at least 3 to 4 players in there trying to make a play because these East players are very elusive.
It's a gain of 2 on the play. 2nd and 8 coming up. Lincoln leads 7-0 here. 8:10 to go, opening quarter. Glad you're with us here on the Railsplitter Radio Network. Shotgun again. Now Johnson throws it out, and the pass incomplete.
And that was perfect by Jenkins. He broke on that ball so quick. He was going to go for the big hit, but he let up because he didn't want to get a penalty. So that's something that we'd like to see. He made a smart decision, but able to still make a play on the ball.
Alex Alvarez, the 5'9", 150-pound freshman, was the intended receiver. 3rd and 8 for East on their own 19-yard line. We'll see if Coach Lane brings a little pressure on this 3rd down play. Shotgun formation. Sykes on the left hip of Amani Johnson here. Takes the snap. Wants to throw. Now he's going to try to run and nowhere to go. And he's stacked up back at about the 13, maybe the 14-yard line. There's a flag from the head linesman, and it's
a false start.
I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be illegal formation here against East. Lincoln will no doubt recline. Oh, they're going to pick it up.
Okay.
They're going to pick it up and just going to just keep it. I didn't see who got the tackle for loss there, but it was a loss back to the 15.
Well, there was a couple of players there, Todd. I mean, that front line got 2 to 3 yards in the backfield, which is not something we have seen in the last couple of weeks, so it's a good thing to see. I think because they're having to commit to try to stop these edge rushers, they're having less help in the middle.
So 2 East drives here, Larry, 2 3-and-outs, and Amani Johnson back to kick. And he kicks it off the side of his foot. And it takes a Lincoln bounce. And we'll see where they spot it. It's going to be
great field position.
In plus territory for sure.
Yeah.
And they're going to spot it. I think Lincoln's going to have it on the East 35-yard line. So,
well, they've done what we needed them to defensively so far, Todd. Darbo's getting back there, getting pressure. So is Damani. In the interior, they're not very big in the interior right now that they're rushing, but they are getting push at least 2 yards in the backfield, which is forcing this quarterback to try to make a quick decision, and he's just not able to get it done.
So 1st and 10 for Lincoln. They have it on the East 35-yard line after a 20-yard punt. Here's a handoff, and I think that was that was Naz?
That was Naz Yarborough. How do you say his last name?
Yarborough. He got a yard, kind of the second guy through the hole that time, Larry, and a gain of 1 on the play.
They're going to need to get a little push on these defensive linemen. I'm not seeing much push off of this offensive line. We're going to need to get at least 1 to 2 yards. 1 to 2 yards so your offense can run the way it needs to.
2nd and 9 for Lincoln on the East 34. Hubbard in motion. Here's a give right up the middle to Davon. Room to run. He's going to go down the near sideline. Touchdown, Lincoln. Boy, there was a massive hole off the left side, Larry.
That was a great run.
34 yards for a touchdown.
I think he heard me gassing up his brother, Todd, and he said, hey, listen, I can play ball too. Let me show you how it's done. That was a great run by him. That hole opened up perfectly, and once he seen it, he found that 3rd gear, and he was off to the races.
Davon Wesley, 34-yard touchdown run. You got a sideline warning against East. So that doesn't equate to anything. But here, Lincoln 2 drives, 2 plays, Larry. This time 35 yards. Davon scores from 34 yards out.
We'll see, Todd, and this is where kick is blocked.
And the extra point attempt by Mashinshengo is blocked, and it's a 13-0 game. Go ahead, Larry.
Well, this is where it's going to matter now, Todd, because we are up 14-0 on East. So in return, you're going to see some of these East players kind of lose their cool real quick and try to get us going. We need to not bait into that. We need to play our game and continue to execute. As long as we do that, we'll be fine. Like I said before when we talked, when we run our offense, when we run our plays, we're a very difficult team to beat. And we just have to continue to do what we do best, play our brand of football.
All right, so it's 13-0. We are Serenity. We're gonna keep it right here. I guess we will get the kickoff from Satil here. JJ, as they like to call him. So 6:36 to go here, opening quarter. Lincoln has a 13-0 lead. 60-yard touchdown run from Jetta Hubbard. 34-yard touchdown run from Davon Wesley. And Mashengo's kick is
out of bounds. Hey, we like to see that. Not.
So East will get it at their own 35-yard line is where they will start.
So that's going to give East excellent field position to start this drive, but hopefully our defense is just continue to bring the house and make plays.
So the Scarlets have it 1st and 10 on their own 35-yard line. So we've already had a couple of Airport Chiropractic chunk plays in this game. A 60-yarder from Jetta Hubbard and a 34-yarder from Davon Wesley. If pain's preventing you from living your best life, call Dr. Tom at 515-285-4000.
Well, how impressive, Ty. We go 2 weeks without getting any points on the board, and within the first quarter we have 13. That's what we like to see.
And East needs a timeout here to get organized on offense. So Serenity, let's take a break. 13-0 Lincoln leads. We'll return. You're watching Lincoln Railsplitter football.
Dickey Campbell and Sahag Law Firm PLC is a committed and innovative team of legal professionals focused on aggressively pursuing justice for their clients. Located in Des Moines' East Village at 301 East Walnut Street, Suite 1, the lawyers at Dickey Campbell and Sahag Law Firm PLC can be reached at 515-288-5008. A Southside landmark, Smitty's Tenderloin Shop makes the best tenderloins in the metro. Just ask CityView. They voted Smitty's the best tenderloin for 10 years running. The secret? They're made from scratch every single day. Try them along with the burgers, the made-from-scratch onion rings, fries, and cheese curds. When you call 515-287-4742, you can dine in or order online. Smitty's Tenderloin Shop at 1401 Army Post Road. Smitty says, eat a tenderloin.
Back here at Mediacom Stadium on 1st down, Amani Johnson, the quarterback for East, carries the football. And he gets up to about the 37-yard line where Hassan Sirleaf makes a stop.
Yeah, the defense is looking good so far. We're holding up pretty well. We just got to keep it going. Keep playing our brand of football. Don't get out of our lanes and just continue to execute.
So 2nd and 8 for East. This is their 3rd possession of the game. They've had 2 3-and-outs so far. 2nd and 8 at the 37. And Pays Alvarado is in the game at running back, and he carries the football, and he gets up across the 40, up to about the 42, maybe the 43, where Max Jones and
this is one of the
Gabe
things
Cruz make the tackle.
I'm sure that their defensive coordinator was talking about, and their position coach. As a linebacker, you don't want to wait and catch. And on that play, Max and his comrades at linebacker, none of them took steps forward. They were all standing there waiting for the running back to come to them, and you just don't need that.
3rd and 3 for East on their own 42-yard line. Pays Alvarado on the right hip of Johnson here on this third down play out of the shotgun. Here's a slant pass over the middle, incomplete, intended for Cohen Davis. And Naz Wybar came up and let Cohen Davis know he was in the area. That may have affected that catch a little bit.
Well, I've been paying attention out there, on the outside at Braden Johnson, trying to see what he's doing against Jenkins. And Jenkins is holding his own out there. Braden's getting open, but the problem is that defensive front is getting back there so quickly that Johnson doesn't have time to make his reads to make the throws down the field. So they just need to continue to do that.
East coach Josh DeWard in his second season going to go for it here on 4th and 2 on his own 42-yard line. Here's Johnson, throws it out. He's got a receiver. Catch is made. Just a little sit-down route up at about the 48.
So that, Todd, that's what you call situational football. Understanding it's a fourth down, and it's fourth down and short. Your corner should be playing press. They shouldn't be playing off. And by them playing off like that, that receiver took 2 steps and turned around. And then the DB would have to come at least 3 more yards to execute a tackle, and in return, he's already has the first down. So we need to play some situational football in those situations.
Alex Alvarez made the catch for East. He got it up to the Scarlet 49-yard line. 1st and 10 for East on their own 49. 3 receivers to the far side, shotgun formation. And now Davis in motion across the formation. Amani Johnson fakes, wants to throw, being chased. Now looking, throws downfield, and it's incomplete.
It was a great read, actually, by Johnson down the field, but he threw it behind his receiver.
Malik Williams.
Yeah, and we just so happened to make an amazing play on the ball.
Caleb Young was dangerously close to
Yes,
PI there. That was,
yes, he was.
That was almost early contact.
If the receiver would have forced himself to come back through him, then it would have been an easy pass interference. Well, that's just something that comes with experience as you get older.
2nd and 10 for East on their own 49. Lincoln leads 13-0. 4:49 to go here in this opening quarter. Shotgun again. Johnson pays Alvarado behind him, and he gives it to Jeremy, and he gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Lincoln, Max Jones having a first quarter, isn't he? They had another tackle right there. Gabe Cruz was also there, and he had help from Handy and Darbo.
Well, screw all those players. It was Darbo who handled business. He got back there, and he did something that I've been teaching kids to do for years, and they don't always listen. He got a push on that tight end, and he just waited for that running back to come to the hole, and he filled it. I mean, it was very impressive to see.
No gain on the play. 3rd and 10 at the 49, and now a stoppage. And let's see. Ivan Cruz is out there on left corner. I don't know if he's got an equipment problem or blood on the arm or whatever, but he comes out for a moment, and Lincoln has to make a substitution here. And
who better?
Adam Kawak, he's been dinged up this week, Larry. Yeah. He's not 100%. And
I'll take him at 80%. I mean, he's a very talented kid.
So he's in the game. They stop to make the substitution. 3rd and 10 at the 49. Shotgun formation. Johnson wants to throw, rolling to his left, being chased. Now he's trying to run with it, and he's thrown for a loss. It's a sack.
Attaboy, Max. Good play by Max and Darbo making that play. That's what we like to see. We need to see that all night.
A loss of 4 back to the 45-yard line.
This is what we were talking about, though, Todd. It's a very passionate game when you're talking about East versus Lincoln. You can show it's showing on the field tonight. Lincoln showed up to play.
It is 4th and 14 for East on their own 45. Johnson is in punt formation for the Scarlets. And Braylon Jenkins is deep for Lincoln. Another kick off the side of his foot. Now I know why Coach DeWard was trying to – he had J.T. Giefer doing some kicking last week. Now we know why.
Oh, man, it makes sense because Lincoln's been in great field position this whole game. And once again, they have a great opportunity to drive down this field in positive field position and put another score on the board, which is, something we want to see. And how about that? That'll be 20 points in the first half if they can drive down this field and score first half, first quarter.
Well, that was an 11-yard punt. And Lincoln has it, 1st and 10 on their own 39-yard line. Here's a give to Hubbard. Jetta trying to run around the left side. He's got a big hole. He's going to go all the way. Nobody there. Hubbard.
Don't slow down.
Just go in the end zone. And he goes and scores. He slowed down. Just act like you've done it before. And Jetta Hubbard scores. 61-yard touchdown run, and Lincoln leads 19-0. I loved every part of that play except the last part of it.
Right, yeah. Yeah. He's lucky he didn't get a penalty.
So Jetta Hubbard, touchdown runs of 60 and 61 yards.
Yeah, it was an excellent run. He was very patient. He let those blocks develop. I'm glad that he's starting to get that as far as that kind of dynamic when he's running the ball.
But once he got outside, Larry, nobody was there.
No, I mean, and he didn't even hit third gear. He coasted into the end zone in second gear.
Railsplitters are going to go for 2 here on this PAT, and now a flag comes out. And I don't know if Lincoln did not, I think they may have had a little bit of indecision as to whether or not they were going to go for it, and they have a delay of game called here. So another airport chiropractic chunk play, this one of 61 yards and a touchdown for Jetta Hubbard, who has 2 scores in this first quarter. He now has 7 touchdowns on the year. It's 19-0. And Railsplitters have the offense out on the field here, and they will go for 2. And now we have Tom Alessio wants to talk about it further. I don't think they were quite organized on what they wanted to do here. So we'll take a 30-second break. We'll come back. It's 19-0 Lincoln, and this is Railsplitter football on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
Are you looking for that perfect gift for the favorite golfer in your life? Well, why not purchase a gift card from your Southside City of Des Moines golf course, Blank Golf Course. Gift cards are available 7 days a week from sunrise to sunset, and a gift card is good to go for golf at the other 3 city golf courses, Waveland, Jester, and Grandview. For more information, call 515-248-6300 or stop in at Blank at 808 County Line Road. If you're in need of affordable and reliable auto care, look no further than Brad's Complete Auto Care, located at 1001 East Park Avenue. Whether it's oil changes and brakes all the way to fluid flush and component replacements, diagnostics, vehicle inspections, and more, Brad's Complete Auto Care could do the job for you and get you back on the road with peace of mind. Stop in or give them a call at 515-957-4271.
Back here at Mediacom Stadium, Railsplitters went for 2. They had the delay of game penalty, so that moved them back to the 8-yard line. Then they went for 2. They tried a counterplay with Kawak, and that did not work. So it is a 19-0 score here with 3:05 to go in this first quarter. So the McCray Park Animal Hospital scoring drive, 1 play, 61 yards. Jetta Hubbard with a 61-yard touchdown run. So Lincoln has 3 drives, 3 touchdowns. East has 3 drives and 3 punts, and the first 2 were 3 and out. So definitely, if you're a Railsplitter fan, what you were hoping to see here tonight. And Mashengo kicks it off, and it's taken at about the 5-yard line by Pays Alvarado, running to the near side, and he gets up across the 20. Jetta Hubbard put a hit on him at about the 20-yard line, and he got up to about the 22, maybe the 23 before he was stopped. But good special team coverage again, Larry.
Well, yeah, that's what you like to see. Everybody's flying down their lanes and making a play without committing a penalty. I think that penalty is probably against East. And, there's some enthusiasm out there. There's some passion. There's some aggression. You want to keep that going throughout this game because it seems to be riding the rails in this first quarter.
Holding is the call on East. Our officials tonight, Martin Woods the referee, John Turner's the umpire, Chris Reindl is the head linesman, TJ Reindl is the line judge, and Rudy Evertson is the back judge. So they will mark off the penalty against the Scarlets here. And they will start 1st and 10 on their own 12-yard line. We have 2:57 to go here in quarter number 1. Johnson brings him up, and he has Jeremy Pays Alvarado, I believe, in the backfield next to him. Williams in motion. No, it was Sykes back there. Now here's a handoff, then the flea flicker, and intercepted by Naz Yaibara.
That was
about
a great
the
read.
38-yard line. The pass was slightly underthrown to Cohen Davis, but boy, Naz was right where he needed to be, Larry.
He was right in his hip pocket, running with him stride for stride down the field, which is where you're supposed to be as a defender. And if that ball is even a little bit underthrown, it's an opportunity for you to make a play on it. And I know, Todd, you like to see him knock it down because we don't always get it. But, hey, how about one, right?
I'm okay when we catch him. Yeah. I got no problem when we catch him, Larry. That's not – no issues there. So Lincoln has it 1st and 10 on the East 39-yard line. Here's Severino, wants to throw, throws it out, and incomplete. He overthrew Braylon Jenkins at about the 35-yard line. Braylon was open, a good pass. He may have had some room to run there, Larry.
Well, yeah, I was kind of confused. He loaded up like he was going to take a shot downfield.
Right.
It's like he just changed his mind last minute and tried to make the dump, but he didn't transition his arm to where it needed to be to make that pass.
2nd and 10 for Lincoln on the East 39-yard line. Railsplitters lead 19-0. 2:44 to go here opening quarter. Man in motion is Jenkins, and they give it to Davon that time, and he's stacked up and thrown for a loss. Boy, good penetration right there by Lance Williams, their 5'11", 230-pound defensive tackle. He busted through and dropped Davon for a 2-yard loss.
Well, believe it or not, Todd, that's been an issue all game, and the score doesn't tell you it, but that's because we've been beating them on the outside. Our offensive line is not getting any push in this game. We've just been able to hit the holes on the edges.
So 3rd and 12 for Lincoln on the East 41. Here's a pitch to Jetta trying to run around the left side. Same play he scored on twice.
And there's a flag.
And he gets down inside the 35, but a flag comes out back at the 39 in the area of holding. And I would imagine East would take it because with the gain, Lincoln would only have about a 3rd and 4 coming up here. And it's a block in the back is what it is. So they will spot it.
Yeah, he called it on Davon. Davon was making a block on the DB on the outside, and DB tried to rip away and get away, but Davon didn't let him go fast enough before the ref could see it.
Spot foul back at the 39. It moves it back to the 49, so it's technically a penalty of 8 yards. And Lincoln looking at a 3rd and 20 coming up here on the East 49-yard line. Man in motion. Here's the pitch to Yaibar. Naz wants to throw, throwing down the field, and he threw it behind Caleb Young, who had gotten behind his man, but the pass was not on the mark.
Yeah, and that's something we've talked about. You know, those kind of plays, you got to practice those on at least 3 to 4 times per practice. If that's something that you're going to consistently keep in your offensive play scheme, and you can just tell that they don't practice it enough because they're always kind of off when they're trying to make that play and make that throw. So I don't know. I think that's something that I would be very sometimey with or utilize it more during practice.
4th and 20 for Lincoln on the East 49. Railsplitters going to go for it here. They have receivers to each side. Now Jenkins in motion. Here's the counter play and looking for some place to run. That time was Naz Yaibar, and there was no place to run. In fact, he may have lost a yard back to midfield. So East We have the penalty, Larry, that sets us back, and we end up turning it over on downs.
The penalty kills us, but what also kills us is we're one-dimensional right now. Yes, our running game is working, but that is the only thing that we are doing is running the ball. We had that one pass, and it wasn't executed, so now automatically East is like, well, they haven't proven that they can throw the ball yet, so we're just going to load up the box with 8 men in the front. And when you try to run those counter crisscrosses, it's very difficult to get enough hats on each defender to make a play, and especially if your offensive line's not getting any push off the line.
1st and 10 for East. They have it at midfield. Minute 40 to go here in quarter number 1. Receivers to each side. Sykes is the running back on the left hip of Johnson here, who wants to throw, and he's throwing downfield looking for his man, and it is knocked away down there. That pass intended for Jamel Heilman.
That was a great play by Yvonne Cruz. He was in that hip of that receiver. So even if the receiver was to start to pull away with him, he could stride with him right there down the field, and he was in perfect position to neither A, knock that ball down, or possibly make a pick. Excellent read by that cornerback.
So 2nd and 10 at midfield. Scarlets come up. They have 2 receivers to the near side. Williams in the slot, the tight end on the left side. Here's Johnson on a quarterback keeper, and he got maybe into Lincoln territory, maybe down to the 49, 48.
This Lincoln defensive line is playing stingy football tonight. They're only allowing you, if any, 1 or 2 yards per carry, and that's something we want to see. We know how good of a passing team that this East program is, but Lincoln is saying, hey, we are just as good on the back end, and we're going to force you to try to make a play. Unfortunately, you haven't been able to, and we're going to continue to bring the pain and shut this down.
Max Jones, he's had a big first quarter, Larry, and on another tackle right there.
He's playing hard. He must have heard me talking trash.
3rd and 9 for East on the Lincoln 49. Sykes the back on the right hip of Johnson here. Receivers to each side, and now
timeout.
East coach Josh DeWard wants to talk about it here, so we will take a break. Let's take a 30-second break here, Serenity. It's 19-0 Lincoln leads. We'll be right back here on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
The Des Moines Southside Hy-Vees, Fleur, Southridge, and Park Avenue locations are more than just proud sponsors of Lincoln High School athletics. Your neighborhood Hy-Vee is a full-service grocery store. It's a bakery, a deli, a pharmacy, the meat market. Hy-Vee caters. There's the floral department and so much more. And don't forget about the quality Hy-Vee brand names, which along with using your Fuel Saver card, saves you money. Shop Hy-Vee at 4605 Fleur Drive, 1107 East Army Post Road, and 3221 Southeast 14th Street.
Lincoln Railsplitter Football on the Railsplitter Radio Network is brought to you by Lynn Automotive, Christian Edwards Print and Graphics, the Build Lincoln Hire Club, Chicago Speakeasy, Brad's Collision Center, and Vision Custom Sign and Graphics. Let's go back to the field. Here is Todd Guessford and Larry Gamblin.
3rd and 9 for East on the Lincoln 49. And Johnson wants to throw, looks over the middle, and the pass was tipped at the line of scrimmage. And was that Darbo that got a piece of that, Larry?
Yes, it was. Big Daddy Darbo. I'm telling you, this kid is very impressive. He comes off that end so fast, and he gets good pressure. It's very hard to block him with just one defender. And it's a good thing that he got back there and he did and got the hand on the ball, because Braden Johnson, he was striding down the field, and he was in perfect position to catch that post route and run for a touchdown.
So it is 4th and 9 for East on the Lincoln 49. They will go for it. Johnson wants to throw, and he's sacked by Darbo, who comes running in from his right defensive end spot.
Good job.
And he gets the sack. That for Darbo, that is his 7th sack of the year, Larry. Lincoln takes over on downs.
He is a very special kid to have. Lincoln, they were basically given a gift this football season by having such an impressive edge rusher. He's so fast, so strong. If you have a guy like that on your team, it forces other teams to have to create double teams to try to stop him, which ends up opening up a lot of spots for your other defensive linemen on your defensive team.
32 seconds to go in the quarter. Lincoln 1st and 10 on the East 34. Here's a give to Davon. He's in the secondary. 30, 25. And he jukes a man, and he's inside the 20 down to about the 16, where J.T. Giefer saved the touchdown.
Well, that was an excellent block by Hassan Reddick and DJ Armstrong. They opened up that hole, and it was just like the water that they just parted the seas, and I could have ran through that hole. That was just an impressive run, impressive block by this Lincoln front and this Lincoln running back.
A Airport chiropractic chunk play of 28 yards, 1st and 10 at the 16. Here's a give to Davon, and this time he is stacked up. Boy, Malik Williams.
He was waiting.
Said, fool me once
on
me, fool me second time, or on you second time on me, and he was waiting for Davon that time.
Well, yeah, he was literally standing there waiting for Davon to come around that corner, and as soon as he had him, just wrapped him up in the backfield. Impressive play by East's defense.
First quarter's in the book. Let's take a break. 19-0 Lincoln leads. We'll return. You're listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football.
Your Des Moines area transmission experts, Knutson Transmission, has been serving Des Moines and the entire state of Iowa since 1951. Their quality, reliable, and honest work, combined with their integrity and reputation, has made them second to none. With the best products from top quality vendors, the guys at Knutson give you the assurance of being back on the road as soon as possible. At 4301 Southeast 14th Street, give them a call at 515-285-7561. Knutson Transmission, for those who want the best.
You're listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football on the Railsplitter Radio Network. Brought to you by Pet Supplies Plus, Brad's RV Repair Center, State Farm Insurance Agent Brad Van Meter, Livingston's Automotive, and Borden Narrows Pizza. Let's go back to the field. Here is Todd Guessford and Larry Gamblin.
19-0 Lincoln leads East here. And Larry, you look at the quarter breakdown for Lincoln this year. Here's a stat for you. Lincoln has scored just 8 points in the second quarter of the entire year. They scored 8 points against Roosevelt in the first game. They haven't scored again on the second quarter against anybody. Let's hope that changes tonight.
Well, yeah, I mean, they've had a very impressive first half, so we'd love to see that continue in the first quarter.
2nd and 11 at the 17. Here's a handoff, and running with it is Adam Kowak, and Adam is inside the 10, and he got down to about the...
You said he was banged up, Todd?
Well, he's bum ankle is what I was told.
Bum ankle my butt. You see him coming around that corner. Yeah, you got a bum ankle. You ain't coming around the corner like that. That was an impressive run, even though it was for a short gain.
Well, and they got him down at about the 9-yard line, so it's a gain of 8 on the play. So 3rd and 3 for Lincoln. And
Severino just couldn't find a spot to get there.
Dom tried to sneak it forward, and he got back to the line of scrimmage. Actually, they spotted him back at the 10-yard line. It's a loss of 1. So Lincoln facing a 4th and 4 coming up here on the East 10-yard line, and they will obviously go for it. Caleb Young is the receiver wide to the left. Pistol wing tee here on this 4th down play. Here's a handoff to Davon. He's got a big hole off the left side, and he didn't get all the way in, but he got down inside the 5, down to about the 1 before they were able to get him on the ground. And, man, that blocking off that left side there with Sirleaf and DJ was, man.
Yeah, they're opening up those holes quite big at this moment. For a minute there was a little struggle, but on this drive, they are really opening up these holes for these running backs. It's very impressive. And look who's coming into the game, just what I'd like to see, Damani.
Must be senior night. 1st and goal for Lincoln on the East 1-yard line. Damani Wesley coming in. What do you think number 0 is going to get the ball here? Well, no, they've got him lined up. Lined up in the slot here.
I was going to say he should. He's the best running back on the field.
Jetta Hubbard is in the game. And also in the game is Mohamed Darbo in the game.
It looks like a big backfield is what they have going on.
Yes, it does. Kind of like a tank formation or something.
Yep.
And timeout called here, I think, by Lincoln. With 10:18 to go here in this first half. So coming up at halftime, we will have our State Farm Insurance agent Brad Van Meter first half scoring summary. We'll get you our Southside Hy-Vee Store's first half MVP. Larry and I will take a look at the first 24 minutes of this game. But we're also going to have a special guest up here at halftime. Boys basketball coach Connor Chiano will come up, and he's working the chain gang across the way. And Connor will come up, and we'll visit with Connor coming up at halftime. That's all a part of our Vision Custom Signs and Graphics halftime report. I'm not sure who called that timeout, Larry, but both, was it who? Lincoln. The Serenity tells me it was Lincoln, so both teams with one timeout here. First and goal for the Railsplitters on the east 1-yard line. Severino with Hubbard behind him, and Dom trying the quarterback sneak, and he did not. Now they're trying to push him forward, and that's not working either. Dom, he didn't get very low that time, Larry. He was kind of stood up, and he got stood up.
Well, the problem is East was ready for it. They got all their big dogs on the line right now. And so just in the interior, I see about a 250, 260 just sitting in that area. So I would say just because they're doing that, fake the handoff up the middle and toss it and let Jetta or one of your fastbacks beat one of those players to the corner.
Damani Wesley comes out of the game here. Second and goal for Lincoln on the east 1-yard line. Severino, now some confusion. Darball's in the game. They're telling MK where to line up here. Here's a pitch out to Hubbard. Jetta off the left side. He's in easily, untouched for the touchdown. Jetta Hubbard with his third touchdown of the game. And Lincoln has a 25-0 lead with 9:24 to go here in this first half. And now we have a flag comes out in the end zone. Davon Wesley, what was he doing in the end zone, man? Just
looks like it's going to be on us.
Man, just
let's see.
Davon was doing something in the end zone that the officials didn't like. I'm not sure what it was, but it's going to be unsportsmanlike probably on Lincoln. And it is. That's the first unsportsmanlike penalty of the night. So the seal has been broken, huh?
Well, let's hope Coach Alessio just, has a conversation with the young man and says, hey, listen, we're not about that. We've had a discussion about this. I need you to play Lincoln football. Don't put us in bad situations,
So, Salatiel Mandashengo with the PAT. It's up. It's good. And it's 26-0 Lincoln. 9:24 to go first half. We'll return. You're listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football.
It's a Southside landmark that keeps going strong. Henry J's Taco House, located at 2924 Southwest 9th on the corner of Southwest 9th and Virginia. Henry J's Taco House is celebrating over 50 years in business. Now, Henry J's isn't just famous for their tacos, burritos, and enchiladas. Their sausage sandwiches made with Graziano sausage may be the most popular of all. Open 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Henry J's Taco House. Stop in and see them.
So the Railsplitters go 44 yards in 7 plays. And Jetta Hubbard with his third touchdown run of the game. And Lincoln, after the extra point, kicked through there by Mashinshengo. It's 26-0. 9:24 to go here in the first half.
Yeah, Lincoln, for the most part, minus that personal foul, have played a pretty good first half. So let's continue to play smart football and continue to rock this joint.
JJ will tee it up. They marked the penalty off on the kickoff, so he kicked from the 25-yard line. Here's the
great play.
Kickoff taken by Trevor McKean, a 6'1", 195 senior, and he was undressed up at about the 37-yard line. Did you get the license plate there, Larry?
34 was the one who hit him, and that was
Caleb Young.
Yeah.
So 1st and 10 for East They have it on their own 37-yard line. Split backfield with Amani Johnson here on this first down play. Pays Alvarado and Sykes are both back there. It's a handoff to Pays Alvarado, and he gets up to about the 45-yard line. Looked like he had more room than that. Caleb Young came up and made the tackle. I thought, man, if he had a little more north and south running there, he might still be running, Larry. Good job by Caleb to come up and get him.
Well, yeah, Damani, he just got too far upfield past the left or the right tackle on the defender, and which opened up a hole for the East running back to make a play.
A gain of 8 on the play. 2nd and 2 at the 45. Here's a handoff to Sykes, and he is up near first down yardage, up at about the 47. I think they're going to give it to him. Caden Haas on the stop. Darbo was there as well, along with DJ Armstrong.
That was an excellent call by the East coaching staff, to start off with a couple of running plays, try to get some offense rolling. Now we need Lincoln to step up and make a play, get off the field.
So Sykes picks up the first down. East drive continues. They have it 1st and 10 on their own 47-yard line. Split backs with Johnson here, who wants to throw. Throws it out and incomplete. He was trying to hit Cohen Davis on a slant route, and Evan Handy, the linebacker, stepped right up in the passing lane there, Larry. And did he get a piece of that?
He did. He tipped it. It was excellent coverage by the Lincoln defenders, and it's even better by Damani Wesley getting back there, getting pressure on that quarterback, so he had to throw the ball a little early.
So it'll be 2nd and 10 at the 47. Split backfield behind Johnson here. Receivers to each side. Takes a snap, gives it to Sykes, that's Pays Alvarado. He gets up to about midfield, maybe into Lincoln territory.
Yeah, he got about 1 or 2 yards on that run, and you see these Lincoln defenders flying to the football. They're getting back there and trying to make plays, and these defensive linemen are pushing these offensive linemen at least 1 to 2 yards in the backfield beyond the line of scrimmage, which is giving the linebackers an opportunity to take 2 steps up. So when they are meeting these running backs in the hole, it's usually for a 1 to 2 yard gain, or if any at best, it would be a tackle for a loss.
3rd and 6 for East. They have it on the Lincoln 49. Sykes got 4 yards on that last play. Split backfield here on 3rd down. And Johnson takes a snap. Rushes on. And
there you go.
And Damani Bear got him back there. He had a piece of him. I was about ready to say he was going to throw him to the ground, but Johnson, to his credit, got away enough to get the pass away. But, boy, Bear came out of nowhere, didn't he?
Unfortunately, though, that should have been grounding because he got the ball away, but he was still within the quarterback's pocket, and he didn't throw it very far. It was within 2 to 3 feet of him, so it should have been intentional grounding.
DJ Armstrong had his hands on it there, but he was not able to make the pick.
No.
So 4th and 6 for East on the Lincoln 49-yard line. Split backfield. Johnson, now flags come out on this 4th down play. We've got a false start, I believe, on the Scarlets here.
That's good because Lincoln was not ready. They had defenders running on the field last minute, and East tried to catch him slipping and try to get a quick one, but he didn't make sure all of his teammates were ready to go.
So now it looks like the Scarlets will bring on the punt team here. And we haven't seen Braden Johnson, their star wide receiver, in the game here of late, Larry.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. He hasn't had many
targets in this game. Yeah. Here's Johnson with the punt, and that one is a little better than the others he's had. It does end up taking a Lincoln bounce, and the Scarlets will down it. Lincoln will have it on their own 17.
Well, back to what you were saying, though, Todd. The quarterback hasn't been getting much time to set up those deep balls to Johnson, and I haven't seen him try to do any quick slants or screens just to get the ball into his hands. So be expecting those here soon because he's their best athlete on the field, and it'd be kind of crazy to see him not get a single catch or run this whole game.
So Lincoln will have it 1st and 10 on their own 17-yard line here. 6:57 to go first half. Pistol wing tee, and now all kinds of discombobulation going on here. And I think this will cost the Railsplitters 5 yards. Problem there was only half the offense knew what the snap count was there, Larry.
I don't know if they
or did any of them know it?
Well, I don't think they called a penalty, Todd.
Okay, what'd they do?
I think they just called a dead ball because they didn't move it.
Okay, well, they didn't, so. Well, actually, they did move it back to the here's a Severino, and he is submarined back at about the 9-yard line. What happened was they ran the play, and they just gave Lincoln a 3-yard loss on that last play.
Oh, because he kneeled. That's why. Okay.
And then Severino was swarmed under on the second down play, and now Lincoln is looking at a very unpopular 3rd and 18.
Well, this is what we don't like to see, Todd. We always want to stay on time. And when we get into these situations when they're 3rd and long, we don't usually bode well.
Severino lost about 5 yards on that last play. 3rd and 18 at the 9. Here's Dom. I'm not sure what the plan was there. Looks like a mistake in the backfield that time because Severino and Dom's upset. Somebody zigged when they were supposed to zag that time, and it's another loss back at the 6-yard line. So that possession, the Lincoln offense going in reverse, Larry.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting a little comfortable with this lead, but they need to continue to keep their foot down and their gas on the pedal on the gas because it's very easy for this popular offense to get going, and they can score points quickly.
Gabe Cruz standing about 8 yards deep in his own end zone here. He's going to punt. And he gets it, the snap, gets it away, and it bounces at about the Lincoln 27-yard line. Railsplitters are down at the 27 or 28. So it was about a 21-yard punt there. And East will have it. 1st and 10 on easily their best field position of the night, Larry. They're going to have it 1st and 10 on the Lincoln 26.
Yeah, hopefully Lincoln can get a stop here because they're in perfect position to go down and score.
So we'll see what the Scarlets do. Heidelman is in the game. He is the receiver to the near side. Sykes in the backfield with Johnson here. They have Malik Williams as the up back on this first down play. And here's Amani Williams rolling to his left, being chased. Ball deflected and almost intercepted. Evan Handy tried to make a diving grab at about the 30-yard line. Pass was deflected. Who got the paw up, Larry? I didn't see it.
I didn't see who deflected the ball. I was too busy watching Braden Johnson lined up on Jenkins. And Jenkins is playing that ball very well. He's playing an inside shoulder on that receiver. And the thing that is making it difficult for them to get the balls to Johnson is that these Lincoln pass rushers are just getting there so quickly, and he has no time to develop. Or to set up, I should say.
2nd and 10. For East on the Lincoln 26. Cohen Davis in motion, and now we have a false start here on the Scarlets. So that will make their offensive task here a little more difficult. Yeah, I haven't seen Braden Johnson out there, their wide receiver. Haven't seen him.
Came back. He's came in and out, but they are shutting him down. There's so much pressure in the backfield that Braden's actually running good routes and he's getting open, but the quarterback just doesn't have enough time to get him the ball.
So 2nd and 15 coming up for East on the Lincoln 31-yard line. Cohen Davis in motion to the near side. Shotgun. Here's a bad handoff between Amani Johnson and Pays Alvarado, and Jeremy has to fall back on it, back at about the 34-yard line. So that's a loss of 3 more yards.
Well, yeah, no matter, how it happened, that's what we want to see. We want to see them continue to back up because they're in good field position. And where they're at right now, I feel like they might go for it if they don't get it on this 3rd and long. So expect a quick run because they're expecting to go for it on 4th down anyway.
3rd and 18 at the 34. 3 receivers here to the near side. Shotgun formation. Johnson wants to throw, steps up, being chased, and Damani had him, couldn't get him.
But Yarbo cleaned it up.
Darbo and Davon got him on the ground, back at about the 43-yard line.
Very impressive, very fun to see. I'm loving this Lincoln defense and this Lincoln offense tonight. I love them playing as a whole. I hope they continue to play like this all night.
That's a loss of 9 on the play. So good immediate pressure there by Bear. He got in there right away.
Yeah, and then you see, this is what I'm talking about with the cleanup. Darbo was right behind him when he slipped off of Bear. He didn't have enough time to make a play because Darbo was right there.
Johnson looks like he's in punt formation, and he is. And the punt was partially blocked by the Railsplitters. And now Lincoln picks it up, and here's Max Jones running with it on the near sideline, and he's out of bounds into East Territory. Now a flag comes out behind the play. Damani Wesley may have been the one that blocked the punt, and then Max picked it up at about the 35-yard line and ran it into East Territory. Now let's check out the flag. May have had some extracurricular activity behind the play here, and it's against Lincoln. One of those, if there's you can't go headhunting, Larry.
No, not anymore. Not like you used to.
And that's what the penalty is. Unnecessary roughness against Lincoln here.
Yeah, you got to be familiar with the rules these days because a lot of the stuff that flew back then, it doesn't fly anymore.
Well, that rule's been around, I'll tell you, for a while.
It has. It really has. I'm just giving the kid a pass.
So Damani got the block, but after the penalty, that wipes out Max's
decent return.
Return. Lincoln has it on their own 25-yard line here. Hubbard in motion. They pitch it out to him on the rocket. Jetta got away from the first guy in the backfield, but can't get away from Malik Williams, and he's going to be thrown for a loss back at about the 20. We'll see where they spot it. Looks to be about a yard loss back at the 24.
Yeah, the East defenders were actually looking for that play. They all flowed very well and gang tackled on Jetta because we all know it's very hard to take Jetta down one-on-one.
So -1 on the play. 2nd and 11. Jenkins in motion. Here's Severino. He faked it to Braylon, and then he just got swallowed up back at about the 18-yard line. I'm not sure what was supposed to happen there, but that was a loss of 5 more yards.
I think he was going to fake it and then stand straight up and let him pass. And then he was neither going to pass it or he was going to take off himself. But that East front 5 weren't fooled by it.
3rd and 16 for Lincoln on their own 19-yard line. Here's a handoff to Davon. He's got room to run. He breaks the tackle. 30, 35, 40. Hops a man up across the 40, up across the 45, up to about the 46.
That was a great run by Davon, bouncing off defenders. Just impressive, tenacious run, just gritting it out. It was a very good run to see.
He picks up big yardage up to the 46. That's an Airport Chiropractic chunk play of 27 yards. And they will move the sticks on 3rd and 16. Davon picks up 27. Injured East player down on one knee at the 47-yard line, and that is Levi Sickles, one of their inside linebackers. So Lincoln keeps the drive going here on the 27-yard run by Davon Wesley. 1st and 10 for the Railsplitters on their own 46-yard line. Clock stopped. Now it's running. 1:48 to go here in the first half. Confusion here. Braylon Jenkins coming off, and Jetta Hubbard in the game here. Here's a give to Kawak. Adam, room to run, 40, 35, and dragged down at about the 31-yard line. Adam Kawak, they ran the reverse to him.
It was a very impressive run. The hole opened up very well, very patient. He gave time for his blockers to get in front of him to develop so he can continue to stride down the field. Very good look by this offensive line and very good run by the Lincoln running back.
An Airport Chiropractic chunk play of 23 yards. Lincoln 1st and 10 on the East 31-yard line here with a minute to go in this first half. Railsplitters lead 26-0. They want more. Caleb Young wide to the left. Pistol wing T. Jenkins in motion. They pitch it to Braylon. He wants to throw it for Hubbard, and the pass was behind Jetta. He had to turn around. He almost made a great catch down there on the sideline, but couldn't quite pull it in.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, those kind of plays frustrate me because that would be impressive if they worked on it more. They need to work on it more. It shows those plays are open because of all the motions and everything that they're running, that these defenders' eyes are in the backfield. But if you can't make the throw, it doesn't really matter.
Clock stop with the incomplete pass. 47 seconds to go in the half. Chaz Thomas is in. He's wide to the left. Here's a fake the inside counter. Braylon Jenkins kept it. He faked it, the double counter there to Hubbard, and Braylon kept it, and he got a few yards inside the 30 down to about the 28. Lincoln will burn their last timeout here with 34 seconds to go. So that time they faked the double handoff there, Larry. I'm not sure what you guys used to call that, but
we never faked the double handoff, so I'm not sure.
Somehow I did not know that was coming.
Yeah, we kept it simple.
Well, Braylon said, "Nope, Jetta, not giving it to you. I'm keeping it." And they don't work like, the running lanes there. They didn't look like they were that close. So maybe a good decision by Braylon right there.
Well, yeah, because in the end he still ended up with a positive game, and that's what you want ultimately. Obviously, you're playing a clock game right now because you're trying to get a score before the half. But in that situation, you just get what you can get.
So Lincoln facing a 3rd and 7 on the East 28-yard line. Severino with Yaibar in motion. Here's a give to Davon, and Davon was stacked up immediately. Boy, good play by Lance Williams. Their defensive tackle. He met Davon in the hole, Larry, and he wasn't going anywhere.
Well, that was a smart play by him because if he's not there to fill that hole, Davon's still running. He was the only defender between him and Davon essentially scoring a touchdown.
In fact, they say Davon lost a yard on the play. Yeah. It's 4th and 8 for Lincoln. And we have a timeout called here with 19 seconds to go. Both teams are out of timeouts now. We'll keep it right here. We mentioned we'll have our Vision Custom Signs and Graphics halftime report, and a part of that happy first half report will be Connor Chiano, boys basketball coach, going to make the long trip up here from the sideline across the way. He's on the chain gang over there. So we'll look forward to talking to Connor here at the halftime break. Lincoln with a 4th and 8 on the 29, and we're going to have a field goal attempt here from Salatio Mashashengo. He is going to try looks like to be a 47-yard field goal attempt. Now he's got a leg, Larry. I don't know if he's got a 47-yard leg, but he's got a leg.
Well, listen, he sucks at the short kicks, but, from what I hear, he's pretty impressive when it's long distance, so let's see what he can do.
He's a great soccer player.
That's what I hear.
Wybara will hold. Max Jones will be the long snapper here. We must be waiting for the TV timeout to end. I'm not sure what we got going on out here, but Martin Wood trying to reset the play clock, I think. Smashengo will try a 47-yarder right here. Come on, JJ. He's only a junior.
Nice.
Yeah, we gotta be waiting for the TV timeout to end. I didn't know I didn't know ESPN was here tonight, Larry. I didn't know that.
It's the game of the week, Todd.
So Lincoln will, whenever we have the snap here, and Martin Wood talking with Naz and Salatiel. And then they're going to spot it now at the 36, making it a 46-yarder. Nobody had any timeouts. I'm not sure what the delay was, but here we go. 46-yard field goal attempt. Good snap. Ball is down. Kick is up. It's on the way. And it's good.
Good kick.
46-yard field goal by Salatiel Mashishengo. And it's 29-0. Man, that's great.
That was a heck of a kick.
It didn't clear by a lot, but it cleared.
Exactly, and that's all that matters as long as it cleared, Todd.
So Lincoln's lead is 29-0. I know Tom's been wanting to give Salatiel a opportunity to do that in the game, and
yeah, it was very impressive. That was a beautiful kick.
A great kick.
All that trash I've been talking about him all season. Hey, listen, young man, that was an impressive kick. It's still no Brett Culberson, but it was a great kick.
Yeah. You just you got to keep bringing up Shaggy all the time.
That's the man, man. You know, nobody kicks like him.
So the Lincoln drive. Railsplitters went 54 yards, and they went in 7 plays on a 46-yard field goal by Salatiel Mashishengo. And JJ will kick it off, and he drives it deep, and it's over the head of the East defender, and that was Trevor McKean. He a little dangerously let it go over his head about the 15-yard line, hoping it would go into the end zone, and it did. So luckily for him.
Exactly. Key being luck.
So we'll see what Josh DeWard wants to do here with 21 seconds to go in the first half. Lincoln dominating this game here. They lead 29-0. And Larry, we have scored a total of 10 points here in the second quarter to get off that schneid, by the way.
That's awesome.
Johnson with split backfield, hands off to Sykes, and he powers his way up across the 25 up to about the. And now we got a fight or something going on over here. A couple of East guys.
Yeah, they were giving him the business on
giving the business to Landon Weber right there. A couple of East offensive linemen.
That was a good job, though, by Weber. He held his composure. He didn't let them get in his head.
So we've come to halftime here at Mediacom Stadium, and on senior night, Lincoln dominating this football game. The Railsplitters lead it by the score of 29-0. Our Vision Custom Signs and Graphics halftime report is coming up. You keep it right here. You're watching Lincoln Railsplitter football.
If you're experiencing pain, you need to call Dr. Tom Schultz at Airport Chiropractic. Making families in Des Moines feel better for over 30 years, the experienced team at Airport Chiropractic offers expert care for neck pain, back pain, headaches, sciatica, and many other health issues. Located at 4214 Fleur Drive, Suite 4, just 1 mile north of the airport, let Airport Chiropractic help you live your best life. Call 515-285-4000. Located just north of Lincoln High School, McCray Park Animal Hospital not only supports the health and well-being of your family pets, Dr. Chris Knabel has been a longtime supporter of Lincoln athletics, watching his 4 kids compete through the years. Family-owned and operated for over 40 years, you and your pet's needs are their top priority, so bring your pets to McCray Park Animal Hospital at 2227 Southwest 9th or call 515-282-0600, the home of your other family doctor, your veterinarian. In the game of life, there's no get-out-of-jail-free card, but D&J bail bonds might be the next best thing. Fast, confidential, and professional, the D&J bail bonds help you get back to your life. From one family to another, you can depend on D&J bail bonds for fast, reliable bail bond services. There when you need them. Call D&J bail bonds at 515-975-4867. Jack's Place Bar and Grill at 6112 Southwest 9th Street is one of the new fun spots to go to in Railsplitter country. Featuring delicious burgers, wraps, tenderloins, and much more, there's always something great to eat at Jack's Place. Combine that with excellent service and a total fun atmosphere, and Jack's Place is a delightful mix of a restaurant and bar. Thursday night is trivia night. Enjoy bingo on Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4, and check Facebook for all updated information, including live entertainment.
The Railsplitter Radio Network at Guestford Broadcasting on YouTube, it's time for the Vision Custom Signs and Graphics Halftime Report. Your vision, their focus. Your number one source for all things vinyl. Call 515-809-2264, and let's make something great together. Here is Todd Guestford and Larry Gamblin.
And we are at half here, 29-0. Lincoln leads East. And this is our Vision Custom Signs and Graphics Halftime Report. The Railsplitters have dominated this first half. Let's check out our first half scoring summary brought to you by State Farm Insurance Agent Brad Van Meter with great rates on all lines of insurance. Stop and see Brad at 4229 Fluor Drive in the Wakanda Shopping Center or call 515-256-6480. Well, the Railsplitters scored first time they had the football. Took them just 2 plays. Jetta Hubbard, a 60-yard touchdown run. The extra point by Salatiel Mashashengo was good, made it 7-0. Lincoln scored the second time they had the football. They were in plus territory. They went 35 yards in 2 plays, and it was Devon Wesley, a 34-yard touchdown run. The extra point was blocked. That made it 13-0. And then the next time Lincoln got the football, 61 yards, just 1 play. Jetta Hubbard around the left end. He scored twice off the left end tonight, around down the near sideline, 61 yards. And the run for 2 did not convert, so it was a 19-0 lead in favor of Lincoln at the end of the first quarter. Railsplitters would score again in the second quarter. Jetta Hubbard capping off a 44-yard, 7-play drive. He scored from 1 yard out. The extra point was good, and that made it 26-0. And then Salatiel Mashashengengo, a 46-yard field goal right at the end of the half, just got over the crossbar. Doesn't matter how much it gets over. It got over the crossbar, and that's where we stand here at halftime. It's a 29-0 total domination by Lincoln here in this first 24 minutes of this game. Well, it is a pleasure, and it is you get to the middle of October, you start thinking about well, this guy's thinking about basketball 12 months a year, but middle of October I start thinking about basketball. College basketball practice has started. It's great to have up here in the booth head boys basketball coach Connor Chiano. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well, Todd. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks for being here, man. I'm looking forward to being back with the Rails, covering basketball with you and Dom. And you're coming off not too bad of a year last year, 11-12, and compared from where you were the first year, and found some more guys that could put the ball in the basket. And tell me how the off season's gone, Coach.
Yeah, we're obviously coming into it with some momentum. I think from year one to year two, we had some success last year, and we really laid out a plan this offseason on how do we not lose momentum. And I feel very fortunate. Our guys have bought in completely, and our offseason attendance has been awesome. That first offseason after year one, we were excited if we had 8 or 9 guys there on any given night, and now. The other day we had 13, and we're like, wow, it's a light night. Where's everybody at? So it's completely shifted. The culture is starting to take its spot. And like I said, the guys have completely bought in, and we lose 6 seniors, but
you got some good guys coming back too.
These young guys are hungry and they're motivated, and they want to make a statement. So they've put the work in, and they're excited to show it here on December 2nd coming up.
Right, and one of the guys I remember from 2 years ago is back. Lionel Parks is back, and he stepped up his game offensively last year. Connor, he kind of struggled his sophomore year a little bit, but he was a lot better last year offensively, wasn't he?
Yeah, he actually led our team in assist to turnover ratio. I think he was our only guy that had a positive assist to turnover ratio. He's put a lot of work in himself. He's so competitive and he plays so hard, and he takes a lot of pride in defending. And he knows he's going to have the responsibility of guarding the best scorer on the other team every night.
Which he took that role on when he was a sophomore.
Yeah, he did. This will be his 3rd year. But he's prepared to take a bigger role offensively and take another step there as well. And like I said, he's put a lot of work in, and I'm excited for him to show what he's worked on.
You got Bryce Page back. He's a young man I remember from a couple of years ago, and I'm just going off of what I remember. But I know some of these names on this roster, and just tell me. I know you're excited. Just tell me about some of your kids you got going to be putting the ball in the basket for you.
Yeah, Bryce Page would be one of those guys. He's been shooting it really well this last month. I think he was 5 for 6 in our last fall league game. So he's really finding a groove from the perimeter. He's a lot more comfortable and confident putting the ball on the floor and making plays off the bounce. And then our juniors are just we're loaded at the guard position with our juniors. Between Brian DeMeyer, Henry Fry, who is Charlie Fry's younger brother, not a center, a guard. Henry Fry, Rico Mann. We're just loaded. They can play fast. They can pass. They can shoot. They can attack off the bounce. Their decision making is getting better. Right? They're young. They're juniors. So the decision making is getting better. But man, I'm excited. Like I said, for them to just show what they've worked on all off season.
Connor, you got Manas Guy back too, if I read my roster correctly, and he's a guy that he can score, he can defend, and he can be physical in there, which you got to have that presence, don't you?
Yeah, Manas is just a worker. Like, he plays hard. I think ideally he'd be a guard. He'd be a wing player. But with our current roster, he's got to play inside, and he's got to play as a big for us. But he's going to rebound. He's going to defend. Like I said, he's just going to play really, really hard, which is exactly what we need from that position. So for him to come back, we're really excited about that.
Looking at the schedule, starts December 2nd, if I'm reading it correctly, with Marshalltown. And
yep.
Schedule's scheduled, Connor, but man, good grief, we're on the end of the year, the back end, man. We got a lot of road games on the end of that schedule,
Yeah, I got to talk to Phil about that.
Yeah, man, I tell you what, I'd schedule something soon with him. I
know. It's definitely front loaded with some home games and back loaded with some away games, but it is what it is. We can't sit here and ask for anything to be easy, right? We want to earn everything we get, so I'm okay with it. Let's go spoil some road games for the other team.
How's the Iowa Alliance Conference looking? Hoover's usually pretty decent. North has some athletes from time to time. Roosevelt, they're all, how's Ottumwa? How's it looking?
Yeah, so that's interesting. North lost a 4 or 5 seniors that were really, really good basketball players and provided a lot for that program. But I know they've got some young guys that kind of similar to ours that are ready to make a statement of their own. Roosevelt just seems like they kind of reload every year. I know they got a transfer from Waukee at the guard position who can play, so they're going to be pretty tough again. And East got a transfer or two, so across the board, I think everybody's getting better heading into this year from last year. So it's definitely going to be tough. Ottumwa I don't know much about, but they always seem to be really competitive. They play hard, and as you know, Todd, going down there is always a toss-up.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and they got a new facility down there too now, don't they?
I know they were working on a new gym.
I've heard.
Sure.
I've still got to get confirmation on that, but I don't think they're playing at Evans Middle School anymore. But I guess I don't know for sure. So we'll find out in February, right? So
yeah, I mean we're not going to be complaining about playing in a new facility, but as much grief as that middle school gave us over the years, it was a fun environment. That community really supports their basketball program. They're loud, they're excited, and they cheer them on hard. So it's sometimes it's brutal going down there and coming back on a bad bus ride, but it's always fun to go down there and leave with a win. So
how will Marshalltown be, Connor?
Marshalltown brings back their leading scorer, and the dude can really fill it up. They were our first game last year, and he was really the only guy we knew on the scouting report. And we said, let's make everybody else beat us, and somehow the dude still got 30. So we didn't do a very good job guarding him last year. Our guys will have a better idea now, and I think they bring back most of their roster. So they're going to be tough. It's going to be a tough first game. I feel better about it being at home and us not having to travel down there. But it'll be a good test right off the bat, which is good for us, and kind of see where we're at and go from there.
And then we go see our old buddy Justin on Friday night over in West Des Moines, So
yeah, that's a fun second game, and he's got a heck of a roster this year, so it'll be a good challenge for us.
And Southeast Polk, Indianola. I mean, there's normally you play like 6, maybe 7 games before Christmas. You got 8 this year.
Yep, which I don't hate. I think last year we had 5. I think the first year we'd only played like 4. So I'm good with getting some games in. Gives us a chance to kind of reset at Christmas break, work on anything we need to work on. And I really like our schedule. We play some of those top teams around the area, which I've been asking Phil, like, we got to play them. We got to play them. We're never going to beat them if we don't play them. So I'm all for it.
All right, well, Connor, I'm looking forward to it. Great to be back with you. Looking forward to it, and we'll go out and we'll get some dubs. Sound like a plan?
That sounds like a plan.
All right,
glad to have you back.
Yeah, thank you, Connor. Great to see you. Yes, Connor Chiano with us, Lincoln Head Boys basketball coach, visiting with us here at halftime. 29-0. Lincoln leads East here at our halftime break. We'll have more of our Vision Custom Signs and Graphics halftime report when we return. This is Railsplitter Football on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
A trusted name in the auto repair business, Amco Transmission and Total Car Care has been doing quality transmission repair for years. Honesty and dependability is what you can expect, and that extends to the Total Car Care. From plugs to wires to oil changes and battery replacement, Amco does it all. And Amco has generous financing and comprehensive warranties to ease your mind. At 3416 Southeast 14th Street, remember the name, AA MCO. Call 515-280-6465. When you want your dinner to be Italian special, To Me and Sons Restaurant and Catering is the place to go. This 4-star restaurant has been treating people to Mama's homemade Italian recipes for over 25 years. Lincoln grads Joe Jr., Mario, and Louie love to give back to schools and churches. They also support Best Buddies and the Diabetes Foundation. Great food for lunch and dinner, and there's a bocce ball court in the back. To Me and Sons Restaurant and Catering at 1501 Southeast 1st Street. When you need it to be Italian special. The Montgomery St. John's Insurance Agency is a locally owned and operated independent insurance agency serving Iowa and the central Midwest for over 50 years. MSJ handles all lines of insurance, auto, home, business, life, and health, and they find the best rate for you. Now located at 1510 Oral Labor Road, Suite D in Ankeny. Give them a call at 515-287-2443. Montgomery St. John's Insurance, proud supporter of Lincoln High School athletics. Looking for a nicer, newer vehicle? Stop in at Brad's Used Cars, your local Southside car dealer, located at 1003 East Park Avenue, where they can help anyone get into a nicer, newer vehicle, no matter your credit situation. Brad's Used Cars has access to over 20 local and national lenders to help you get approved. For fast and easy financing, apply today at bradsusedcarsinc.com or give Brandon a call at 515-850-1201.
Todd Guest Ford, Larry Gamblin, Technical Director Serenity Mefford. She's up here doing the drum roll thing with the students down in below us here at halftime. 29-0, Lincoln dominating this first half here against the East Scarlets. And it's time to select our Southside Hy-Vee stores, I should mention. First half MVP. And folks, we may have, Mr. Gamlin and I may have a little bit of a debate on this one here.
Well, this is what I'm going to say, Todd. Offense wins games, but defense wins championships.
Well, we're trying to get our third win this year, Larry. So,
I know. I know.
But, seriously, I mean, there's obviously a lot of candidates here in the first half.
Yeah.
Jetta's had a big first half. Darbo's had a big first half on defense. Davon's had a big first half running the football.
Very true.
I mean, so, you could make it a 2 or 3 player award. I don't know, but it's.
I think Davon. I think we haven't really given him one this year, have we? And he's had some decent games.
I think we have.
Have we?
I think we have.
I think if I had to pick, I think I would go with Davon. He's kind of the quiet assassin for us. He's coming out here making some pretty big plays. Like you said before, I mean, you can give it to multiple players because the Lincoln team as a whole is playing very well tonight. But I think I would go with Davon if it was me. I don't know about you.
Well, I like what Jetta did right up until the last touchdown he scored, where he slowed down and I just run in the end zone and give the ball to the official and just call it good.
It's very hard for me to give you an award when you make costly plays that can jeopardize your team, and that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Well, we will make it a co-award here with Davon Wesley and Muhammad Darbo. We will make it a co-award with those two here. They are our Southside Hy-Vee stores first half MVPs. With 3 locations at 4605 Fleur Drive, 1107 East Army Post Road, and 3221 Southeast 14th, employee-owned and operated Shop Hy-Vee. And this has been the Vision Custom Signs and Graphics halftime report. Our Montgomery St. John's Insurance second half is coming up. Lincoln leads at 29-0, and this is Railsplitter football on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
Now celebrating 20 years in the automotive repair business, Lynn Automotive is quietly taking great care of their customers with quality general engine repair work and brake repair work. Lynn Automotive specializes in finding those electrical diagnostic problems that aren't easy to find. Air conditioner trouble, need new tires? Roger and Matt Lynn can take care of it. Stop in and see them at 1712 Southeast 1st Street or call 515-282-2812. And remember, if it's broken, Lynn Automotive can fix it.
This has been the Vision Custom Signs and Graphics halftime report. At 5807 Fleur Drive, Suite A, Vision Custom Signs and Graphics is the official banner designer for the Railsplitter Radio Network. Stop in or call 515-809-2264 and let's make something great together. The second half of Lincoln Railsplitter football is just moments away on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
Christian Edwards Print and Graphics is more than just a printer. They're a partner you can count on to help you leave a lasting impression. Their team of experts spanning over 40 years works to understand your needs and develop strategic solutions to help you succeed. Service sets them apart. They never settle for good enough. From apparel to posters and postcards, packaging and promotional items, large format to fine print, Christian Edwards can help you reach your audience with projects of all shapes and sizes. Call them at 515-280-9765. Since 1944, the Build Lincoln Hire Club has had one goal: make Lincoln High School better. A nonprofit agency whose funds have played a major role in every improvement project at Lincoln High School, BLH gets its funding from concession stand sales, volunteers, membership dues, and the rail shop. And all the money going to support the students at Lincoln High School. To become a BLH member, go to buildlincolnhire.com.
On the Railsplitter Radio Network, it's time for the Montgomery St. John Insurance second half, providing independent insurance to Iowa and the Central Midwest for over 50 years. Call 515-287-2443. Here are Todd Guessford and Larry Gamblin with the Montgomery St. John Insurance second half.
And we have some first half statistics to pass on here, Larry, here at halftime. Dominic Shirley getting us some numbers here. Jetta Hubbard, 4 carries in the first half for 121 yards and 3 touchdowns. Davon Wesley, 7 carries for 93 yards and a touchdown. And Adam Kawak had a couple of carries for 32 yards. So some good numbers there for Lincoln offensively.
Oh, yeah, they look pretty impressive on the ground game tonight. You know, just kind of burrowing their way through. Everybody getting a carry, everybody getting in on it. I mean, the team as a whole, offensively and defensively, are playing pretty sound in a way we haven't seen them play all season, and it's a lot of fun to watch.
So Lincoln has about 270 yards of rushing offense here in this first half. So you
not bad at all.
Can't beat that with a stick. So. And the Railsplitters will get the football here to start the second half. So they lead it by a score of 26-0. Lincoln with 6 drives in the first half, 4 touchdowns and a field goal. And East had 6 drives in the first half, and they all ended up resulting in punts. So, and Lincoln has a block kick in the first half. They nearly had a pick.
Yeah, and they played very well.
So,
great numbers for the first half for Lincoln. Only one unsportsmanlike conduct, and that's while we would like to see none, that is pretty good.
Only one for either team, and it was on Lincoln. So that for a Lincoln East game, you got to say that's pretty good, Larry.
It's impressive,
yeah. So Lionel Camarino Cruz will kick off here for East, and Lincoln has Jenkins and Yaibara deep. And it's a onside kick, and I think the Scarlets have it. Lincoln was not looking for that, and
that was a special kick.
That was JT Giefer who came out there. He recovered it. Nice kick by Camarino Cruz, and Giefford recovered it. Josh DeWard's not giving up. Not throwing in the towel, is he?
No, he knows what it is. I mean, hey, East Lincoln, rivalry. Got to pull out all the stops. It was a very impressive kick. Very impressive. Got a good bounce. Got a great recovery.
And there were nothing but white jerseys around that, and they have it on the onside kick. East will have it 1st and 10 on the Lincoln 48-yard line. 3 receivers here to the near side. And Johnson hands it off to Sykes, but flags come out as this first down play unfolds, and we've got What do we have? I think we have offsides maybe on East, or no? Martin Wood checking with his head linesman over there, Chris Reindl. No, it's offsides on Lincoln.
Yeah.
So
we got to get that motor back running on defense now. You got to continue to play the way we did in the first half because, as we alluded to earlier, this East offense, they can score quickly and they can put up numbers through the air.
Well, let's don't mail it in here in the second half.
Yep.
East. So they have a 1st and 5 now at the Lincoln 43. Receivers to each side. Johnson looks it over, has Sykes on his right hip, wants to throw, got it out. Here's the hook and ladder play, and they've got J.T. Giefer, and he is down to about the 30-yard line. That pass was caught by Cohen Davis, and then he just flipped it to Giefer. And boy, you had Josh DeWard saying, hey, man, we're going to throw the kitchen sink at you here in the second half.
Well, all bets off. I mean, 29-0 game, you got to put some points up on the board because – if you look at the score, if they don't score and Lincoln was to score and get a 2-point conversion, that's a continuous clock, and then it kind of dwindles your chances even more.
So that's a gain. That's a pass play of 13 yards. And 1st and 10 for East. They have it on the Lincoln 30. Here's a fake to Sykes. Johnson rolling, being chased, throws it out. Wide open receiver is Malik Williams, and he barrels inside the 20, down to about the 15, maybe the 14-yard line before Ivan Cruz gets him on the ground. But that's a gain of, and now Easter's going quickly. That's a gain of 15.
Yeah, it was just a bad read by Kayvon Wesley. He could have made that pick, but his eyes just weren't where they were supposed to be, and he slipped it in there.
So East has it 1st and 10. They're in business at the Lincoln 15-yard line. And the Scarlets looked like they wanted to go quickly, and now they will huddle up here as Martin Wood, our referee, starts the play clock. So an onside kick, a hook and ladder, and here are the Scarlets at the Lincoln 15.
Yeah, they have no choice. They're going to have to pull out all the stops to get back into this game.
1st and 10. Johnson sends a man in motion. It's Giefer. They fake it to him. Now he throws it out, and it's intercepted. Pass is picked off, and that is picked off by Davon Wesley, and he is going to go all the way, a pick six. That ball was deflected. And there's a flag down, though, back at the Lincoln 11-yard line. About an 85-yard pick six, Larry, but I think it's coming back.
We'll see.
There's a flag
East
down.
is walking that way. But
Laundry down. Officials are talking about it at the East 33-yard line. The pass was deflected. I didn't see who deflected him. It was deflected right to Davon, and then he was off to the races.
So it's clearly coming back, but we just don't know what they're calling.
Oh, I think they're gonna wave it off. I think they were gonna call pass interference, but the ball was deflected. Yeah, they're gonna wave it off. It's a touchdown. And boy, Josh DeWard, the East coach, is livid. The pass was deflected. I think they wanted to call PI on Lincoln, but if it's deflected at the line of scrimmage, that's
all bets are off.
Yep. So Davon Wesley with, I'm trying to measure it out here, looked to be about an 84-yard pick six, Larry.
Yeah, and that should be 35 points. So that's a continuous clock, Todd. So East is going to have to get on their high horse if they have any hopes of trying to get back into this game.
Boy, once he had it, I mean, he was
gone. He knew what to do with it.
There was nobody around him.
I mean, he's one of our better running backs. So he's playing defense. He gets the ball in his hands. He knows how to make a house call.
So Mesh Kashingo is on to attempt the extra point. Try to make it a 36-0 game. Ball's down, kick is up, It's good. 36-0 Lincoln. 10-11 to go here in the third quarter. We'll take a break. This is Railsplitter Football on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
For over 47 years, locally owned Chicago Speakeasy's been serving succulent prime rib, hand-cut steaks, seafood, pasta, chicken, ribs, chops, and sandwiches. And with their famous salad bar featuring over 40 homemade items, there's definitely something for everyone. The cozy and casual atmosphere, combined with the legendary food and service, makes the Speakeasy a place you'll bring your friends and family again and again. Open Monday through Saturday, Chicago Speakeasy at 1520 Euclid Avenue.
On the Railsplitter Radio Network, Lincoln Railsplitter Football is brought to you by Cash Saver, the Dickey Campbell and Say-Haig Law Firm, Smitty's Tenderloin Shop, Blank Golf Course, and Brad's Complete Auto Care. Let's go back to the field. Here is Todd Guessford and Larry Gamblin.
Well, it was Muhammad Darbaugh who tipped that pass, Larry, and Davon Wesley did the rest, 86 yards for the score.
Yeah, it was very impressive.
84 yards, excuse me.
Yeah, it was a very impressive play. Tip off his hands, and Wesley picks it off, takes it to the house.
Pays Alvarado took the kickoff for East at about his own 5-yard line. He didn't make it up to the 20. As good coverage, special team coverage by Lincoln once again. And they're going to spot it at the 17-yard line. So our first pick six of the year. We've had a fumble return for a touchdown this year, but our first pick six, Larry.
Well, you can't beat that, and that's something that you're happy to see from your team. We're towards the end of the season, and you're starting to see, as the kids start to buy in and what it could look like. And this is what it could look like. And you got a lot of kids that are going to be graduating, but you have a lot of young kids still on this team, and they're getting a first-hand look at what this can look like when you put it all together.
1st and 10 for East. They have it on their own 17. Giefer in motion, and they bobble the handoff, he and Amani Johnson, and Amani alertly picked it up and able to run up to about the 18, maybe the yard team, and 18, maybe the 19, and so gets something out of nothing. He picks up 1 yard. And 2nd and 9 coming up. Lincoln leads at 36-0 here. We are in a running clock situation here with 8:37 and counting. 2nd and 9 at the 18. Johnson throws it out down the far sideline. Pass is incomplete.
Deflected. Great play.
And Heilman was the intended receiver. And
who was that? That was Caleb Young.
Caleb Young over there. Boy, he's played well in the defensive backfield tonight, hasn't he?
He's been playing against, at times, their best receiver, and he's been playing shut down corner, playing man-on-man, running with them for stride, which is very difficult to do. So, yeah, he's played an impressive game today.
3rd and 9 for East on their own 18. Clock continues to roll here. 7:50 to go, third quarter. Lincoln leads 36-0. Shotgun formation now. Giefer in motion. They fake it to him. Here's a pass right down the seam, incomplete, intended for Malik Williams. And again, coming up from his safety spot, Caleb Young came up and knocked that away.
So I'm going to give Caleb a nice play, and he got away with one. He got there before the ball got to the receiver. But it was a very impressive play because it distracted the receiver from the ball coming at him. And he did it so subtle that the referees didn't even see it.
And Naz was there as well on coverage. So it's 4th and 9 at the 18. And Amani Johnson, they send receivers to each side. He's the quarterback, so he can kick it or he can run with it. He's been kicking in this formation most of the night. He gets the kick away, and it's a end-over-end kick that goes out of bounds up near midfield. We'll see where they spot it. Up about the 47-yard line, so it is a punt of about 28 yards.
So Lincoln's going to have very impressive field position. See if they can drive it back down the field and execute.
So Lincoln with their first offensive possession here of the second half. They already have a score here in the third quarter on the Devon Wesley 84-yard interception return. Severino brings them up. Pistol wing tee here on first down. Caleb Young, the receiver, on the near side. Hubbard in motion. They give to Jetta, and Jetta gets a yard, and that's about it. East had that walled in pretty well that time. Trajan Parker, their 5'10", 195-pound junior linebacker, made the stop.
That was a great way to start off the play. It wasn't a big gain, but it sets a standard, sets a tone for the offensive line to get rolling again and start getting in there and getting nasty and making some plays for these running backs to get downfield.
2nd and 9 at the East 46. Caleb Young, the receiver, here to the near side. Pistol wing tee. Hubbard's in motion. They give it to Jetta. Turns the corner. Big hole. 35-30. Cuts it back. And he's going to go all the way for an easy touchdown. Jetta Hubbard, 46 yards around the left end. And then he cut it back. Great cutback, Larry. And once he did that, it was all over.
He's running very patient tonight. He's not so quick just to burrow into one of his linemen. He's letting those plays develop, and when he's seeing those holes, he's shooting through them like a missile. Perfect execution, perfect vision running down the field, cut back across the field to make an excellent play. And then what I liked best, when he scored the touchdown, he handed the ball to the ref.
There you go. 46-yard touchdown run. Jetta's 4th of the night, by the way. He now has 9 on the year. It's 42-0. So
there's a discussion, but I'm not sure what is going on.
So Lincoln, their third 2-play drive of the night, Larry, this time 47 yards. And we have an unsportsmanlike against Lincoln. And unsportsmanlike, 2 of them against Lincoln.
Oh.
Man, just act like you've done it before. Even if you haven't, just act like you've done it before.
You know, you can't shoot your team in the foot. Yes, you have a substantial lead, but good practice, makes perfect. You got to act like you've been there.
So JJ on to attempt the extra point, pops it up and through. It's 43-0 Lincoln. 5:18 to go, third quarter. We'll return. You're watching Railsplitter football on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
Brad's Collision Center is your full-service body shop, preventative maintenance, and auto repair center located at 1400 Army Post Road. In business since 1984, Brad repairs all makes and models and works with all insurance companies. And when I need auto body repair, I trust Brad's Collision Center. Give them a call at 515-287-7743. Brad's Collision Center, where perfection is barely enough.
So the Railsplitters go 47 yards on 2 plays. Jetta Hubbard with his 4th touchdown run of the night, 46 yards. And JJ added the extra point. And it's 43-0 Lincoln. 5:18 to go here in the third quarter. Well, it will not be this easy next week, Mr. Gamlin. We'll be at Valley Stadium next week against the Valley Tigers.
It's great momentum going into next week, but yeah, it's going to be a very, very, very difficult game, possibly their toughest opponent all season.
And Salatio Mashingesho kicks it off, but a flag comes out. And Lincoln was kicking back at their own 25-yard line because of the unsportsmanlike penalty and offsides. Lincoln's offsides on a kickoff, Larry.
How is that even possible?
Okay. All right. Well, we were offsides on a PAT 4 times in a row last week.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It's the little things we got to clean up.
So the ball was clear back. JJ's going to put it on the tee at the 20-yard line, Lincoln's 20-yard line. So East has deep men standing at about their 20-yard line here. Here's the run up. And pretty good kick, all things considered, taken at about the 22-yard line there by Trevor McKean. And he has a
decent return.
Yes,
yeah.
he does, up across the 45 up to about the 46. So it's about a 24-yard kickoff return. And East will start 1st and 10 on their own 46-yard line. Well, you want your seniors to have a memorable senior night game, Larry, and we're getting that done tonight.
Yeah, but it's sticking to the basics and the fundamentals of the game.
1st and 10. Here's Johnson, throws it out, and the catch is made by Cohen Davis up at about the 49-yard line for a short game. Braylon Jenkins and Caden Haas were over there. Gain of 3 on the play. So 2nd and 7 coming up. At the 49-yard line. Shotgun formation. Johnson looks it over. Sykes on his left hip. Wants to throw. Slant route is incomplete. And Braylon Jenkins right step for step with Cohen Davis that time, Larry.
Well, they just make it difficult for the quarterback to fit those balls in those little spots. And with the pressure coming on in the blanket coverage, he's having to do his best to get those balls in there, and he just hasn't been able to be successful very often this game.
3rd and 7 for East on their own 49-yard line. Clock continues to roll here. 3:15 to go, 3rd quarter. Malik Williams up the up back on this 3rd down play. Here's a quarterback keeper by Johnson, and he's got big yardage, and he's in the secondary. And they're trying to chase him down, and he is going to go in for the touchdown. Boy, what a run right there by Amani Johnson, because he didn't have clear sailing, Larry. He had to earn that one, 51 yards.
Oh, yeah, he found that second level, and he knew that he had to beat that defender to the angle. He kicked that 3rd gear in and just flew by. Very impressive, very good blocking by his offensive line to give him the opportunity to bust it out to the left side. Lincoln's, they've got some backup players in there and maybe trying to get a couple of seniors in there. So that defense looked a little different than it has been throughout the game.
Lonnie Johnson, a 51-yard touchdown run for East. It makes it 43-6. Scarlets go for 2. Here's the Johnson, keeps it out of the shotgun, and he runs it in for the 2-point conversion. So it's still a 35-point game, but it's 43-8 here with 2:57 to go in this 3rd quarter. So we'll take a break. We'll return. You're listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football.
Lincoln Railsplitter Football on the Railsplitter Radio Network is brought to you by your Southside Hy-Vee stores, Knudsen Transmission, Henry J's Taco House, Airport Chiropractic, D&J Bail Bonds, and McCray Park Animal Hospital. Let's go back to the field. Here is Todd Guessford and Larry Gamblin.
So the Scarlets go 54 yards on 3 plays. Amani Johnson with a 51-yard touchdown run. That's your McCray Park Animal Hospital scoring drive. It's 43-8. And Lincoln, everybody up at the 50-yard line after the onside kick that Camarino Cruz performed very well the last time. Here's a kick, And Braylon Jenkins, what are you doing, Braylon? You got to pick it up.
What is he doing? I'm so
What in the world are you doing? That's an onside kick recovered by East down at the Lincoln 2-yard line. Braylon Jenkins was back there, and he thought he could clearly see the ball didn't go in the end zone. I would like to think he did, and he just stood there and watched East fall on it in the 2-yard line.
Well, this is what we're talking about, Todd, these mental errors. You only shoot yourself in the foot by not staying locked into the game. That's a situation where he's not locked into the game. He doesn't know what's going on the field.
Good grief. First and goal for East. They have it on the Lincoln 2. Here's Amani Johnson, and he fighting his way. Did he get in? No. Now they're trying to push the pile forward, but he got down to the 1-yard line. Boy, that's
stupid.
That's football 101, isn't it?
That's stupid. You know the rules. If it doesn't go in the end zone, it's not considered a touchback. And even in the NFL, even if it does go in the end zone, unless it rolls to the back of the end zone, it's still a live ball.
So second and goal for East on the Lincoln 1-yard line. So this went from being a running clock situation to not here in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, if they score.
Second and goal at the 1. Johnson hands off to the fullback there, and I believe that's either Schillinger or
he's in,
or Tyson Cook Vasquez. Brian Schillinger with the 1-yard touchdown run. And just like that, Larry, East has scored 14 unanswered, and it's 43-14.
Well, a lot of this, Todd, is the mental errors that we talked about. The only reason why it's not bothering them is obviously because they put up a large number in this game. But, stuff like that against Valley isn't going to fly.
Oh, man. This is just
stupid.
I don't know if I've ever seen that.
No, it's a boneheaded play. And that's just showing that he's not locked into the game and what's going on. You don't walk away from a kickoff like that.
You got middle schoolers that know that rule, right?
Listen, if that happened in our locker room, there wouldn't even be anything to be said. During film room, it would just be rewound and played multiple times. You'd get the point. I just don't understand what he was thinking. Clearly, he's not thinking about the game.
Tom Alessio, hands in his pocket. I think Tom's trying to figure out what just happened, too. Man. Well, the procedure penalty here, so East will have to go for 2 from their 8-yard line. Here's Johnson, hands off to Sykes, trying to get around the left side, and he gets in for the 2-point conversion. So Sykes runs it in for the 2-point conversion, and that makes it 43-16.
Well, yeah, and the sad part is, Todd, East is not out of this game. It's only the third quarter. So, if they can have a couple of boneheaded mistakes from Lincoln like that again, they could be right back in this dogfight.
So, Serenity, let's take a 30-second break. We'll come back. You're watching Railsplitter football.
Introducing Brad's Collision Center RV Repair, located at 7384 West Highway 92 in Indianola. Already a trusted and respected auto body and repair business, Brad's Collision Center now does collision repair and mechanical repair, along with general maintenance on all types of RVs. Brad also works on all types of fifth wheel pull behind campers of every shape and size. And they have storage facilities for your RV. Give them a call at 515-808-9001.
Todd Guest for Larry Gamblin back here at Mediacom Stadium, 43-16 as East has run off 16 unanswered. And now Camarino Cruz will kick it off, and he just kind of flips it over the first line of defense. And Braylon Jenkins will field at this time at the 8-yard line, and he comes back up the field, and he gets up across the 20, up to about the 21-yard line. So it's a 13-yard return. And Lincoln
There's
will
a flag
have
on the field.
The flag down, and Jenkins is shaken up, and we have an East player down back at the 12-yard line. D'Angelo Parker made the stop for East. And Martin Wood, the referee, talking to his officials here on what the penalty is. Lincoln has I thought it was Braylon. I have somebody else that's shaken up as well. I think it is Braylon. He's shaken up. They're working on him at about the 25-yard line. Now, Braylon, you think you're going back? You think you're staying in the game, Braylon? No, you got to go to the sideline, man. You got to come out at least one play if they come out to check on you for an injury. Meanwhile, our focus is on the East player that's shaken up down at the 12-yard line. Let's hope that he's okay. And Larry, we mentioned this earlier. We want to give lots of love to Alex Richmond out there, Lincoln linebacker coach, who's dealing with some serious health problems right now, and we certainly want to wish him well.
Yeah, I've had a lot of family members who were diagnosed with that, so I understand that very, very, very heavily. I hope him and his family are doing all right.
Did not see who the East player was that was shaken up, but might have been Jordan Lee, number 3. Thank you, Serenity.
I think I just saw a little bit more thunder or lightning, unless those lights are playing tricks on me over there in that corner.
1st and 10 for Lincoln. After the penalty on their own 11, here's a handoff to Kawak, and Adam turns the corner, gets up across the 15, up to about the 17, maybe the 18-yard line before they get him stopped.
That was a good run. Now Lincoln's offense just needs to take their time. Just take their time, let that clock tick. No rush.
Jay McCree Archie, a 5'11", 165-pound junior, made the stop. Gain of 7 for Kawak. 2nd and 3 coming up. Here's a handoff, and running with the football.
Oh, he's out.
Is Davon Wesley, and it's a airport chiropractic chunk play for Davon as he gets up to about the 34-yard line.
Yeah, he's had a very impressive night tonight running the ball. All these running backs have. Lincoln's offense has been firing on all cylinders, and it's been fun to watch.
Davon got 15 on that play. 1st and 10 for Lincoln. They have it on their own 33-yard line here. Seconds winding down in this third quarter. It's 43-16. Severino brings them up. Pistol wing tee. Hubbard is the fullback here. Kawak in motion. They give it to Adam, and he tried to turn the corner, tried to put his foot in the ground. He slipped and fell at about the...
I never understand. How do you slip on turf? Because it literally grips everything in your cleats. Like anytime I see somebody fall, I'm just questioning, like, how do you slip on turf? Like, there's just no way.
I do not know.
Yeah.
2nd and 10. And that's going to be our last play of the third quarter here. It's 43-16. Lincoln leads East after 3 quarters of this one. Final 12 minutes are coming up. You keep it right here on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
State Farm Insurance agent Brad Van Meters, your local agent, ready to help you protect all the people and the things that mean the most to you. Brad offers great rates on home, auto, life, renters, personal articles, business, health, and pet insurance. And State Farm can also help you with your banking and annuity needs. In the same location for over 25 years, 4229 Fleur Drive in the Wakanda Shopping Center. Give Brad Van Meter a call at 515-256-6480.
Final 12 minutes of this one coming up. Lincoln led this game 43-0. They led 29-0 at halftime, only to have East run off 16 unanswered points. It went from a running clock situation to regular timing rules here.
Yeah, so hopefully Lincoln can get this ball rolling again. You know, they've looked pretty good offensively coming out at the half. They're still moving the ball pretty well, and that's what you want to see. Just get this clock rolling again.
Big play for Lincoln here in the second half. The 84-yard pick six by Devon Wesley. Here's the counter play to Braylon Jenkins. Braylon dancing around. He gets up across the 35 up to about the 38, 39-yard line. He's so little, Larry, he can kind of hide behind some of those big guys, can't he?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I was talking about as far as the line getting pushed. So the line didn't get any push on that play. So in the backfield, he had to do a little dance. Jenkins did in order to even gain yards. Now imagine if you get that 2-yard push and then Braylon's dancing, that's a possibility of an 8 to 9 yard gain. But that line needs to get some push off the ball.
Picked up 5. It's 3rd and 5 for Lincoln on their own 38. Jenkins in motion. Here's a give to Hubbard, and Jetta
fumbled the ball.
He lost the football, but I think he got it back.
Yeah.
And he got back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Nothing like a fumble to kind of ruin the play a little bit.
Let's see what they're going to do, though. It's 4th down. Looks like they're going to stay on the field. Then again, Jetta's in there, and he can punt, so I guess we'll just see what happens.
Clock running here, 10:48 to go. Pistol wing tee. Hubbard is the fullback behind Severino. Jenkins in motion. They fake it to Braylon. Now here's Dom wants to throw. He throws downfield for Max Jones. He made the catch.
Yeah.
He made the catch down at about the 30-yard line, and he's down to about the 28. But we got laundry everywhere. We got a hold on Lincoln,
and then we
got PI, I think, on East. So we'll see what Martin Woods says here. Dom muscled up and got that one down the field, didn't he?
Well, yeah, and, Max.
And it is holding on Lincoln. Pass interference on East.
It was a great play, unfortunately.
What a catch by Max.
He lined up, came back to the ball, caught it at his highest point. I mean, very impressive by Max. Getting his eyes on the ball and continuing on the route as he knew where Severino wanted to go with it.
Well, that would have been a gain of about 42. That would have been our biggest pass play of the year had it stood. Our biggest pass play of the year, Larry?
What?
31-yard pass play that Severino hit Max Jones in the Roosevelt game, early in the Roosevelt
first game of the season.
Remember when he leaked out?
I remember.
Yeah. That's our biggest pass play of the year. 4th and 5 at the 38. Severino pitches it out to Hubbard. Jetta spins, and he gets up to about the 40, but that's it. And Lincoln will turn it over on downs here. Yeah, that's our biggest pass play of the year. It was, I remember the play well. Max ran that little flag route to the far sideline, and Dom put it right on him.
I question. I guess I'm questioning the philosophy of the coach on that play. Why you would go for it on 4th and 5 when you have such a substantial lead, and give them excellent field position. But maybe that's why. I'm not sure.
Well, time for the defense to come up with a stop here.
Yeah.
1st and 10 for East on the Lincoln 41. Davon Wesley has to come off the field, and Jetta Hubbard will come back in the game. Don't know if it was an equipment issue or what it is, but Scarlets have it. 1st and 10 on the Railsplitter 41. Man in motion, and here's Johnson, quarterback keeper, and goes nowhere this time. Good job by Landon Weber, defensive tackle.
You had Landon Weber in there. You had DJ Armstrong in there. Like, they're just in there playing, pretty good football. Everybody flying to the ball, making a play. I love to see more than one player on the tackle.
No gain on the play. So it is 2nd and 10 at the 41. Shotgun, Johnson Hands it off to Robbie Sykes, and boy, he went nowhere. Boy, DJ Armstrong just blew that play up, didn't he?
Yeah, right now he gets to make a play and gets to make it happen because there's not a lot that East can do right now. They're basically in full pass set, so all he has to do is pin his ear back and go make a play. And if you see that cast that he had on his hand is a hell of a lot smaller, or maybe it's just a glove, so it looks like he's back up and running full potential.
Loss of 4. It's back to the 45. 3rd and 14 at the 45. Receivers to each side. Shotgun formation. Johnson awaits the snap. Wants to throw. Now being flushed out of the pocket. Rolling to his right. Throws. And he's got a man. And a catch is made.
I don't understand what that flag's about.
Alex Alvarez makes the catch at the Lincoln 36. Then a flag came out from the back judge.
And looking at the little lineup on the Lincoln defensive line, it makes sense why it's so difficult for them to get enough time, because what they're doing is loading up Armstrong and Muhammad on the same side, but they're putting Armstrong at defensive tackle. So it's basically pick your poison. You can either let him roam free, you can let Darboh run free, but you can't double both. You got to double one or the other. And that's very difficult to do, especially when you have somebody like DJ rushing from the interior.
Well, they deemed the receiver a defenseless receiver there, Larry, and they tacked on 15 more yards.
Well, we live in a world where football is very soft now, so that was a pretty good hit. The receiver caught the ball, and you're taught as a defender, hit him hard enough to jar the ball loose, so I see nothing wrong with that play.
Well, nonetheless, the East has it on the Lincoln 21, 1st and 10. Shotgun, Johnson. Hands off to Sykes, right up the middle, and he barrels his way inside the 15. He's got first down yardage down to the 11-yard line before the Railsplitters get him on the ground. That's a gain of 10.
Yeah, they're just filling these holes. These linebackers aren't filling the holes, I should say, and these they're looking like they're a little tired, hands on their hips, and these offensive linemen are getting to the second level and getting their hands on these linebackers, which is giving the running back time to make a play.
1st and 10 for East. They have it on the Lincoln 11-yard line. Johnson hands off again, and I believe that was Sykes again. The pile pushes inside the 5-yard line before.
Yeah, they're surging pretty well right now, and this is a good time for Coach Alessio's squad to rotate some other defensive linemen in there, because their line is pretty gassed, and which is playing a big part into why they're moving this ball down the field.
He picked up 7 on the play. It is 2nd and 3 for East on the Lincoln 4-yard line. Sykes the back on the left hip of Johnson. They give it to him again right up the middle, and he gets down to about the 3, maybe the 2, and then he pushed the pile forward. Is he in? Touchdown. It. Yep. Good job by a couple of East linemen there to kind of help push that pile forward, and Sykes kept his legs moving, Larry, and it's a 43-22 game.
It was a very impressive run by East, a very impressive drive by East. Lincoln's got to wake up, though, because they're letting this game get a little close. I realize there's only 7 minutes left in the game, but a lot can happen in 7 minutes in football. And now they're going to go and try to go and get this 2-point and cut it even more. Lincoln's going to need to have a long drive next series and score.
Robbie Sykes with a 4-yard touchdown run, and a 2-point conversion is good for Sykes as well. So actually, that was Amani Johnson that time, the quarterback, with the 2-point run. So it's 43-24.
So this team being so young, this is where they need to take that next step as a young defense, right? So in a situation like this, when you're playing a quality game and you have them shut out at halftime, your first thought, as a defense when you're coming in the second half is we want to continue that. We don't want to let them score. We want to get that goose egg in the game. But these kids don't have that motivation right now, so that's just something that they'll have to learn as they get older. That's a big part of the game as well, is to continue to play the way you did in the first half and the second half, because otherwise it can turn into a game. If they weren't up by so many points right now, you're looking at a ball game here in the fourth quarter. But essentially they played a pretty good game with minimal turnovers, and they just kept fighting, and that's why they still have the lead.
Well, you mentioned we did have maybe some second-line guys in there, but not a lot on that drive,
No,
Larry.
there wasn't. That was our first initial group that they were driving on. We put them in great field position, and they just got a little momentum and strode down the field.
The Scarlet drive, 41 yards on 6 plays. That's your McRae Park Animal Hospital scoring drive. Here's Camarino Cruz with the little pooch kick that's taken by Hubbard at the 19-yard line. Jeba right up the far sideline, and he gets up to the 40-yard line
so
pretty quickly.
Yeah, Lincoln will start with good field position. And what I'd like to see Lincoln do on this drive is take your time, hand the balls off, let that clock run to about 2 seconds before you snap it, eat up this clock. You know, realistically, if you take your time marching down the field and there's not any significant runs but marginal runs like 4 to 5 yard gains, you could utilize this whole clock on this one drive.
So we'll see what Dan Goebel and Tom Alessio want to call here. 1st and 10 for Lincoln on their own 40-yard line. Pistol wing tee here. Jenkins in motion. Here's a give to Davon Wesley, and he carries tacklers up across the 45 up to about the 46.
Yeah, that's a very great run by Davon. Great surge.
A little extracurricular after the play was over.
Well, there was a little acting by Jetta. Yeah, he's going to need to take a couple more acting classes there because he didn't sell me on that.
Yeah, well, I saw him go flying on his backside several yards beyond the play.
That was more Jetta than any player. He's got the athletic ability to throw himself further.
2nd and 4 at the 46. Here's Severino. Gives to Davon again, and this time the Scarlets stack that up.
Oh, yeah, you know, on the snap, it looks like East called a potential all-out blitz because as soon as that ball was snapped, you saw every single linebacker filling that hole.
Yeah, there was no room in the A and B gap that time, was there?
Not even close.
And it's a loss of 2 on the play, so it's 3rd and 6 for Lincoln on their own 44. Clock running here, 6:05 to go. Railsplitters trying to get their 3rd win of the year. They lead 43-24. And now Dom Severino trying to get the play in from Coach Goebel, and they are not quite in sync, so Lincoln calls a timeout here. So we will take a break ourselves. We will return. You're watching Lincoln Railsplitter football on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
Robinson's Automotive has been a fixture on Des Moines' South Side since 1977, offering dependable, honest, reliable auto maintenance and repair service for all makes and models, including foreign and domestic cars, trucks, and SUVs. At Livingston's, they provide only the essential services you need, verifying to the customer through visual evidence to email and directly to your mobile device. Got an issue with your vehicle? Stop in and see them at 5304 Southwest 9th Street or call 515-287-1372.
You're listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football on the Railsplitter Radio Network. Brought to you by Jack's Place Bar and Grill, Amco Transmission and Total Car Care, Tumia and Sons Restaurant and Catering, Montgomery St. John Insurance, and Brad's Used Cars. Let's go back to the field. Here is Todd Guessford and Larry Gamblin.
3rd and 6 for Lincoln on their own 44. Severino hands off to Davon. He's got a first down. He's into East territory, running off the left side down to about the 49-yard line. That was, we needed 6, Larry. We got 7.
Yeah, that was a perfect play call, which we were talking about. And, we were talking about how we wanted to get 4 or 5 yards per carry, so that clock can run. So we went from 7 minutes, and now we're down to 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and that's what we like to see. Just continue to run that ball and chew up that clock and get out with a victory on your last game at home.
Lincoln on the East 48-yard line, 1st and 10 here. Clock running, 5:19 to go. Here's a give to Braylon on the jet sweep, and Braylon takes it down to about the 45-yard line before he's tackled. And now more chatter going on here. Gavin Taylor, get back to the huddle, Gavin.
And this is what I'm talking about, Todd. He didn't start it, but they're goading him into doing it.
You just got to let it go.
Number 3 gave him a shove after the play, and then he's just, jaw-jacking with him. Just go back to the huddle. You got the lead right now.
Just point up at the scoreboard, man.
Exactly. That's all the talk you got to do.
2nd and 7 for Lincoln on the East 45. Yaibar in motion. They give it to Naz, and
that was a great run.
He ran around the left side. Boy, he gets to the hole in a hurry, doesn't he?
He does. He is a sprint back is what I like to call him. He's just very fast. You give him the ball, he goes one direction, and he's out of there.
He picked up 3 yards. Lance Williams on the stop. It'll be 3rd and 4 for Lincoln on the East 42-yard line here with 4 minutes to go. We'll be at Valley Stadium next Friday night. Lincoln and West Des Moines Valley. Here's a give to Davon, and boy, he was stacked up immediately. Big hit there by Lance Williams, their defensive tackle.
The last 3 third down plays that they have ran has been a handoff to Wesley. So, I mean, subsequently they kind of guessed on it and kind of knew that he would be the one who was going to get the ball.
Officials are talking here. Do we have laundry on the field? I didn't see anything. Maybe we just have a timeout called. East, I think, called timeout.
Yeah.
Josh
Clock's not running, so I
DeWard calling timeout here, perhaps, for the Scarlets. Well, Larry, East doesn't have any picnic next week either. They got to go to Southeast Polk Stadium to take on the Rams next week.
Well, we'll talk about a way to end the season. I mean, it's for East in a sense. I mean, your second to last game, you got to play the back-to-back state champions. I mean, God, man, that hurts. I mean, especially after this game, tonight, going against a inner city opponent and getting basically thumped the way that they did, and now they're going to go to Southeast Polk, and we know Southeast Polk brings the pain, so I don't see them favoring any better against them.
Well, stay tuned for the Railsplitter wrap-up show presented by Jack's Place Bar and Grill. Larry and I will recap all the action, identify the outstanding players in this contest, which will include the Lynn Automotive Player of the Game. That's all coming up on the Railsplitter wrap-up show. Well, it's 4th and 4 for Lincoln on the 43-yard line. Here's a pitch to Naz trying to get outside, and he made something out of nothing there. They were all over him in the backfield, and how he got in a pile up over there in front of the East bench. So good job by this officiating crew to get over there right away and get players separated.
You already know what was going to
happen
before
something bad happens.
Yeah. It's been interesting watching the play calling for Lincoln towards the end of this game on these 4th downs. I just don't understand why risk it. I mean, yeah, you got a decent lead, but why risk it and continue to go for it on 4th downs and giving them decent field position?
That was a good run by Naz right there. He got a yard or two, and it looked like it was going nowhere.
Like he was going for a negative until he got around that corner.
Tell you what, I got to give a shout out to this officiating crew. We'll talk about here in a second on this first down play. Here's Williams, a handoff to Sykes, and he's got big room to run. He's in the secondary. Flag comes out. This one's probably coming back. And Ivan Cruz finally gets Robbie Sykes out of bounds, but not till he's down inside the Lincoln 20-yard line. But let's check the flag. Marker down at the Lincoln 41. Probably in the area of holding, I would assume, but it was well away from the play, so unless we got some more of that unnecessary roughness stuff. And the East players are liking it.
Looks like it's going.
Personal foul, face mask against Lincoln.
Oh.
So Sykes with a big run.
Just a lot of mental errors on Lincoln's part towards the end of this game.
So a 30-yard run, and then they tack on 15 more, and the ball is down at the Lincoln 13-yard line. And, Larry, you take away the pick 6 by Davon, and then Jetta had the one nice touchdown run.
It's a ball game.
Our defense been on the field a lot here in the second half.
Yeah.
1st and 10. Here's a give to Sykes, and he breaks a tackle, and he'll go in for the touchdown off the right side. So Robbie Sykes with a touchdown, his second of the game.
And so this is what I was talking about, Todd. So they come in here and they get a 2-point conversion. You know, it just brings them even closer. And 3 minutes is a lot of time, especially if your offense is just going for and out and kicking the ball down the field.
It's 43-30. Scarlets will go for 2. Johnson, he's going to keep it, and he's not going to get it this time as DJ Armstrong and company took care of that. Max Jones was also there. And a little conversation going on between, and boy, the East players are looking to mix it up, aren't they?
Well, yeah, I mean, they need to just shut up and play the game, essentially, because they are not out of this game. There's still 3 minutes left, and a lot can happen. You know, I mean, the lead isn't as substantial as it looks, honestly. I mean, you think about it, two more scores, and this is a ball. Well, they could win, honestly.
Well, I guarantee you, Lincoln has their good hands people in the game right here because an onside kick is coming for sure. So the Scarlets go 57 yards in 2 plays. Robbie Sykes with his second touchdown of the half. And it's 43-30. Both teams have 2 timeouts remaining here. 3:25 to go. You know, East did this against Roosevelt, too. You know, Roosevelt beat them 41-33, and East scored 25 unanswered in the fourth quarter of that game.
Well, it's almost like you don't want to put up a lot of points against some of these programs because it makes you comfortable, you know, and then you're kind of on cruise control.
Here's the onside kick. Ball touched by one of the Lincoln personnel. It didn't go 10 yards, but I think Lincoln touched it. We'll see who got on top of it. As it was J.T. Giefer who did the onside kick. Lincoln says they have it. And let's see. Who's at the bottom of the pile? Not Lincoln.
No. This is what happens when these mental errors, Todd. You know,
D'Angelo Parker recovered it for East.
Oh, so frustrating.
So the onside kick, and East is in business.
And your defense was literally just on the field.
And we've been on our heels here in this fourth quarter.
And now they're going back out here and going to have to try to make a stop.
So East will have it 1st and 10 on their own 48-yard line. They've recovered 2 onside kicks here in this second half. Johnson has Sykes behind him, on his left hip here. And now we have
false start.
I don't know, a flag comes out, and it's a false start against East here. So that'll move it back to the 43.
Yeah, we need that.
I hate to say it, but it all kind of started with the not falling on the kickoff down there at the 2-yard line. That kind of set us in the wrong direction after that, Larry.
Well, a lot of it is just the stuff we talk about every week, Todd. I'm not going to even speak on it because it's just so frustrating to see every time.
1st and 15 at the 43. Here's a give to Sykes, and he fights his way up to about midfield before the Railsplitters. Caden Haas gets him on the ground, and we have a Lincoln player shaken up at midfield.
Is that Armstrong?
No,
it's not.
I see DJ.
Yeah, I see DJ running off the field too. I don't know who that is. 45.
Evan Handy, inside linebacker.
Yeah, see, that'll hurt.
He's a sophomore. He's a kid that Coach Ramel Lane is really high on if this kid can get serious about football.
Yeah. This could hurt Lincoln potentially on this drive with their middle linebacker being hurt because depending on what it is, either way, he's going to have to come out for at least one play.
Now, he and Jetta have been trading off at the Willbacker tonight.
Yeah, and, I mean, it won't hurt if they put Jetta in, but we know Jetta's going to probably try to blitz the A-gap and try to get back there and make a play, and he's generally pretty successful at it when he does it. So we'll see what the plan here is going forward. It looks like Jett is going in, so he'll replace him.
Evan trying to need some help getting off the field here a little bit. Let's hope he's okay.
Yeah.
Ball's up at the 49. It was a gain of 6, so it's 2nd and 9 coming up for East. Clock stopped with 3:14 to go. Lincoln led this game 43-0. It's now 43-30.
Yeah, it's been an impressive comeback by the East program, essentially playing disciplined football and getting back in this game.
2nd and 9 at the 49. Here's Johnson. Now flag comes out again. This time from the line judge, Tyler Reindl, here on the near sideline. And this will probably be against the Scarlets here. And it is a false start. So that negates Robbie Sykes' 6-yard run on the last play. So now it's 2nd and 14. And the ball spotted back at the 44-yard line. Clock running, 3 minutes to go. Johnson out of the shotgun, throwing down the far sideline, and intercepted. Intercepted there by Ivan Cruz. And Ivan looking for room to run, 40, and dragged down at about the 43, maybe the 44-yard line. Thought maybe they grabbed the face mask there, but they did not, apparently.
That was an excellent read by Ivan Cruz, and he's been playing very well at that corner position all night. He's been staying in whatever receiver he's covering. He's been staying in that hip pocket and running with them stride for stride. And he's been reading the receiver's eyes versus reading where the ball is. As soon as he sees the receiver's eyes try to lock on the ball, he's making that read to make a pass breakup or make an interception. And he's been doing that well all night.
So hopefully Lincoln can just get a first down or two here, Larry, and run this clock out.
All they need is one first down to essentially in this game. Unless East utilizes their timeouts.
Here's Kawak, Adam trying to get around the right side, and he's submarined up at about the 48-yard line.
At least he stayed in bounds, though.
Did a good job of staying in bounds, and now we've got something going on over here on the near sideline. Look out. Look out. Well, I've seen this motion picture before in Lincoln East games. Cohen Davis for East looks like he wants a piece of somebody, and he's not very big. He's only 5'9", 150.
Well, we knew this would happen eventually, Todd. I mean, and with the way this game is going, it was bound for a fight to break out at some point on this field. I'm surprised they held it together as long as they did.
Looked like a pretty innocent tackle over here on Kawak, you know.
Oh, no, but I saw somebody who's always in the middle of it.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
So, good job by the coaches. The East coaches came flying over to get their players, and good job by the Lincoln staff to get their players separated. So now the officials will huddle, and
well, they didn't throw any flags, so I don't know what they're going to do.
Well, I don't know, but let's hope that everybody's still eligible next week.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that could be the worst game to lose players for, honestly.
So the officials are talking it over here. Clock stop for the moment with 2:27 to go. I see an official has a flag in his hand. They may not have had time to throw flags,
Possibly
Larry.
not. Yeah, it happened so quickly, so that would make sense.
So we've got our sideline officials talking to each bench here. Dead ball. We'll see if they offset. Personal foul against Lincoln. And then we've got unsportsmanlike against East. And let's see. Is that it? No, we've got another one. Or no, they're going to, looks like they're just going to have offsetting penalties. And an East player has been ejected.
Wow.
I'm not sure who it was, but Cohen Davis, number 9, was pretty excited, and it looks like it's him. He's got his helmet off over there. So he'll be watching from the sidelines next week for the Southeast Polk game.
Yeah, and that's simple. I wouldn't do something like that because you only hurt your teammates by making that kind of decision. So now I don't have you available for next week's game.
Well, after all that, Kawak got 5 yards on that play.
Yeah.
Up to the 49. So it's 2nd and 5 coming up here. Pistol wing tee. Severino looks to the sidelines here. Now let's see, have they started I don't think they've blown the ready for play whistle here yet. And now they will, and they'll run the clock here. So the clock runs. 2nd and 5 at the 49. Here's Jenkins in motion. Here's a give to Davon, and he stacked up immediately as he got to the line of scrimmage. And again, that guy, Lance Williams, number 40, how many times we called his name tonight for East?
Well,
Larry?
he's a savage, man. He's always in the backfield trying to make a play. And it takes at least a double team in order to control him because if it's a single defender, he gets off within 1 second and he's in the backfield.
Timeout East. They stop the clock with 2:17 to go. So next week, the Lincoln football season will end at West Des Moines Valley. Gary Swenson, the Hall of Famer, has another outstanding team, Larry. He's known Coach Swenson for, 40 years. He's just a class act, man.
Well, right. So I don't know if I told you this, Todd, but my son actually plays for the Valley Junior program, and so I met a lot of those coaches, and I understand why they are such a good program because Coach Swenson is a good coach, but he puts excellent coaches around him.
He does. Yep, he's good people, and he surrounds himself with good people.
Yes, he does.
Here's a 3rd and 5. Here's a give to Braylon, but he lost the football.
But we got it back.
We got it back at the 44-yard line.
I thought I saw a shoe and the ball come out. Yeah.
Braylon Jenkins.
Yeah, there's the shoe.
Yeah, he lost his shoe. I'm surprised he didn't lose his helmet. And Max Jones fell on top of for Lincoln at the 44-yard line of East. So
thank you, Jesus.
So that'll be enough to move the 6 for a first down here.
And yeah, there's only one timeout, so there's a good chance Lincoln can just run out this clock.
And we'll see if Josh DeWard wants to stop it anymore here. I wouldn't think so. Down 2 scores with 1:35 to go. 1st and 10 at the 44. Here's a pitch out and an interception on the pitch out. What a play right there by D'Angelo Parker. They've been watching that rocket pitch all night long.
Well,
and what a play. He was in the backfield, and that pitch was intended for Jed, and he picked it off.
Well, that's a coach's error. We're getting cute out there. We got the lead, just a simple handoff up the middle. I just don't know what to say on that.
So that's a turnover.
That's definitely a turnover, and they're in excellent field position. Granted, I mean, it's not going to be enough, but still.
And I believe that is Lincoln's, correct me if I'm wrong, Larry, I believe that's our first turnover of the night.
Yep.
Other than the 2 onside kicks we didn't recover.
Mm-hmm.
So a timeout is called here with 1:29 to go. And East will have it on the Lincoln 44. 5-yard line. So stay tuned for our Railsplitter wrap-up show presented by Jack's Place Bar and Grill. Larry and I will be talking about all the exciting things that went on in this game tonight, and we'll be recognizing all our outstanding players, and that, of course, will include the Lynn Automotive Player of the Game. So, and it'll be for the first time in a few weeks, my friend, it'll be a happy postgame, you know?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, for the most part, it's a happy post game, but man, a lot of these errors tonight. Good Lord.
1st and 10 for East on the Lincoln 45. Here's Johnson, wants to throw, throws it out, and he's got his man. That's Giefer, and he makes the catch, and Braylon Jenkins makes the tackle, but of course Braylon loses his helmet, so he'll have to come off the field. I just don't understand why you can't fasten the chin strap on your helmet. Just don't understand.
It's because they all wear it so damn loose. They're not concerned about their safety.
Gain of 10 at the 35 for East. Giefer got out of bounds to stop the clock. They're on the far hash. Amani Johnson went over and got the play personally from Coach D. Ward right there. 1st and 10 at the 35. Here's Johnson wants to throw, throwing down the far sideline. He's got a man, but the catch is made by Giefer, but he's out of bounds inside the Lincoln 10-yard line, but he was way out of bounds, so it's 2nd and 10.
That was actually a perfect wheel route that he ran there, too, and he threw it in stride. If only he just kept it a little bit more on the inside, that's a touchdown.
A few extra seconds ran off the clock there.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if anybody noticed that except you and me, Larry. East is not complaining about it.
Sure they are not.
2nd and 10 at the 35, minute 7 to play. And now Coach D. Ward, I think the officials are talking about the fact that 4 seconds, there was 3 or 4 seconds that came off the clock after that incomplete pass. And head linesman Chris Reindl over there talking with Martin Wood about it, our referee. And we'll see if we put 4 or 5 seconds back up on the clock here. And now we're having a zebra summit, Larry, at the 40-yard line.
Evidently.
Serenity Medford has done a great job technical directing tonight. Connor Bergloff had the external camera going tonight. He's done a great job as well. A couple of kids from Ms. Friedrichsen's journalism class. They've just been outstanding for us all year long. We got 1 game left next week. 1 game. You ever been to Valley Stadium, Serenity?
Oh, you're in for
you're in for a treat.
It's
a great place, and we'll be up at the top level, and they've got an elevator for us. It'll be you'll like it. You'll like our.
It gives you a college atmosphere.
It sure does. It's a great place to watch a game. It's a great place to call a game, isn't it, Larry?
It's a great place to play. Honestly, I played on that field a couple of times. Well, a lot of times actually, and they do a very good job of taking care of that facility.
That stadium's been around, boy, almost 30 years, man.
You wouldn't know it.
Yeah.
Looking at it.
Well, I'm not sure what the conversation was about, but they have not.
Well, nonetheless, it's a waste of our time.
Well,
they did that for no reason.
Are they still trying to get 4 or 5 extra seconds up on the clock here? I don't know.
I haven't seen any hands go up the clock. Oh, they got 15.
Okay,
15.
yeah, okay. So that's what it was. So So 1:15 to play. 1st and 10 at the 35. Here's Johnson
Nice
in trouble,
job.
and Darbo's got him, and down he goes back at the 36-yard line. That's another sack for MK.
Big Daddy Darbo playing his best game tonight.
You know, he was talking to some Grandview coaches last night after practice.
Grandview.
Yes.
Iowa needs to make a trip down here, boy.
3rd and 11 at the 36, and Johnson is in trouble. He got it off to Sykes.
But it didn't make a difference.
And Damani Wesley threw him to the ground, but DJ Armstrong had Amani Johnson. And good show of sportsmanship there by DJ.
Yeah, sure he's okay.
Amani, checking to see if he's okay, and his shoulder pads were out of his jersey, and DJ put him back in for him.
Yeah, good sportsmanship right there. That's a leader right there.
That's why that kid's a captain. He's only a sophomore.
He was one of my funnest kids to coach, along with Max.
4th and 15 for East on the Lincoln 40-yard line. After that short completion to Sykes. Here's Johnson. Throws it out, and he's got a man. That catch is made over there by Alex Alvarez, but he is well short of the first down, and now a flag comes out.
I think they're calling –
They call face mask over there.
I didn't see a face mask.
They're talking about it. There's a flag at the Lincoln 32. I feel like the last minute and 2 minutes of this game have slowly been dripping off, Larry. You know, is it just me?
No, I'm right there with you. It seems like the ending of this game is taking forever.
Personal foul face mask, so that'll move the sticks. It's a first down. And they'll spot it down at the Lincoln 18-yard line. .37 ticks of the clock to go here. 1st and 10 at the 18. Shotgun. Here's Johnson. Wants to throw. Hit as he throws in the end zone. Incomplete. And they've had a man open down there. J.T. Giefer. He could not pull it in.
That was an impressive throw. Very impressive throw. I have to give credit to Johnson on that play.
Given the fact he was hit as he
yes,
threw,
he did,
too.
And he still threw it in stride. So, I mean, yeah, it was perfect throw. I know that receiver feels terrible. Didn't make that play for his quarterback.
So 2nd and 10 at the 18. Clock stopped, 31 seconds to go. From the far hash, Johnson takes a snap, throwing right down the seam, and knocked away in the end zone. Pass is intended in there for Heileman. And Caleb Young, we've called his number a few times tonight, Larry, and there he was again at the safety spot.
I think out of everybody tonight, I think Caleb Young has impressed me the most. He's played against their top receiver. He's had a couple of picks. He's made a couple of good tackles, and he's had a couple of good pass breakups. And the strongest part of this East offense is their passing game, and he's basically shut down Braden Johnson tonight anytime that he's been on that coverage. And it's not just him. I mean, it's been him. It's been Braden Jenkins. You know, they just all been doing a pretty good job on this receiving corps.
3rd and 10 at the 18, and now we have unsportsmanlike, it looks like, against somebody maybe. I don't know. The official had his arms straight out from his shoulders. Straight out from his body, I should say. So, man. Tick, 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 tick. Let's get this over with.
30 seconds of our life.
I'm telling you. I will say this: let's applaud the official. I thought the officiating crew has been excellent tonight. I thought they've really kept this game under control, Larry. What do you think?
I agree 110%, Todd. I mean, there was a lot of times where there was a possibility of it escalating into a big brawl on the field, but the officials were very, very quick to get in there and break up the players and get everybody to their sidelines. They've also been calling the game pretty tight, which in return it forces these players to think twice before they make a mental error.
Well, I think Jetta Hubbard's in trouble for probably saying something. Dan Goebel and Tom Alessio are just all over him here on the sidelines. He just can't. The young man just cannot keep his mouth shut.
Sure
just can't do it. Just can't do it. Dan Goebel is reading him the riot act right now, and probably justifiably so.
Yeah.
He just can't keep his mouth shut.
I can't speak on it. I'm just going to keep quiet because that's.
So let's see here. They're still sorting it out. He might have gotten an unsportsmanlike, and I don't know if he had one earlier. If you get more than one in a game, you don't play next week.
Oh, man. That'd be sad.
We're not really told who the unsportsmanlikes are on.
Yeah. Something tells me.
Let's just hope the handshake line at the 50-yard line goes well at this point, you know?
Well, yeah, honestly. I mean, you're going to have to be watching like a hawk as they walk by to shake hands because you never know what could happen at any moment.
So in sportsmanlike on Lincoln, they spot it down to the 9-yard line, so it's third instead of 3rd and 10 for East. It's 3rd and 1 at the 9-yard line. .26 seconds to go.
Adam should shift to an inside shoulder on that receiver. I feel like they're going to try to run a fade route on him.
Here's Johnson, and they try to throw the fade in the end zone. It's incomplete. He was trying to get it to Heileman over there.
Yeah.
And
one thing that Amani Johnson is really good that I've seen tonight, he throws a pretty nice fade route.
Jamel Helleman, the intended receiver, and it was Braylon Jenkins on the coverage over there on the far sideline. 22 seconds to go. And 4th and 1 for East on the Lincoln 9-yard line. Everybody in tight. Now flags come out, and we've got procedure against the Scarlets here. So what was a fairly, I don't want to overstate it, but what was a fairly clean game in the first half, Larry, has really gone south in the second half.
Well, yeah, I mean, and this is what we're talking about, Todd. It's hard to be excited about this victory when we're out here making so many different errors. And this is like what we talked about earlier, Todd. When you go against a program like the Ankeneys or the Valleys or the Dowlings or the Southeast Polks, you can't have mental errors like this because it's already going to be tough for you to beat an opponent like that, and then you're going to beat yourself on top of them beating you down as well. I mean, you just gotta play better ball than that.
4th and 6 at the 14. Here's Johnson, throws it down the middle, and he's got Malik Williams, and he will drag Lincoln defenders into the end zone for a touchdown.
So if we
and it's 43-36, Larry.
Yeah.
East just, quite frankly, may have just run out of time.
That's what I'm saying. You know, we did a lot of good things tonight, but we did a lot of bad things tonight, a lot of mental errors. And, you know, it's simple, right? They get the onside kick, and even when you know it's coming, it's been difficult for us to field the kicks. So, I mean, this game is far from over.
So Malik Williams, a 14-yard touchdown pass from Amonte Johnson. And it's 43-36 with 15 seconds to go. And the all-important, well, the extra point by Camarino Cruz is coming up here. And the kick is short, no good. It was a bad snap.
Yeah.
Giefer did what he could with it, but they could not convert the PAT. So here comes the all-important onside kick here, Larry, with
and we
15 seconds to go. He still has a timeout, by the way. If they would recover it, they still have a timeout.
Well, yeah, and we haven't been very successful at recovering these onside kicks in this game. And even when we've known they were coming, the kicker is kicking it such a good way. It's getting a perfect bounce into the Lincoln ball players and bouncing off their chest, and they're just getting the hop. And that's why, this kickoff is not guaranteed for Lincoln. Like, this onside kick is not guaranteed for Lincoln. They have to have their best hands players on the field, and they need to be focused on where the ball is and how it's bouncing, because that's going to tell them how to gauge when they try to grab it.
East has scored 36 unanswered points here in the last. Their first score came with just under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. They've scored 36 unanswered. It's 43-36. 15 seconds to go. Lincoln has their good hands people in the game, all gathered around the 50-yard line.
And then the question is, hopefully they get out of this with a victory. But what do you say as a coach? Hey, good game today, but, just because of all the little extra stuff that was going on.
So Camarina Cruz will have it at the 40-yard line. JT Giefer's right there with him. Either one of them has been doing the kicking here. And it's going to be Giefer, and he does the onside kick, and they let it roll, but it doesn't quite get to the 50-yard line.
Yeah, smart play.
And Lincoln didn't touch it. It should be Lincoln football here. It didn't get to the 50. Clock did not run. 15 seconds to go. So Lincoln.
Wait, what is happening? Why is the ball teed back up again? I'm confused.
Did we have a penalty on the kickoff here?
I have no. I don't.
Prior to the kick, Lincoln called timeout.
Oh,
okay. All right.
I was like, what is happening here?
I'm all in favor of recovering an onside kick, have an innocent little victory formation here, and let's get out of here,
I'm right there with you. No more stupid bonehead mistakes.
So Camarino Cruz will tee it up at the 40 again. Railsplitters burned their last time out here. So East will try to roll it up there again and see if they can fall on it. Lincoln's got everybody around the 50-yard line here. Here's the run up, and it's a little pooch over the top, and it's gathered in at about the 32-yard line, alertly right there by Bentley Magruder, a 5'8", 145-pound freshman. So we have a freshman step up and make a play.
Hey, that's what I like to see.
And we can get out of here, Larry.
Right? Because, the senior there, he let the ball field over his head. I was like, oh, man, not again. What's going to happen here?
So now East and Coach DeWard here will calls their last timeout with 14. I have no idea why they're calling timeout here. I don't know. Maybe he's telling his kids to just
act right.
Yeah. Don't do anything stupid here on this last play. Man, let's hope that's all it is.
Yeah.
So Lincoln will improve to 3-5. Short of a Herb Edwards, New York Giants, Philadelphia Eagles.
Heavens no.
remember that play years ago, Larry?
I've seen it, yeah. Heavens no, please no, don't do that. I mean, it was bad enough with that toss, pick, interception. It's like, oh, my Lord, man, what is happening out here? Because realistically, Todd, this score is
you give East another 6 minutes, they maybe win this game, Larry.
Yeah. The score doesn't do it justice, honestly. Like, Lincoln was kicking their butts until they just kind of gave up.
Severino, victory formation, takes a knee, and that will take care of it. Lincoln will get their third win of the year. They defeat East here in a hard-fought game, a tale of two halves to say the least. And Lincoln beats East by the score of 43-36. 36. And we're going to keep it right here. I'm just going to make sure that nothing stupid happens here in the handshake line at the 50-yard line. So far, so good. So Lincoln is now 3-5, and East falls to 1-7. So, yeah, like you say, it was really, Lincoln really, they had this game in their hip pocket, Larry, and we just kind of quit playing.
It doesn't feel like a victory, honestly. We go from being up by, significant amount of points and, not a single score in the first half, and then we just kept shooting ourselves on the foot this whole game. And, what I'm going to call this is not necessarily a good win, but a lucky win. A lot of luck played into the second half for us, and we were just able to get out of it, last minute, fortunately.
Well, the two teams have parted ways here and go to their respective sides of the field, so we can proceed with the Rail Splitter wrap-up show. It's coming up next. Lincoln wins at 43-36, and this is Rail Splitter football on the Rail Splitter Radio Network.
Nestled in the heart of Des Moines' South Side at 6108 Southwest 9th, Board & Arrows Pizza radiates warmth and welcomes guests with open arms. With its cozy atmosphere, friendly staff, and a menu bursting with mouth-watering dishes, it's the perfect place to unwind and savor a delightful meal. Open 4:30 to 9 Monday through Thursday and 4:30 to 10 Friday and Saturday. Board & Arrows is also open for lunch Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 11 a.m. to 2. Call 515-287-1607. More than 80 years, Cash Savers' goal has been to provide your family with quality products. Featuring brand names like Best Choice, Always Save, superior selections, and clearly, Cash Saver gives you outstanding quality and great tasting products while saving you money. Located in the Wakanda Shopping Center at 4121 Fleur Drive, Cash Saver is open daily from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. with friendly staff ready to assist you. And remember, Cash Saver saves you cash. Dickey Campbell and Sahag Law Firm PLC is a committed and innovative team of legal professionals focused on aggressively pursuing justice for their clients. Located in Des Moines' East Village at 301 East Walnut Street, Suite 1, the lawyers at Dickey Campbell and Sahag Law Firm PLC can be reached at 515-288-5008. A Southside landmark, Smitty's Tenderloin Shop makes the best tenderloins in the metro. Just ask CityView. They voted Smitty's the best tenderloin for 10 years running. The secret? They're made from scratch every single day. Try them along with the burgers, the made-from-scratch onion rings, fries, and cheese curds. When you call 515-287-4742, you can dine in or order online. Smitty's Tenderloin Shop at 1401 Army Post Road. Smitty says, eat a tenderloin.
The Rail Splitter Radio Network. It's time for the Rail Splitter Wrap-Up Show, presented by Jack's Place Bar and Grill. There's always something great to eat and lots of fun people at Jack's Place, located at 6112 Southwest 9th Street. Here is Todd Guessford and Larry Gamblin with the Rail Splitter Wrap-Up Show.
This is the Rail Splitter Wrap-Up Show presented by Jack's Place Bar and Grill. 43-36. Lincoln hangs on and beats East here tonight. Rail Splitters get their third win of the year. And this was a game that was, just a tale of two halves for sure. I mean, it was just Lincoln completely dominated the first half, Larry. They led 29-0 at halftime, and then they got the pick six from Davon for about 84 yards, and then the Jetta got another big touchdown run, and it's 43-0 and running clock, and you're thinking, I'm thinking we were going to be out of here an hour ago, and here we are. And
I'm glad you changed that from you to I'm, because Todd, at halftime, I didn't think that we were going to be out of here. They played a very good first half. A lot of sound, disciplined football. No penalties, no turnovers, execution. Down the field, playing good team ball, and it was just like, it's like they forgot, what the expectation was at halftime, and they came out here and, went back to the Lincoln of old stuff. And it's just sad to see, the game starts out and you're excited. You're excited to watch the game. You're excited to see what they're doing on the field. Next thing you know, you got mental errors, you got turnovers, you got face mask penalties. It's everything that shoots Lincoln in the foot generally, and almost cost them again tonight. So while they win, yes, hey, good job, way to keep fighting until the end. But shame on you for putting yourself in that situation.
Man, and you give – I'm not trying to paint a bad picture here, but, man, you give East 3 or 4 more minutes, and, boy, I'm not sure we
don't win.
I'm sure we hang on.
I'm calling it what it is. We lose that game because it was just like we lost any momentum, any fight or any dog that was in us in the first half. It was like we called it game at the half and thought we just won. And we were in cruise control, and that's not just the players. I mean, some of the play calling, on fourth down, putting them in perfect field position. I mean, I don't know. That's why I was asking. I was like, I'm not quite sure what their strategy is by doing that. Or maybe they thought that the lead was so significant enough that they didn't think that there was a chance. But I don't know.
Well, a win's a win, right? So we got our third win of the year, and we'll take it and run with it. Let's take a look at our Brad's Complete Auto Care final game scoring summary. And as I mentioned, Lincoln 29-0 at halftime. Jetta Hubbard, 3 touchdown runs in the first half. Davon Wesley, a touchdown run. Salatil Mashashengo with a 46-yard field goal at the end of the first half to put Lincoln up 29-0. And then in the second half, Davon Wesley on a deflection came up with a pick and went to 84 yards for the touchdown. They've got want to stop for a moment. They're doing the senior walk across the field here for the Lincoln seniors. This is something that started a few years ago. It's a really good thing, and they're doing the senior walk right now for the senior kids out there. So good job by the Lincoln people to keep that tradition going. So
it's an awesome thing, because that is not something,
something these kids will never forget.
Well, it's not. We didn't do stuff like this,
right?
So we didn't have an actual senior walk where they announced each senior. We didn't walk the field for the last time. And when you think about it, that is a big deal. As a player myself for Lincoln, I took that kind of stuff for granted. I just said, hey, we're just here to play football. All the extra little stuff that goes with it, it doesn't mean anything. Well, I'm telling you, kids, if you're listening, it means something. When you go to these games, when you play in these games, take it all in, because you never know when your last snap is going to be. Because, there was like 4 or 5 seniors out there, maybe 2 of them going to play football again. They may not ever see a football field again. So recognize this, respect this, and take it all in. Shed a few tears if you have to, because it means a lot, especially playing on your home field.
So, great job by the Lincoln people in the senior walk. Great to see that. So, anyway, Davon, 84-yard pick six, Larry, and we're up 36-0. And then Jetta with the 46-yard touchdown run. We're up 43-0. Then it was all East after that. They went 54 yards in 3 plays, and their quarterback, Amani Johnson, on a 51-yard touchdown run, and they got the 2-point conversion. Then they onside kicked, or actually, I take that back. They onside kicked to start the second half, and then we got the pick six, and they didn't score. It was after his long run that they kicked off, and we didn't recover the ball down at our own 2-yard line, and they had we gave them an easy touchdown there, and that made it Schillinger with a 1-yard touchdown run. The Sykes ran for 2, was 40, and just like that, it was 43-16 with 1:45 to go in the third quarter, and the significance there was no longer running clocks. We're back to regular timing stuff, and it just was, it's just one of those things where you thought you had the game well in hand, and boy, all of a sudden maybe you don't, and then after that, East got it back. They went. We went for it at fourth down on about our own 40-yard line. We didn't get it. East went in 6 plays later, 41 yards. Robbie Sykes with a 4-yard touchdown run. They went for 2 again. They got it again. And then all of a sudden it's 43-24, and then they went 2 plays, 57 yards. Sykes with a 13-yard touchdown run. That time the run failed. That made it 43-30, and then East scored one more time. Monty Johnson hit Malik Williams on a 14-yard touchdown pass with 15 seconds left. You give East credit. They kept fighting, literally, figuratively and literally in this game.
They fought the whole game.
And that was our final score, 43-36. It's time for our drive of the game, presented by Pet Supplies Plus. And we had some really good drives, Larry, in the first half. The first drive was 2 plays, 68 yards. Jetta with a 60-yard run. And then a little later on, Jetta went 1 play. We went 61 yards, touchdown run. So we had any drive that stood out to you tonight, Larry?
They all kind of ran together today, but I think the 61-yard run by Jetta would suffice for as far as that best drive of the game.
All right, and that drive of the game presented by Pet Supplies Plus in the Wakanda Shopping Center at 4211 Fleur Drive. They have everything you need to take care of your dog or cat. Make sure you stop by and get what you need at Pet Supplies Plus. It's time to name our Henry J's Taco House Defensive Player of the game. We talked about the secondary tonight. Caleb Young, I thought, had a good game on the back end. Darbo was great tonight. We had some guys that played well defensively. What do you think tonight?
Well, I think that you almost have to do a joint pick here, because without Darbo, Caleb Young doesn't get the time to make those plays, to make those interceptions, to make those pass breaks, and vice versa. Without Caleb having tough coverage, it gives Darbo enough time.
Ivan Cruz had a big pick. Ivan Cruz had a pick back there tonight.
Played well tonight too. I mean, it was a.
These are guys that haven't played a lot, Larry.
It was a collective team effort on defense, and so I mean, you could almost go with a triple threat, right? Or you can go with a double. I mean, there's a lot of good picks tonight. I guess if I'm biased a little bit, which is why I'm saying this, because if I had to pick, it's Big Daddy Darbo off that edge every single time. I mean, he made a lot of impressive plays, but then, I mean, obviously there was the pick 6 on the line of scrimmage. I mean,
Davon with a big pick 6.
So it's hard. It's hard to pick. I guess I would have to go with Darbo if it was me.
Okay.
How about you?
I'm good. Any one of those works for me.
Yeah.
So we'll I'm going to make it a Joint Award. I like the way Caleb Young played on the back end and MK up front and honorable mention.
Braylon played well against Braden Johnson on a couple of those man-on-man, one-on-ones out there. He was in his hip the whole time, running stride for stride down the field as well. So, I mean, the defense as a whole just played very well.
I'm going to go with Darbo and Caleb Young and Davon because of the pick 6. So those guys will be our defensive players of the game. Henry J. Tacos is celebrating over 50 years in business at 2924 Southwest 9th on the corner of Southwest 9th and Virginia. Check out their great food Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. We'll have more of the Jack's Place Bar and Grill Railsplitter wrap-up show when we return. Lincoln wins it tonight. They hang on. They beat East 43-36. We'll return, and you are watching Lincoln Rail.
Are you looking for that perfect gift for the favorite golfer in your life? Well, why not purchase a gift card from your Southside City of Des Moines golf course, Blank Golf Course? Gift cards are available 7 days a week from sunrise to sunset, and a gift card is good to go for golf at the other 3 city golf courses, Waveland, Jester, and Grandview. For more information, call 515-248-6300 or stop in at Blank at 808 County Line Road.
Todd and Larry back here with you on the Railsplitter wrap-up show presented by Jack's Place Bar and Grill. You know, if you come into Jack's Place tonight after the game, and it's right over there by Board and Arrows, and if you go in there with your Rail Splitter attire tonight, Mr. Gamblin, you'll get 10% off your order tonight.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
The only place I'm going is home, Todd.
Yeah, okay. Well,
I'm an old man.
And I'm older than you, so yeah.
You're a young man, Todd. You do this young stuff all the time.
Yeah. All right, well, having said all that, okay, let's take a look at our final game statistics brought to you by Smitty's Tenderloin Shop. We'll see if Dom was able to pass along any stats here, and he has. Let's see what he has here. Offensively tonight, Lincoln rushed the ball for over 300 yards on the ground this evening. They didn't pass it well. In fact, I'm not sure I don't think we completed a pass tonight, Larry.
We didn't complete a single pass.
0 for 5, I think, with a pick.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have over 300 yards of rushing tonight, led by Jetta Hubbard, who had 8 carries for 171 yards and 4 touchdowns. Davon Wesley had 14 carries for 121 tonight. So those were the 2 leading rushers for Lincoln tonight. Muhammad Darbo, he had 4 sacks tonight. So Davon Wesley had a sack. So
which is good because that's the only sack that we've had all season that didn't come from Darbo.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's okay. No, you're exactly right. Yeah, the MK's been getting all the sacks, and Bear finally got one tonight.
Yeah, it was very impressive.
So those are some of the final game statistics we have for you. The Smitty's Tenderloin Shop has been voted the best tenderloin in the Metro now for 12 straight years. They're at 1401 Army Post Road. They are, of course, a Southside legend, and they are a proud host of the Thursday night Rail Splitter Roundtable. Our final fall roundtable is next Thursday night, Mr. Gamblin. You should stop in. The folks at Smitty's would like to meet you, sir.
You know, there's a good chance that I actually do stop in tomorrow on my way to work.
Not tomorrow, next
Thursday
yeah.
on my way to work.
I'll send you
definitely not on Saturday.
I'll send you a message there.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. It's time now for our AMCO transmission play of the game, and again, you have a lot of plays to choose from. You got some long runs from Jetta. You know what I like for the play of the game tonight?
What?
JJ's 46-yard field goal.
I do like that. You know, and
what do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I like that. And I was talking to Mr. Dow down there, and he says he thinks that that's a school record. But I could have sworn Brett kicked a 50-yarder, but that was so long ago, I'm not sure. But either way, that was a very impressive kick from that distance. I mean, that's a hard kick to make, especially with the pressure on. So, yeah, I like that pick,
yeah,
actually.
So, Sal Matil's Machine Gaisho, 46-yard field goal tonight is going to be our AMCO transmission play of the game. That came with just 21 seconds to go in the first half. AMCO transmission located at 3416 Southeast 14th Street. You know that trusted name, AA MCO. It's time for our Brad's RV Repair Center leading producer of the game tonight, and that, as we've already determined, that was Jetta Hubbard tonight.
It's going to be Jetta Hubbard, but this is what I have to say about that. That young man has a lot of talent. And, Jetta, if you can hear me, you have a lot of talent. You're a very talented athlete.
Did he get –
But you got to stay humble.
Here's my question. He got that unsportsmanlike late in the game. Did he get taught? Was that his second one, and is he available next – is he available next week in West Des Moines?
I hope so, and that's a prime example of, sometimes you just got to play it cool, young man. I mean, you have a future ahead of you from as far as talent, but if you continue to pull stuff like that, you're not going to play at the next level because no coach is going to deal with that. But great job tonight for your senior night. You put up big numbers. You left it all on the field. You were patient. You played your heart out tonight, so I'll give you that. Great game for your last game on this field on your senior night.
So he is the Brad's RV Repair Center leading producer of the game tonight. So Brad's RV Repair Center located at 7384 West Highway 92 in Indianola. And at Brad's RV Repair Center, they not only repair your RV outside and under the hood, they have storage space available as well. Call 515-808-9001. Well, it is time now, my friend, as we do at the end of every game, we name our Lynn Automotive Player of the Game. And again, some candidates here tonight. What say you, sir?
I'm going with Muhammad. I know people may think I'm biased, but listen, I love me a tenacious defensive end. And the way he played tonight, I mean, he left it all on the field. And then you know what I just realized, Todd? I looked at his name on here. He's a junior.
Right.
So we get to see him again next year.
Right.
And the coaches, he's going to be in Tyler's workout training this offseason.
He's the best athlete on the team, in my opinion.
I've been here a long time. I've seen a lot of great players. And even my brother, he played defensive end here. I've never seen a kid like that come through Lincoln's school as far as playing defensive end. He bends very well. He's very fast around the corners. He's very athletic. I love watching him play football. He's a very talented individual.
Okay, well, and he is our Lynn Automotive Player of the Game. At 1712 Southeast First, Lynn Automotive is quietly taking care of their customers with quality automotive repair, specializing in electrical diagnostic repair. Give Matt and Roger a call at 515-282-2812. Mohammed Darbo, our Lynn Automotive Player of the Game. Well, Larry, the football season sometimes just speeds by.
I know.
And here we are, my friend. We are into week 9 now, and we've got an unbelievable challenge against one of the best teams, one of the best coach teams in the state, and West Des Moines Valley at their house at beautiful Valley Stadium next Friday night.
All I'm going to say is it's going to be a tough game, man. It's going to be a very tough game, and they better bring their hard hats and be ready to play, because the one thing I have learned about Valley, they don't care if you're Lincoln, they don't care if you're Roosevelt, they don't care if you're 0-1 or you're undefeated. They play you the same. And so they are going to come to play, and Lincoln better show up and ready to play some real ball. And they're going to have to minimize those turnovers. They're going to have to minimize the penalties, because a Valley coach team will take full advantage of those penalties that you create, and they will have no problem running that score up on you if you allow them to.
Well, we need more cash saver turnovers like we did tonight, like the couple of picks we had.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be that easy against a program like Valley. You just got to give them their dues. Valley has a great program, and they even have the potential to make it to state this year. I mean, they're a good team. And they play disciplined, sound football on top of all the talent that they already have. So, I mean, that makes it very difficult, especially if you are an undisciplined team going in there to play them.
All right, well, Cash Saver at 4221 Fleur Drive. Cash Saver saves you cash. Let's hope we have lots of Cash Saver defensive turnovers next week.
Yeah.
All right, Larry, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Todd. It's been a fun night.
It's been an interesting one for sure. We had weather delays, but technically we got through it tonight, and our first clean broadcast we've had for all season long.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So, okay. So that is going to wrap it up tonight. This has been a presentation of the Railsplitter Radio Network at Guestford Broadcasting on YouTube. We hope you enjoyed tonight's game as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. Our final football game of the 2025 season is next Friday night, October 24th, when Lincoln takes on the Valley Tigers at Valley Stadium in West Des Moines. Our coverage will begin at 5:45 p.m. with the Build Lincoln Hire Club pregame show live from Valley Stadium. We hope you join us. A big thank you, as always, to Lincoln Activities Director Phil Chia for his assistance tonight. Our thanks to the East people, Activities Director J.R. Randall and head football coach Josh DeWard. And, of course, thanks to Lincoln head football coach Tom Alessio and his staff for their assistance all week long. Our technical director tonight has been Serenity Mefford. Great job by that young lady. And our man on the external camera tonight, Connor Bergloff. Connor did a great job as well. Thank you, Connor. And, of course, Craig Guestford is our graphic web designer. If you need to advertise your business, Craig is the man to do that. And, of course, a huge thank you to my partner, Larry Gamlin, for his outstanding work here in the broadcast booth. And, as always, we want to say a big thank you to all of our wonderful sponsors that make our football broadcast possible. Make sure you stop in and take advantage of all of their goods and services. The final score again here tonight, Lincoln hangs on. They beat East by the score of 43-36. For my partner, Larry Gamlin, and the crew here tonight, Todd Guestford saying thanks for watching and good night from Mediacom Stadium in Des Moines. This has been Railsplitter Football on the Railsplitter Radio Network.
You've been listening to Lincoln Railsplitter Football on the Railsplitter Radio Network. Brought to you by Brad's Collision Center, To Me and Sons Restaurant and Catering, Christian Edwards Print and Graphics, the Build Lincoln Hire Club, Knutson Transmission, Cash Saver, Airport Chiropractic, Livingston's Automotive, State Farm Insurance Agent Brad Van Meter, Henry J's Taco House, Blank Golf Course, Lynn Automotive, Chicago Speakeasy, Brad's Used Cars, McCray Park Animal Hospital, Vision Custom Signs and Graphics, Jack's Place Bar and Grill, Brad's Complete Auto Care, the Dickey Campbell and Sahag Law Firm, D&J Bail Bonds, Bordenero's Pizza, Pet Supplies Plus, Amco Transmission and Total Car Care, Montgomery St. John Insurance, your Southside Hy-Vee stores, Brad's RV Repair Center, Guestford Web Design, and Smitty's Tenderloin Shop. Join us again next time for Lincoln Railsplitter Football on the Railsplitter Radio Network.